dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Melon Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. No suit day. It's Thursday. No suit day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Not gonna lie, the suits aren't it either. I think you'd look better business casual. You know, collar shirt with a top button or two undone. No. Anyway, suitless Sunday. Okay. Why are you trying to copy Zoran? Why how is this a copying Zoran? I don't know. Anyway, suit break. We got a suit break today. No suit. Grandma stopped watching. Oh no. Oh no. But we're live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I'm a little late, obviously, as I apologize for my tardiness, for my delay, but there's a good reason for it. And this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. And that's precisely what I'm going to do. Viva Mexico. Viva la raza. Woo! We're live. We're alive. And we got a whole bunch of shit to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get a mi gente latino? Mi gente latino. Whoo! Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do for all the parasocialists out there. Speak about insects for Ken Paxton assaulting you. Oh yeah. I was victim of an insect assault last night. Wake up to piss in the middle of the night, and I hear a mosquito in the room. I'm like, oh, here we go, brother. Obviously, my mom loves leaving every door open, okay? Let me tell you something. My mom loves leaving every door in the house open because it's nice. It's California. It's always summer vibes year round. And it's something that I absolutely hate. I tell them all the time, don't do this. Please close the doors. Please close the windows. Let's keep these windows and doors closed. But they don't want to do that. And of course, when I'm away, my mom is staying here. And she keeps the doors open. So I'm a big AC guy, big keep everything closed guy. And she is no AC whatsoever. Let it ride. So she did that. She did that for the week that I was gone. And in that week, I guess, you know, every bug in West Hollywood, California decided to migrate into my home, including fruit flies, including mosquitoes. And I guess none of the mosquito catching spiders were actually there to do work, necessary work, good work. I specifically try not to kill spiders, even though I'm, you know, not exactly the biggest fan of spiders, because I know they are out there eating the mosquitoes, right? So there's a delicate ecosystem, a delicate balance in my home that I try to maintain. But yeah, I came back, I woke up in the middle of the night, pissed, went back to sleep. Heard of mosquitoes, I guess probably fine. Woke up and I'm like, what the fuck is going on in my face? I was like looking in my peripherals and on my periphery, and I realize that there's like a chunk of meat that is disrupting my vision, my eyesight. I'm like, what the fuck? And I touch my face. I'm like, uh-oh. And yeah, I took a photo of my face, and let me tell you, it was not great. I mean, this has gone down since then. It looks like I got punched in the face. This has gone down. When I first woke up, it was like, not good at all. Yeah, he just wanted a kiss. Yeah, probably. Maya taught us if a mosquito bites you, it was a female. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Another L for women. All right, so a verbena candle doesn't have to be lit. Works as a decent mosquito repellent. You can also put a cold spoon on the bite for 5 minutes. Okay, maybe I'll do that. James Fishback is coming to Miami to do a meet and greet in Calle Ocho. Let everyone know so we can get a big protest going. Hell yeah. Okay. Better hope it's not Chaga's brother. I don't know. Your collab with Trevor and Eugene makes my South African heart so fucking happy. Hell yeah. Yes, I did the Trevor Noah podcast a couple of days ago, and now it's out. And hopefully you guys enjoy it. I think it was a very enjoyable experience. It's 2 hours long. We went through a lot of stuff. We talked about a lot of stuff. Does it itch? It doesn't itch that much. But in any case, folks, I take 5 milligrams creatine, slamming 0.8 grams protein per body pound for body weight, and lifting 5 times a week. Why am I not swolitariat? You are. My girlfriend's South African family will know you now. Oh God, my girlfriend's dad is gonna like you, I think. Lol, hell yeah. What is this? Performance review from the chat. HasanAbi employee evaluation. Guest at events, A+. Cuba Doc, A+. Shout out Austin Ox and March. Project delivery, D. Z-Way, Obama, Newsom, Hannity, Van Jones. Reasons do not matter. Yeah, what the fuck? None of this is in my control. Not HasanAbi posting, F. Gaming, F. Overall rating, 6 out of 10. Feedback, welcome. Soundboard edition, A-. Okay. My Gen X lip sister loves show her, so hopefully this will show her the light. Hell yeah. We got some blast offs here as well. Thank you, Druku, for the blast off memes. Thank you, Druku. Yeah, you keep getting increasingly more radical with these blast off memes, it seems. But the bourgeoisie fears memory because memory teaches resistance. Oh my God. What the fuck? Dude, Kyrie, please come on the fucking broadcast, man. What are we doing? This is internet discourse. Penelope is such a pretty name. Aw, thank you. It's extremely common, so it's still pretty. I never said it was rare, and I didn't say it wasn't pretty. Holy crash out. Yeah, this is how every conversation takes place on the internet nowadays. It's crazy. Everyone's trying to fucking rage bait one another to feel something. It's really fucked up. We'll get into all of that and more. Let me blast off real quick because we're late already. We are delayed because I went to bed last night. Chud ass loser. You already know. Nothing going on in my life whatsoever. Watched a little bit of Fallout. Woke up early. And yeah. What is this? Hasan Piker unfavorability rating among those living with children. Favorable 0, unfavorable 49. Yes, parents with children are not fucking with me. And my highest favorability is with children living with parents. I wonder how that happened. Anyway, yeah, I guess I have, you were mentioning the recent Al Jazeera bottom line program. 007 game when? Maybe soon. Who knows? We'll look at this. I don't know why they keep fucking polling my ass. I am not. I find it very strange, but what are you going to do? Yeah, let's blast off. This morning I woke up early. I lifted some weights and it was great. Had a great time doing that damn thing. And also I shot the podcast. We shot another episode with the boys, all boys episode, all boys epi, pride epi. You already know. Yeah, that's why I'm late. and I apologize. My one mom complaint is that I can't listen to the podcast when my kid's in the room, so I have to wait for nap time. Sir, I beg of a Kyrie collab. Please, sir, just a crumb. Yes. Anyway, funny Funkress Rap story about Dem politics. Those last 15 minutes of the Trevor Noah were goated. Tentative 60-day ceasefire deal reached, question mark. Iran and U.S. trade blows. DOJ weaponized against E. Jean Carroll. EF Day 90. GLEN on JUBE versus MAGA cult. And more. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. We'll of course be talking about some of the candidates that I'm working with, getting some decent numbers in internal polls, it seems, because we have maybe put the fear of God into these establishment Democrats that we are running against, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I'm talking about Dareliza, as well as Claire Valdez, and how much money outside groups are going to be spending on these races in New York. New York. Anyway, so yeah. Primary, June 2nd. Chris Benn is running for Congress, California's 3rd District, and he's standing against genocide of rejection support from AIPAC and the Israel lobby. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah. Zoran is looking possibly to endorse Dareliza. I know. We got Shoykot's primary as well. Incredible door knocking operation. I am wondering. No. Breaking new Michigan poll. What the heck? What the heckiante? Is this real? Is this real? Oh my God. Oh. 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 What the hell? Oh my God. No way. Whoo. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Do not come.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
No, it's not. Look at the fucking poster's name. Gargantua Cox Polling Institute. No! It's fake! It's fake! I got so excited! No! 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 No!
Bruh. Bruh.
Ban the guy. Ban the guy who sent it to me. Ban the guy who sent it to me. Brutal. Brutal. Ban him. Mods. Ban him! Mods! Put him through the ringer! Yeah. We'll talk about Francesca Hong in a second. This is you right now. Mike from PA reposted it. LA poll. Carabas, Nithya Raman. Los Angeles Mayor Jungle primary. Okay. All right. We'll continue. Will you be reviewing LA's election ballot anytime soon? I know things are asked, but still, Lamount. Yes, we will. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, did I blast off already? I did. Okay, straight to jail for that one chatter who fucked me up. I was in a good ass mood. Dude, the Telegraph in the UK straight up running articles with fabricated quotes from you. Now it's heinous with a straight up lying man. Yeah. They're trying to get me. They are trying to get me to fucking not be allowed entry into the United Kingdom. Yeah. United fucking Kingdom. Yeah. Talk about this in a sec. Lauban. United fucking Kingdom. Yeah. In case you want to boost a pro M4A pro Palestine candidate challenging Auchincloss. Oh yeah. This guy, this Polos guy. I'm gonna need to look into him. I don't really know what his background is, but yeah, we definitely got to get that guy out of there. Auchincloss is ridiculous. Actual compilation of polls for El Sayed. Yeah, I wonder why they don't poll this race as much, but maybe it's because it's later in the summer. You see Asman crashing out over what Stavi said? Yes, I did. I did see that. Yeah. Based. Yeah, the reason why they're not polling the Abdul El Sayed race is because they're fucking busy polling my ass for some weird reason. I don't know why. I don't know why they keep polling me. It's very weird. It's a very strange phenomena because like I don't think it's gonna stop people from, you know, collaborating with me because they see the real impact regardless. Like the polls only serve some of my haters who will go, he's irrelevant. It's like, yeah, dude, your favorite content creator, if polled, would probably have even worse fucking approvals. What are you talking about? Like, we're content creators. We're in a very small sliver of the internet, this vast sea of information. Did you know you were with Trevor Noah?
Like, where were you born? How were you raised?
I was born in America.
No, I'm not saying it like a border agent. I'm saying like to me, I'm saying like a life story. You're so defensive about it.
I got scared.
This man is like, I'm like, where were you born? I was born here. I'm born in America.
Listen,
Still lingers.
I don't know if you heard, but the federal government's coming after me.
We actually need to talk about that. Yeah, but no.
So I need to say it. I was born here. I'm an American citizen. I could run for president. I would never do that though. So don't get scared.
Like, where were you?
Yeah, it was great. Speaking of crashing out, Alex Perlman and Philly D did like a whole episode on you. Nice. But yeah, I did the Trevor Noah pod. It was great. It was really fun. But we'll watch it later. Susan Collins says it was Grant Plattner's fault for enlisting in the Iraq War and not her votes. Wait, what? That is an incredible statement because that comes with the recognition that her votes were dog shit. The Iraq War was bad. And she's basically admitting that every dummy that went out there to fucking die did it for no reason. Cool. That's cool. I like when a Republican senator or a sitting Republican senator comes out against a fucking Marine veteran and is just like, yeah, you were an idiot for going to Iraq. I wasn't in the wrong for voting for it though. Yeah, you're on your own, bitch. That's funny. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we got a lot of polls. AOC versus Newsom, head to head. Polls. We'll talk about all of that and more. We got the I already blasted off. Holy shit, we're all over the goddamn place. Jesus Christ, what are we doing here? Ladies and gentlemen, we got so much going on. Yeah. Ryan Grimm. Susan Collins takes no responsibility for her votes and the terrible consequences. 18-year-olds who enlisted in the military made their own choice. Okay, fine. But senators with fully formed frontal cortexes bear a bit more responsibility for sending them. You got lots of energy. Why are you in such a banger mood? I'm trying to get some of that. I don't know. I don't know why I'm in such a good mood, honestly. Maybe part of it is because like there might be a ceasefire deal that's imminent and that excites me. You know, I was hanging out. Austin is yelling from the other room. He said, you filmed with your friends. He's right. You know, when I was in New York, I was just like on, you know, when I wasn't on stream, I was just like kind of by myself with my thoughts. Scary. But now I'm back around friends and family, so I'm in a good mood, regardless of the fact that a mosquito assaulted my fucking face. A mosquito face fucked me. But you know, don't worry, chat's here to kill that joy away. Oh, always. Don't worry, I'm used to it. I know it's gonna happen. Dude, it is pretty crazy though. Like, I mean, I can't get over this fucking whopper, dude. How did this happen? It might not even be a mosquito. Honestly, it could be like a fucking a snake bite. Could be something. Aaron Rupar posting your face pics now. Wait, what? What's up with his large well under Trump's eye? Oh my God. He's just trying to be like me. He's just trying to be like me, dude. That's what this is. That's all this is. Are you sure it was a mosquito, bro? I don't know. I heard a mosquito, but it could have been like, I don't know. Could have been a snake. Could have been a tarantula. Could have been any number of different things. You know what I'm saying? HasanAbi was a mommy mosquito feeding her babies, though. I don't give a fuck. Hey, yo, fuck that mommy mosquito. That mommy mosquito, well, I can't even say could suck my dick because obviously the mommy mosquito did end up sucking my face. And destroying me. So hold on. Hold on. I have to post this. We're twinning. Did you spend the night in a coffin, Lamau? What? Imagine if it was a bot fly. It can be a cortisol response, I think. I don't know what it is. That looks like a spider bite. But in any event, that's not usual. Might want to get it checked out. Oh, God, it's probably fine, dude. Yeah, bro, RFK to come take all the bugs out of your house, the way he took care of those snakes. Yeah, the PDF link is not working, Thomasius. I don't know why. Can you send me another one that works for the echelon poll or whatever? But yeah, before we get to all this other stuff, Overton Insights did a poll on me, and we'll take a look at that. And all the fucking all the weirdos on the internet are like, "Oh, dude, Hasan, you have no motion." It's like, yeah, dude, I know. So why do I have so much motion in your fucking mind? Speaking of people who I'm constantly occupying space in their minds, me and Stavi baby had a very wonderful time with one another. Okay, and during that wonderful time, there was a brief moment where we mentioned Asmongold. That brief moment was approximately 2 minutes long. So, of course, as expected, Asmongold, who is not mad at all, who's not crashing out at all, turned around and made a 43-minute video. Hasan Stavros spent 2 minutes reacting to Asmongold tweet calling to round people up and putting them in labor camps. And he turned around and made a 43-minute video. So, what the heliante? Hold. We're back. It's fine. I don't know what happened, but we're back. Anyway, so Am Israel Chai, as I was saying, Israel is the greatest nation on earth, most powerful country, but also at the same time, very tiny nation, size of New Jersey, should have nuclear arms, should be able to use those nuclear arms. Israel has a right to defend itself. And all of Israel's enemies happen to be vicious anti-Semites and very scary, very dangerous, very barbaric. This was the full clip, by the way. Yeah, the full clip was a minute long. Like straight up, not even 2 minutes. 1 minute long, right? But that was enough for Asmongold, who's not mad, by the way. He's not triggered at all, to make a 43-minute video. Now, one of the things that these guys do always, and I think it's like a very small-brained, like insect-brained thing that these guys do all the time, like drama perverts do all the time, is instead of like arguing on, instead of shit-talking one another, right, or arguing or debating on the issues, if there is like any sort of disagreement, is basically saying my opposition is very angry and they're crashing out and therefore I've won. I've seen this. Like this is a very common meta, right? Yes, I know the debate is happening right now. We're not going to watch it right now, okay? We'll watch it later. That's crazy. It's a fucking midday debate in Mackinac Island. We'll watch the highlights. And it's very interesting because like they'll always be like, "Oh, you got owned and you were really, really mad. You got owned and you were unbelievably mad. And I am not mad or owned at all, even though I made a 43-minute video about your 1 minute conversation that you had, right?" And I don't know why his audience doesn't understand that dynamic doesn't actually make him look good. But to the average person from the outside, they're like, "You seem a little bit insane for having this kind of reaction." Mackinac is how it's pronounced. I don't care. Calm down. You're banned from Michigan now. Okay, fine. So yeah, I just, you know, I find it very funny that these guys will just like farm always like 1 minute mention for like 45 minutes. And then their cope always is, oh, I wasn't even mad. I was just farming him. You know? Oh, I'm not mad at all. I'm not even mad. I was just farming him for 43 minutes, actually. I did that because I don't care. I did that to show you how little I care, actually. And it's like, all right, if you say so, man. Sure.
Fucking guy. He's fucking disgusting. How did this happen? He looks like shit, right? He probably gets no fucking pussy. Asmongold, whatever the fuck his name is.
I don't know, man. There's clout. He's got clout.
Do girls suck his disgusting?
I have no idea, but I don't.
Is that what he even likes?
I don't even
what does he
know.
do with his fucking?
Today we remember George Floyd, who was murdered by a former Minneapolis police officer 6 years ago. That moment.
Why is he weighing in? He's some fucking idiot. What did he stream?
Because Elon boosted the fuck out of this
but
shit.
what did he stream? How did he get famous? Fucking
World of
Minecraft?
Warcraft.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah, no.
A fucking World of Warcraft guy?
Yeah.
People listening to that fucking guy can't take a fucking shower?
Yeah.
Guys, don't be like you. I'm telling you, I'm fat and ugly. You don't have to live like that. You just have, if you put light into the world and positivity, you'll get sucked off.
Yeah.
Don't go into the dark side with a dirty ass motherfucker who doesn't even fucking shower. He doesn't know shit about what he's talking about.
So that was it, right? That's the Stavros take, which is like a fairly normie take. If you don't know anything about Asmongold and you see him for the first time, that's like, oh God, that's terrible. Like, why are you doing these things, right? So Asmongold did a 43-minute and 32-second reaction to that. Hasan brought his fat friend to talk shit about me. And I guess his entire commentary around this was that Stavros is fat and I'm a leftist to get pussy. And I think you guys already know my take on this. It's like, it's unbelievable copium from like early 2010s when right-wing guys will always be like, oh, I bet you're woke just so you can have sex with women. No. I don't think I have to be woke for women to find me attractive. Like, that's not, I'm sure it doesn't hurt. Like, I'm sure my politics, my genuine political opinions probably don't hurt, but that's not, you know, that's not the case. That's not the point, right? I feel like there are some gays that join the right for the brother. I don't even know what that means. But your shtick was that you're a hot guy, not typical ugly leftist. So how does that track? Yeah, I mean, I guess in his mind, he's saying like, that like all these guys, they don't have any, they don't have any other way of like getting laid, so they just do it they do this to get pussy. Nasty shit.
What is that fucking? Why do people listen to that fucking guy? He's fucking disgusting.
Shut up, fatty.
Oh, fucking got him. Dude, calling Stavros Halkias shut up fatty is so awesome.
Shut up. What are you talking about, fatty? Call me.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Not mad. Don't put it in the newspaper that I am mad. I am not mad.
I'm disgusting. I guarantee you, if me and Stavros and Hasan had to walk 3 miles, at the end of those 3 miles, I would smell the best out of all 3 of them. I would. See, this is what happens whenever you're fat, is that you think this is the way it is.
How did this happen? He looks like shit, right? He probably gets no fucking pussy. Asmongold, whatever the fuck his name is.
I don't know, man. There's clout. He's got clout.
It's really crazy to me. By the way, I think that these guys are really kind of self-reporting. So much of men that are leftists
Dude, wait, what did he say? Between us three, we're walking a mile. Who gets hit on the most? It's me, guys. Me, Asmongold. No, I'm kidding. I know he didn't say that, but that'd be really funny if he did.
Is that you think this is the way it is?
How did this happen?
This is what happens whenever you're fat. Is that you think this is the way it is?
Wait, what is that? What does that even mean?
And Hasan.
Is he so triggered by Stavros just fucking being like, you look like you smell bad? That he's like, well, you're fat. You're fat. You should kill yourself because you're fat. You're a fatty. You're a big fat fatty. You can't even walk a mile. You're fatty.
Had to walk 3 miles. At the end of those 3 miles, I would smell the best out of all 3 of them.
Wait, what? Okay, so I guess like he's saying Stavros would smell bad because he's fat. Why is he saying that I would smell bad? I don't, is it because I'm like Turkish or something? Bro, you don't have to sweat to smell bad. You look like you smell bad sitting. You smell bad standing in place because you don't shower. Yeah, guys. Yeah, I'll be honest. Yeah. If we walk 3 miles, if we did a triathlon, yeah. Who would? First of all, I think between us three, if we're doing rankings on who is capable of walking 3 miles, I think Stavros got you beat. I'm not even placing myself in this equation because, come on, let's be fucking real. But I don't think Asmongold has done anything dynamic in his life for like the last 3 decades. So I assume that given how sedentary his lifestyle is normally, if he had to literally walk for 3 miles, he would just perish at like the end of the first mile. I would pay top dollar for Stavi to roast the shit out of Asmon for 5 minutes straight. Yeah,
I would. See, this is what happens.
Asmongold trying to start a hey guys, doesn't Hasan look like he's kind of fat and would smell bad compared to me? Campaign is wild. Yeah, that is pretty funny. Look, I mean, sure. Hopefully it works for you, man. Yeah.
Whenever you're fat, is that you think this is the way it is?
No, dog, we think you smell disgusting because you don't shower and you openly say you don't shower and you look like you got, visible stink lines on you. I've never seen it outside of a goddamn cartoon. It looks like there are flies over your head. Sometimes there are literal bugs on you. Like you're I don't know what else to say. Like, I think you ask the average person who looks like they smell worse, Asmongold or Stavros, like 99.9% of the time, they're going to be like, you, dog, you look like the type of guy that someone would hastily say, oh, sorry, I don't have any change on me, brother. I don't got change on me, brother. Sorry about that.
Like, how did this happen? He looks like shit, right? He probably gets no fucking pussy. Asmongold, whatever the fuck his name is.
I don't know, man. There's clout. He's got clout.
It's really crazy to me. By the way, I think that these guys are really kind of self-reporting. So much of men that are leftists are just using it as a mating technique. They don't actually believe any of this shit.
Yes, dude. Yes. Stavros Halkias in the fucking industry that he's in is doing it to get pussy. That's why he's trying to be woke. Like, he's a comic, dude. What are you talking about? He could have a much larger audience if he was fucking right-wing. If he didn't genuinely believe what he's saying, if he genuinely didn't have that political opinion, if he's just grifting to like fuck, he could just be right-wing and have clout and still fuck. People don't care about it as much. You know who cares about this shit? Like, these guys are just like LARPing about their worldview just so they can get laid, dude. A mating technique. Guys that say stuff like mating technique, those are the only people that actually do that kind of thing.
They don't even...
Like, this hasn't been a relevant perspective since like the early 20 the later 2010s, like 2016 and onward, where it was like male feminist guy who's like genuinely doing it because he thinks like being woke is how you get pussy. Like there are definitely guys like that, right? But I don't think it's like a relevant meme any longer.
Even think any of this. They know it's bullshit. They just say it because it's a good way to get women to like them.
Yeah, this is just cope. I think it's people that have like heinous and toxic politics have to figure out why other people don't share their worldview. So they just decide, oh, it must be for an ulterior motive. That's all this is. They can't grasp that someone could like genuinely believe these things. So they have to decide, oh, there's a financial reason for it. They must be grifting. Half the time it's also projection, because like in many of these circumstances, like they are the ones who are grifting, right? They're like leaning into whatever their first principles might be. They're certainly leaning into it extra hard because they know it's like beneficial. You know, it is what it is.
That's it. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really, like, I don't have a girlfriend right now. No, I don't. Like, yeah, maybe in the future I will, maybe not. I don't, this is not my whole life. There's simps, yeah.
Why is he weighing in?
Why am I weighing in?
Some fucking idiot that, what did he stream?
Because Elon boosted the fuck out of this
but
shit.
what did he stream? How did he get famous? Fucking
World of
Minecraft?
Warcraft.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, no.
A fucking World of Warcraft guy?
Yeah.
People listen to that fucking guy, he can't take a fucking shower?
Yeah.
Guy,
I don't need to because I'm not fat. I don't smell bad. Fat.
Dog. That's awesome. I mean, that's a self-report, buddy. He said, I don't need to shower because I don't smell bad because I'm not fat. That's cope, dude. That's unbelievable cope. You get your stinky ass out of here, bro. Nasty motherfucker. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is why you look like you got stink lines on you. Yeah, I don't have BL, dude, because I'm skinny, dude. Yeah. Oh, what are you, a fucking libtard? You want to shower?
People smell bad.
to live like that. You just have, if you put light into the world and positivity, you'll get sucked off.
Yeah. It's all about having sex with women. Their entire
Wait, no, it's not. Like he's a comedian. He's joking. He's also not even saying like do politics. He's just saying like be a positive person. If you're a positive person, like women will be happy to be around you. That's the underlying premise. Oh my God, I'm realizing we're doing the autism power hour once again, where I autistically describe what jokes are, the concept of jokes. What is laughter? Is laughter the best medicine? Is it counter-revolutionary activity? Is laughter bourgeois? He's seething. Yeah, I don't even need to shower, Dad. I don't even need to shower, brother. I'm doing great, dude. I'm doing freaking fine, dude. Fuck you.
Entire worldview and everything is built around the sexual approval of women. That's it. It's kind of sad, really. And also, like, by the way, I don't really like talking about a lot of like relationships or girls I talk to or don't talk to or anything else. I don't like getting involved in this. It's weird. I don't need to prove anything. I don't need to.
Kind of feels like you felt the need to prove something. Yeah, this guy said definitely didn't hit a nerve or anything, lol. It rules that Star Wars is the direct opposite of Asmongold, a funny, charismatic guy who gets pussy is a leftist because he gives a shit about people around him. There's no way that a fat, ugly dude with that hairline on the right there was saying someone doesn't get pussy. Lamau, buddy, literally just became a meme. Yeah, these guys don't know who Stavros is very clear. So it's funny. But Stavros also probably has a lot of crossover appeal with the Asmongold audience too. Because, I mean, he's a comedian. Like, comedians are usually universally well-liked. unless they like heavily lean into one side of politics over the other. But even then, as long as their material is good, people will appreciate them. Given that Stavros is like, you know, of Cumtown fame, and Cumtown is like the OG. Like 90% of new podcasts that have come out are just ripping on fucking old Cumtown bits and failing to do so. I mean, I would even go so far as to say Shane Smith was doing that for the longest time. He's obviously gotten his own bearings straight. Like he has his own style and whatnot. But the reality of the matter is like Cumtown was an unbelievably influential podcast for a lot of, you know, comedians, for a lot of comedy podcasts in general. Fear and no, we can't do Cumtown bits. What are you, fucking crazy? Our audience is far too woke. They would kill us. You guys would straight up murder me with a gun if I were to do, you know, half of a Cumtown bit. But yeah, it seems to me like our boy didn't have too good of a time here with this. Because Asmongold and Stavros, like, here's the thing. Stavros is basically the bizarro Asmongold in many respects, where, like, neither of them care too much about their physical appearance. It's obvious, right? Like, Stavros has, like, a, you know, getting healthier show and whatnot. But, like, he's a guy, he's a chiller. Like, he enjoys his life. It's very obvious, right? And yet, he has unbelievably good vibes and is very funny, whereas Asmongold has rancid fucking vibes and is not funny at all. So, not sure if you heard Asmon's claim there, but he actually claimed that the singular reason anyone cares about hygiene is to get laid. Yeah, that's nasty. He's a nasty little gremlin. Also, I bet Stavros smells great. Yeah, he does. He smells awesome. A lot of people don't know this, but I mean, I was a fat kid too. And when you're fat, you are very sensitive about smelling bad, so you're like extra attentive. Bro, I used to put fucking powder under my titties. You know what I mean? Like I was going crazy mode. Like I would deodorize my whole fucking body and shit. So, you know, if you're fat, you care about the way you smell a lot more than other people do. At least that was the case for me. And that's certainly carried over to my not so fat lifestyle as well, where, you know, I got to shower at least once a day, if not sometimes twice a day, deodorize the fuck out of myself, perfumes, you know, all this shit. Because I am terrified still of the time when I was a young boy and I was very fat, and I would always worry that my like ass sweat would be, you know, repulsive to people. Thing is, you know, I worked hard on it. I worked hard to make sure that it wasn't, it didn't become a problem. What is this conversation? I don't know. I'm just giving you a little bit of insight into my life, dude. Giving you a little bit of insight, booty sweat, that sort of thing. You don't want to hear it? He's more defensive in this clip than when he gets called a Nazi, makes you think. Yeah. Yeah. What? Can a fucking quirked up white boy be a little vulnerable for a moment, you know? Can I not be a little vulnerable for a brief moment in my life, dude? But yeah, so where were we? We blasted off. My favorite part of the stream is when the newsman talks about his booty sweat and powdered tits. Yes. Who they mention in this will shock you. GOP lawmakers urge Treasury to press ahead with probe of Hasan Piker over Cuba. Senator Rick Scott says Piker. Oh, of course, it's Rick Scott. Senator Rick Scott says Piker and Kopik should be thoroughly investigated and held accountable for any laws broken. Yeah. Question has risen on whether Piker should have registered as a foreign agent under Foreign Agents Registration Act, the National Jewish Advocacy Center. Wait, the National Jewish Advocacy Center urged the government for me, a pro-Israel institution, is urging the American federal government for me to register as a foreign agent? Dog. If there's one group that probably should stay out of this conversation, it's any group that is in any way, shape, or form associated with the foreign nation of Israel. That is awesome. Brother, what? Brother, what the fuck? What is this? Jacqueline, we've obtained a not yet public FARA filing revealing how Brad Parscale's directed $13 million from Israel to Republican digital strategy. No, that's okay. You don't understand. That's Israel. That's Israel, dude. You can do whatever you want. If you are, you can do whatever you want if you're Israeli. If you can do whatever you want if you're doing it with Israel. You don't understand. Why would you even bring this up? Israel, it's a tiny nation. Israel, tiny nation, size of New Jersey. What are you saying? Have you actually been served a subpoena yet? No, I have not. Fox News supports DHS suspending international flights to sanctuary cities. They're going to bankrupt these companies. Size of New Jersey. What are you saying? Why are you talking shit about Israel? Israel number one. Israel not number one for you? Huh? Are you anti-Semitism? You are Hamas. I do find this interesting because you've been talked about on the news a lot more than normal lately, which is kind of insane considering you're just talking about things being fucked up right now. Same shit you've been doing for 4 to 5 years that I watched you. Yes, it's because people are starting to get threatened. That's it. That's literally all this is. People don't like that I'm, coordinating with campaigns. People don't like that I'm working with politicians. People don't like that I'm actually helping them in some way, shape, or form win elections against establishment Democrats, against pro-Israel Democrats. So that is genuinely the reason. If I was just chilling at home talking my shit and there was no such thing as the HasanAbi bump or whatever, then it wouldn't be a big problem. So what's going on is, and Michael from Pennsylvania has talked about this as well, but what's going on here is exactly what took place with AOC as well, and has taken place with AOC. I know a lot of people might not be fans of AOC in this community, but ultimately the style is the same. They see someone that might be disruptive and they try to bully them. And sometimes they actually do concede a little bit on that, barrage of hate, the hate farming that they receive. And then they're a little bit more scared. But basically what happens is the right will put the beat on you and will put the crosshairs on you and will do everything they can to disparage you. You become public enemy number one, right? And when you become public enemy number one, then the polls come. And when they poll you, right? When they poll you, and oftentimes, polls are not the most consistent, but regardless, when they poll you, they'll just put your approval rating out there, and your approval rating will be low because Republicans will be the people that know you the most because they're the ones who hear about you the most, and they're all unbelievably anti-you, right? So if Democrats don't really know you that well, but Republicans know you very well, and they only know you in a negative framework, and they have, incredibly high disapproval ratings of you, then your poll numbers don't look that great broadly, right? And that's precisely what is happening here. Now, of course, one of the issues that I have, one of the issues that I have is that there's also a lot of Democrats that don't defend me. Obviously, Democrats defend AOC, but there's also a lot of Democrats that also lean into this negative framing, and they do their very best to like boost all the negative shit, all the clip farms and whatnot. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. You just do your good work and hope that people will be charitable. This is my perspective has never been one that is like broadly popular in the United States of America. Anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist. These are concepts that the overwhelming majority of Americans are not going to be inherently positive on. So I take any positive approval in stride. I consider that all to be good. Even if it was like 1% positivity, I'd be like, great. We're making we're making waves. We're changing people's minds. Which is also part of the reason why I laugh whenever people say things like, "Oh, dude, you're just doing this for fucking clout. You're grifting. You're grifting to the left." Yeah, I've chosen to grift to the least popular position one could possibly arrive at in the United States of America, and actively trying to change people's hearts and minds on these issues, right? Yeah, the left is the worst place to grift to because you have no allies. Other leftists fucking despise you, sometimes more than they hate others, right? The right hates you. They see you as the, public enemy number one. The center doesn't like you because they think you're too radical. Center right in the Democratic Party doesn't like you either because they consider you to be an op. And the rest of the left also doesn't really fuck with you that much because they have minor differences in opinion that they think are existential, right? So that's what it is. And then add on to that reality that this is basically what every fucking online discourse, every piece of online discourse looks like right now, which is where we do our discourse. Penelope, such a pretty name. Oh, thank you. It's extremely common. So it's still pretty. I never said it was rare. And I didn't say it wasn't pretty. Holy crash out. Every conversation is contentious. Every conversation is like framed negatively. Everyone's trying to rage bait one another to feel something. And it's always going to be polarizing. I believe the things that I believe, and I genuinely hope that if people are charitable, I hope that if people are charitable to my worldview, if they hear me out, they will understand where I'm coming from and maybe even change their minds. And I've seen a lot of success in this. I've seen a lot of success with this kind of, with this kind of approach. And of course, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm a very stubborn guy. Yeah, never said I wasn't charitable. Holy crash out. It's extremely common. Okay, you don't have to do that. Hasan Piker favorability rating among those living with children. Favorable 0%, unfavorable 49%. Yeah, so there was a Echelon Overton Insight polls, May 2026. Overton Insight polls finds that Vance and Buttigieg lead respective primaries, which I'll be honest, it doesn't lend credence to the credibility of this poll if they're showcasing Pete Buttigieg as like the highest rated contender. But yeah, they looked at all of this stuff. They looked at the main crosstabs, gas prices, living situation, religious participation. What page is it at? Do we know? Education, living situation. Candace Owens' overall favorability is at 70% and unfavorability is at 40%. Never heard of them is at 14%. Heard of them, but no opinion is at 29%. Amongst Republicans, Candace has a 25% favorability and 32% unfavorability. Among Democrats, she has an 8% favorability and 55% unfavorability. Among independents, 17 to 29. That tracks. That kind of makes sense. Interesting that Gen Xers are the highest percentage of favorability for Candace Owens, but that also makes sense if you're lead poison generation. If you're a part of the lead poison generation, you have the highest favorability rating for Candace Owens. That makes total sense if you think about anything that she's doing. And then bachelor's degrees at 28%, highest favorability. That's unique. That is actually interesting. I would not have expected that. I would have thought like high school. Wow. Okay. And then with black people, she has 44% favorable. I knew that, which is kind of sad because she is very anti-black. She's vehemently anti-black and yet has the highest approval for amongst black people. And her highest unfavorability disapproval comes from Asians and then whites. In my circumstance, obviously, we're going to skip all this stuff because I'm coming up in a second. Yeah, Ben Shapiro, overall 17 favorable, 44 unfavorable. In mine, I'm in a unique predicament where no one knows who the fuck I am, right? Or knows me but doesn't really have an opinion. And then on the Republican side, my favorability is at 1%. And unfavorability is at 27%. On the Democratic front, my favorability is at 19%. Unfavorability is at 13%. Among independents, 10 to 17. Right? The 1% of Republicans that like me is probably Mary Sue, right? Or Mary Lou. Overall, male favorability 11, unfavorability 26, female favorability 10, unfavorability 13. And the age groups, the highest favorability comes from 18 to 29, as expected, of course. And the highest unfavorability comes from 30 to 44. That's interesting. And then 55 to 64. That's the Fox News audience, obviously. Like, this is like, that's where that's coming from. You know? They didn't ask me about this. What the hell? I love when people say that. Whenever there's a poll that we're looking at and everyone goes, oh, I didn't answer this. I'm in this poll and I didn't answer it. And it's like, yeah, that's not how polls work. Okay. Education category, highest level of favorability is at high school or less, but that's age related probably. And then bachelor's degree at 10. Or no, postgraduate at 11. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Unfavorability at the highest is some college at 25%. And then postgraduate at 22%. My demographic breakdown for, and you have to remember, the overwhelming majority of these demographic crosstabs don't fucking know who I am, right? Or know who I am, but have not heard of me, right? Or know who I am, but have no opinion of me. So it must be super weird to read actual polls about yourself. I don't know who they're polling, but if they're showing that Pete Buttigieg is like the top contender for the Democrats, that basically tells you like where this is at. But hey, I just want to fucking say, shout out to La Raza. Shout out to mi gente Latino. Shout out to my Latinx audience. My Lord, Hispanics carrying me to positive approvals. Let's fucking go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Órale, güey. Let's fucking go. Showing up. Yeah, white people are not that fond of me, but black people and Asian people especially are like, fuck this guy. Fucking hate this guy. Hispanic approval just tanked? Wait, what? No, dude. What do you mean? Yeah, Hispanic approval is the only positive one, and then the rest are fucking unbelievably like, Asians hate my ass. Okay? They hate my ass. Holy moly. Yeah, living situation wise, with children, 0% favorable, 49% unfavorable. Multi-generational household, 3 to 2. Alone, 7 to 27. Oh, the loners fucking hate my ass too. And with parents, if you're still living with your parents, you have a 42% favorability rating and 12% unfavorability rating. That's my highest. If you're living with your roommates, wait, what the fuck? 3% favorable, 41% unfavorable. I wonder why it turned out like that. That's crazy. And then religious participation, never, 25% favorable, 21% unfavorable, the edgy atheist, and then monthly, and holidays only and monthly at 45 and 46% unfavorable. Yeah, so that's it. Latinx is weird. Yes, I know. That's why I said it as a joke. Okay, calm down. The other roommate hates you because you are always on the TV. Yeah, probably. But yeah, the Asian one surprised me. That was definitely surprising because it was like strange that it would be so much negative approval. Because like it's not. I don't know what would boost that. Like I don't know what, because I don't think it's like a. I don't think it's a like I've had like big blow up moments or whatever until recently when the RNC came out with that whole like Hasan is anti-Asian, because I said Asians that tokenize themselves at the behest at the altar of white supremacy are dogs, the white people or whatever, and that was like a big ordeal. But maybe it could be China. It could be China related, possibly. I don't know. My Asian homie hates you because he's deep into the Drake manosphere and they all hate you. Yeah, I wonder what it is. Some of the numbers are suspicious. Not suspicious in the this was rigged way, but in the sample size are probably fucked way. Just remember that you can never read too deeply into crosstabs when they don't reveal the sample size for each demographic. It could be like 40 people that they weighed. Yeah, that's true. Your India takes are sending a lot of hate your way, especially the Indo-Pakistan stuff. Yeah, that's true. Because I do say Pakistan's in the bot a lot. So that could be one of it. It could be my opinion on China. That probably doesn't, like a lot of the Asian American community does not have a positive opinion of China at all. And only recently has the American Chinese community developed a more positive opinion on China. I do take like the worst possible side on a lot of these issues from the perspective of like American approval, but I don't really care necessarily because I believe the things that I believe, and my job is to try and change your mind as well, or at least like get you to be a little bit more sympathetic to people living in these other countries, right? My significant other doesn't hate you, but her take is that you're loud. I think that could be a part of it, maybe. I'll be honest, bro. Indians don't even need a quote from you. They'll hate you because you're Muslim. No, I mean, that's not. I don't know. New 2028 presidential poll. Buttigieg 16. Yeah, this is from that poll that says Buttigieg is at 16%. So I don't know how much I trust this poll in general, because like that means that their sampling was a little bit dusty, right? Because this makes no sense. Like you would see Kamala Harris at the top usually. This is an anomaly. And I'm not like, this isn't copium. Like I don't really give a shit one way or another what the perception looks like. But the reason why I'm saying that is because this poll is unique in comparison to all of the other polls that have been conducted on the Democratic Party on who is like, who is seen as like a top contender for 2028. And Pete Buttigieg has never been at the top like that. That means that their sampling was a little strange. My husband doesn't like you because he's jealous. Jewish Insider reports. Yeah, I know. Jewish Insider reports that seven-figure spending will be coming soon for Antonio Reynoso and Adriana Espaillat. The Israel lobby is going to come hard for Claire and Daraliza. I know. Which is why we got to fucking redouble our efforts here. That means the internal numbers that they got don't look too good. That means that Claire and Daraliza are cooking. Okay, but we have to be careful. We cannot automatically assume that this is in the bag. It's not. Okay. What are the sampling that doesn't fangirl for Harris be more favor of you? No, it's samples for Pete Buttigieg. So it's really busted. The company that ran the poll is some subsidiary of a religious group. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm sure they're still like trying to do their very best in their polling, right? Like, I don't think that's the case, but are we doing truth nukes? What is this? Truth nuke, AOC, new 2028 primary head to head. This is the same poll. AOC 43, Newsom 35. Yeah. But that's good. In any case, let's get started. We got a lot to cover. I'm not going to look at Adam Silver, the terrorist.
Overnight, the U.S. and Iran exchanging strikes, threatening the fragile ceasefire. A U.S. official telling ABC News the U.S. striking an Iranian ground control station as it prepared to launch a one-way attack drone believed to be a threat to U.S. forces and commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. In addition to the strike, U.S. forces also shot down 4 other one-way Iranian attack drones. The official adding the action was defensive. But overnight, Iran responded. Video released by the Iranian military claims to show the regime targeting an American base in the region. Kuwait saying its air defenses were intercepting hostile drones and missiles. As the war with Iran drags into its 12th week, the president has made it clear he's in no rush to make a deal, emboldened by a string of GOP primary victories.
They thought they were going to outweight me. We'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms.
The president's approval rating has plummeted as gas prices soar. Americans on average are paying $4.42 at the pump, up $1.48 since the war began.
Gas prices that are still high across the country, people are paying more for travel. Does that give you more urgency to make a deal? Why doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you, the primary urgency, if I said this, it wasn't covered properly, but the primary urgency is that we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
But the Senate's top Republican with a different take, saying Americans will be voting on the economy.
We need to ensure that we succeed there, and then also at the same time prove that we can do two things at one time and focus clearly on the economic issues that I think are going to be front and center for a lot of the American people when they vote.
Days after insisting the U.S. and Iran were near a deal, President Trump now claims Iran is negotiating on fumes, rejecting the regime's demands to take control over the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with Oman.
Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait? And would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control it?
International waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it.
The president telling me Oman, a key U.S. ally, needs to get in line, issuing this threat.
Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that.
And Iran responding to that threat from...
Fucking crazy, by the way. Oman catching us straight out of nowhere. Iran just launched? Wait, what? Wait, what? 60-day... What is happening? Wait, what? What is going on? Breaking... Is this real? Breaking, Iran launched a ballistic missile from Jam Missile City in Iran's Bushehr province a few minutes ago, followed by initial explosions in the Strait of Hormuz. I'm sorry. What the fuck is happening, bro? Curveball time? Curveball time? Jeremy Scahill, Iranian official, tells me from Iran's perspective, there's a final draft on an MOU, memorandum of understanding with the U.S., but Iran has zero trust in Trump or the U.S.'s word and can't rule out chance of more U.S.-Israeli strikes. Therefore, Iran is proceeding cautiously on any official announcement. Some voices on the Iranian side are concerned that President Trump may reconsider his position at the last moment, the official said. Trump needs to cultivate the image of a victor in the war. He added, We cannot regard President Trump's decision as definitively finalized until the final financial markets close at the end of this week. Oh my God. You believe Capital's media a bit too much? Iran repeatedly said they never agreed to anything. No, brother. This is the same principle that they've held for the longest time. I've been saying that. They have had their MOU point by point, well established for literally months now. And it hasn't changed at all. Their perspective has not changed at all. Maybe the bottom line hasn't changed at all. Perhaps some of the fine print issues might be moved around a little bit. Maybe numbers here and there. Is it 20 years of no nuclear proliferation? Or is it 5 years? Or is it 15 years? Like, those are the finer details they might go back and forth on. But ultimately, their top line demands, the 10-point demands that they made on week 2, have remained intact. And America has flailed around and gone back and forth on the fucking top line demands that Iran has made over and over again. They've at times said yes to it and then turned around and bombed Iran. So obviously, it's up to the United States of America, and perhaps not even the United States of America, but Israel. It's up to Israel, because Israel is the spoiling party here. Sure, America is allowing Israel to be the spoiling party here, because America could restrain Israel at the end of the day if they chose to do so, and they're not doing it. But the only reason why this deal has not been solidified is because every time Trump comes near a final deal, Israel turns around and freaks the fuck out and makes a bunch of boss calls to the Trump administration. And Trump goes around saying, you know what, maybe the war is still on. Anyway, we got new information from DropSite as well. This is literally a minute ago. New Israeli officials are privately urging the Trump administration to abandon negotiations with Iran, assassinate Iran's parliament speaker and lead negotiator Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, and launch a new round of strikes targeting Iran's oil infrastructure, according to a classified intelligence assessment cited by Capital and Empire. Israeli officials reportedly believe renewed attacks could trigger economic collapse and eventually regime change. Oh my Lord, brother. What the fuck are we doing? Oh my God. I'm sorry, but if you fucking believe this, if you believe Israel here, then you want to believe it. Okay? I can't in good conscience say this is, the administration is getting duped by Israel. No, we're the ones who are duped if we believe that this administration is getting duped by Israel. At this point, you have to look at the situation and recognize that either there's like blackmail or some shit taking place, or, the Trump administration is like, yeah, we love this. We love being stupid. We're all out of options. We're desperate. We know we've lost this war. So we think that we can just go we can go up the escalation ladder and see where that fucking leads us. Let me see if I can actually secure an interview with Trita on this today. I'm sure he's going to, sure he's going to be probably busy. Yeah. Meanwhile, Netanyahu is also, let me DM. Memorandum of Understanding is like a pre-peace treaty. Yo, Trita Pars is my guy. Thank you for bringing Iranian voices, the right ones, of course. Yeah, I love Trita. He's great. He's a fantastic asset. Yo, you should address stuff. There's a video from Dev, and you really don't look good. You should watch it and address it. Brother, World War III is happening like in real time right now. and you want me to watch some fucking random YouTuber that made me look bad? Oh my God. You're right, dude. I don't even know who the fuck Dev is, but at this point, you know, he's right. He's 100% right. I am that guy. I am a really bad guy, and you probably shouldn't be in here. I am a really, really bad person. Whatever a YouTuber says, about me, just know that it's 100% true, and I am that bad guy. Okay? A very, very bad guy. You're not going to change World War III, but your perception on people? I don't think you understand. I don't care about that at all. I care about covering the news. All right. That's my goal. All right, let's continue. All of the accusations are correct. I'm a bad piece of shit. I'm a real piece of shit chatter. No, don't ban that guy. We're gonna unban him. He can stay in here because he's been in here. He's been in here a lot. Look. Check logs, Lamount. Please stop with Charlie Kirk. He was a good person. He literally died. What? Why'd you cut out the best part of Platinum's conversation with the ex-soldier guy? Not fighting, just curious. Anyway. Let's continue. Tasnim. Contrary to Western sources' claims, the draft memorandum of understanding has not been finalized or confirmed yet. A source close to the negotiation team told Tasnim that the MOU is not ready. Okay. Text between Iran and the U.S. has been finalized. Only waiting announcement by both sides. That is not true. The text has not been finalized yet. He added, Iran has not yet informed the Pakistani mediator and the public. Until then, any Western sources' narratives about the finalization of the matter are not credible. Well, it turns out they weren't. It turns out they were not credible at all. It was just wish casting. Another exchange of fire in Hormuz is underway. Reports of missile launches taking place. Now, remember, Iran was just eating it for the last month or so. America would go in and take some pot shots. Every now and then, Iran would maybe stop the transit of oil tankers at the Strait. But most of the time, it was just America blowing up Iranian soil, blowing up Iranian assets and the like. Iran had not retaliated at all, even when America was blowing up Iranian missile sites, as they did yesterday. Now things are different. They are seemingly retaliating. We shall see if America claims that the ceasefire is still on, or if they'll say, "Okay, ceasefire's over. We're back to waging war." So, the real players here, of course, Israel, are saying that they reportedly believe renewed attacks could trigger economic collapse and eventually regime change. Even a U.S. and Iranian negotiators work towards a framework to extend the ceasefire and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The push comes amid growing alarm in Israel that a negotiated settlement could leave Iran politically strengthened, preserve its regional influences, cement its leverage over one of the world's most important energy choke points. Because that is what would happen. So what's the truth? Who's lying to me? I think in this situation, it's probably better to always assume that the Iranian side is a little bit closer to the truth. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones, if they retaliate, they are the only ones who will make it or break it. Because America keeps repeatedly mentioning that they want to put together a ceasefire deal, and even routinely claim that there is a ceasefire deal that is imminent, especially on Sundays. If you have been paying close attention, every Sunday night, you hear from American and Western news resources saying, "Oh, a deal is imminent. A deal is imminent." It's never imminent, right? What is this? Careful, brother. Come on. It's like you're begging for more controversy. Wait, what? What? Because I said that the more reliable information about whether a deal or not is imminent is usually going to come from the Iranian side? No, I don't think that's a silly thing to say. That's just observing reality. I've been covering this thing every single day for the past 90 fucking days. Do you know how many times the American side has just straight up fucking lied about a deal being imminent over and over again? Straight up lied specifically to manipulate the stock markets. So much so that even the stock market impact of Trump's statements have diminished over time. In the beginning, the market would fall for it. They'd be like, oh my God, it's good. We're going to unplug the Strait. We're going to unplug the Strait over and over again. And it's not just about Iran either. Donald Trump, as you are also correctly pointing out, lies about pretty much everything. So much so that we have arrived at a different conclusion where we're like, is he lying? Because lying would imply that he knows what the truth is, or is he just fucking stupid? Like, is he lying? He knows what the truth is, and he's just trying to manipulate the stock markets, or does he even not know what his next move is going to be? So he just like fucking blurts something out every single day without any care or consideration to what kind of impact that might have. And I think it's a little bit of both. Which is why I keep telling you over and over again, you have to pay attention to both Israel and the Hasbara, the Hasbara agents in the West, like the Lindsey Grahams of the world, the Mark Levins of the world, to understand whether or not a ceasefire is truly imminent. If they start chirping a lot, that means they are genuinely close. That means the American side is legitimately close to signing something. That doesn't mean that they've actually signed anything, because Israel has final approval in this process. That shouldn't be the case, but unfortunately it is, right? But that's just how it goes. That's how it's gone for the past 90 fucking days. America and Iran get to the negotiations table. There's a cessation of hostilities, or cessation of immediate hostilities. And Israel turns around and says, we don't like this. And then America turns around and says, okay, I guess Israel, Big Daddy Israel doesn't like it, so fuck it, who cares? I already covered this part of Jeremy Scahill's statement. He is in contact with Iranian officials. He says, any reports citing U.S. officials on the precise terms of any deal should be viewed with extreme skepticism. Anonymous U.S. officials have repeatedly pushed false stories aimed at making Trump look good or in a clear effort to manipulate markets. Yeah. Pretty much the exact same assessment that I have. Did you see that Israeli spies say Turkey and Egypt are next and the storm is coming? Yes, I did. I tweeted about it. Jonathan Pollard, he's an American Israeli spy, by the way. Where is it? Yeah. Oh, Jonathan Pollard, my fave, my king. Israel's bombing multiple targets in Han Yunis and in Gaza right now. Yeah, I know. Israel's also ramped up its Gaza operation as well. Again, in the middle of the war, Naftali Bennett and many other Israeli political security figures began openly referring to Turkey as the next Iran. They did not even get rid of the original Iran at the end of it, but it was a helpful clarification of the intentions of even ostensibly moderate Israeli leaders. Yeah, that's their goal. They've said it's either Egypt or Iran. It's most likely, either Egypt or Turkey. It's most likely not Egypt, because Egypt is a non-entity. It's a non-factor as long as it remains in the hands of Sisi. But Turkey, on the other hand, regardless of its NATO status, is seen as a threat to Israel's regional ambitions for one reason or another. And yes, this is testing out the boundaries of Zog theory, right? Like, I've said this before. I'm not a firm and committed believer in Zog theory, Zionist occupied government theory. I think it's a bit of both. Like, it's a bit of like unsinkable aircraft, and then a profound influence of the lobby and numerous other arms of the lobby. What people call AIPAC is not just AIPAC. It's so many different things that exist on U.S. soil, but it would never be able to exist on U.S. soil if Israel wasn't a reliable tool for the United States of America, right? But as I've stated in the past, if Israel gets to take shots at Turkey a couple years down the line, then we know it's undisputed. Israel absolutely controls every aspect of American foreign policy, not just the driving vehicle of its MENA policy as it is currently, but it controls every facet, like 100%, right? That's undisputed, and there's no way to argue against that at that point. Because, again, NATO is profoundly important for American force projection around the globe. It's one of the most consequential aspects of American force projection. It's unbelievably important for our defense contractors. So to be able to rip that apart at the behest of Israel would imply something even more insane than what Israel has urged America to do for its own regional ambitions, which is to lead them to attack Iran, lead us to attack Iran. Yes, the Zog theory is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, but if America were to disband NATO and allow Israel to attack a country that has American nuclear bases, American nuclear arms inside of its American bases, then it would not be an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory any longer. It would just be what is going on. Like that is the point that I'm trying to make, which it would literally just mean that like Israel does control America completely. I'm not saying we're there, and I don't think we're there. I don't think that that's the case, but who fucking knows, you know? That term comes from the Turner Diaries. Yes, I know. I know it does. All right.
President Trump to Oman, a key U.S. ally, calling it bullying and dangerous. And just moments ago, U.S. officials are confirming that Iran did try to launch a series of attacks targeting Kuwait. The U.S. says that all of those drones.
Like the way I view this stuff is kind of like this, right? Poisoning the well, anti-Semitic canard, anti-Semitic conspiracy. Oh, Jews are poisoning the well. And for the longest time, this was a lie told about Jewish people in villages in Europe and Eastern Europe and the like to justify the pogroms that they withstood. But Israel does actually fucking destroy water supplies for the Palestinians. So if you turn around and say, oh, that's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory at a time when like we can visibly see you destroying fucking water wells, yeah, then it's no longer an anti-Semitic canard. It's just what Israel is doing, right? And the same goes for something like Zog. It's a term crafted by anti-Semites from the Turner Diaries, which, by the way, Stephen Miller loves, ironically enough, right? What is this? Weird how you call out lies when you're a nepo babying LARPing as a commoner. I only acknowledge his net worth and has... What happened? Are you okay, chatter? Artemis 2 crew launch. Ascend. They dropped the platter run. Race care. Let's go. Let's go. Bull riding, polymarket, bet hit, little journey, game time, pausers. Wait, what the fuck? Gaming watcher turned fucking hater? How did this happen? You are 100% wrong. People are too poor to afford kids, unlike you. Avoid hard questions. If you had a worldview of struggling Americans instead of being born into a rich family, how that might... No, he was just always mad about this, it seems. Well, yeah, I thought it was because I stopped gaming, but maybe that's not the case. All right, let's continue.
Were intercepted, Michael.
All right, Rachel Scott, thank you for your reporting.
If President Trump wants a
Your point, guest essay from an Israeli policy chair and a senior fellow at RAND. Yeah, I saw Israel is becoming a pariah state, yet Israelis make a big mistake in treating every new critic as an anti-Semite. Much criticism stems from Israel's behavior. It's genocide in Gaza, apartheid and settler violence in the West Bank, and endless occupation. Opinion. Israel's isolation is deepening fast. It doesn't have to be this way. Guest opinion essay from Dr. Shira Efron, the Israel policy chair and senior fellow at RAND. She wrote from Tel Aviv. Yeah, you said before, when you're calling something blood libel, check first if there's blood. If there is, then it's not libel. I didn't say that, but it's true. That's a good take. So I will be stealing it in the future. But yeah, that's my principle. I seek truth from facts. I look, I check, I verify, and then I make that assessment. And there have been plenty of instances where I look at something that Israel has done that's like unbelievably heinous, where I'm like, is this a fucking anti-Semitic statement about like the Jewish state, right? Even though I oppose this framing. Like, are they just slandering Israel's reputation or something because it's like the country where where a lot of the Jews live? Is that the reason why people are saying this? And then I check, I verify, and then I do realize like, no, Israel is genuinely doing shit that is so unbelievably heinous that it kind of feels like it is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Like the goon platoon, you know? Go ahead. Explain Five-ish and Cars for Kids without coming across like a Jew hater. Go ahead. Without coming across like you're doing fucking 1930s style Nazi conspiracy theories. Explain the concept of Cars for Kids to the average fucking person. Explain the concept of the goon platoon without sounding like an insane person. You can't. Yeah, I mean, like there are obviously very clear examples of people just like not knowing anything and then falling for the nonsense. Like when people would say stuff like Israel would never bomb a hospital during the El Ahly courtyard bombing. You remember? And I was like, Israel had literally bombed that fucking hospital 2 days prior. What are you talking about? And people were like, you're a fucking anti-Semite, dude. Oh, you're a misinformation peddler. Clearly, you're lying about my beautiful ally of America. This was early on, so a lot of people didn't realize that, no, Israel bombs hospitals all the time. It's their favorite fucking activity, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Iran fires missiles towards specific targets, according to the Fars news agency. I guess it's happening again. Will you consider inviting Eddie Liger from Midwestern Marks on your stream sometime in the future? Why? So we can fucking tell me that I'm staving off revolutionary potential and that everyone should join the ACP instead of like working within the ranks of the Democratic Party, which is a bourgeois capitalist party. And that you know, he has some good takes and he has some bad takes. Okay, we can have our disagreements. But in any case, let's continue. My partner heard you say goon platoon, then I had to actually explain it without sounding anti-Semitic. Yeah, okay. So we'll look at like Israel's popularity waning and shit like that. Secretary Besson says the U.S. will not tolerate any effort to impose a tolling system in the Strait of Hormuz. Oman, in particular, should know that the U.S. Treasury will aggressively target any actors involved, directly or indirectly, in facilitating tolls for the Strait, and any willing partners will be penalized. And now Iran has launched ballistic missiles. So a lot of the information that we're going to be looking at here is now outdated.
Few days to think. The Iranians are giving him something to think about. These, they say, are missiles launched this morning.
What is this?
Apparently targeted at a US base in Kuwait after an overnight American strike on Iran.
I don't think Turkey and Israel are going to war anytime within this decade. Turkey is the country that supplied Israel industries with energy, steel, and also food throughout the genocide. I think a more realistic scenario is Erdogan and Israel both expanding to Syria and possibly coming face-to-face to bark at each other. They will then use this tension to consolidate the regime's hold within their borders. That's my assessment as well, but I've talked to some people in Turkey, analysts in Turkey, who who also have a similar framework, but the only alternative here is Israel's endless appetite for destabilization, death, and destruction. So who fucking knows? Oh my God. Oh my God. Kai just farted so bad. That is crazy. Oh, it's gross. All right.
Following the aggressive U.S. military attack at dawn today on a location near Bandar Abbas International Airport using aerial projectiles, the American base from which the attack originated was targeted at 4:50 a.m. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps warned.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit that place, dude, for that fart. Punish her for the fart.
That the response was a serious warning to make clear to the enemy that aggression will not go unanswered.
For the 20,000 seafarers stuck on ships near the Strait of Hormuz, a deal can't come soon enough. The proposed 60-day memorandum of understanding would reportedly require Iran to open up the waterway in exchange for sanctions waivers on Iranian oil, while the nuclear program would be subject to negotiation.
So they were going to spend...
Yesterday, Trump added another complication, threatening the Gulf state of Oman, which shares the Strait of Hormuz with Iran and has never said it would charge a toll.
It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
Such belligerence must have come as a surprise to the Sultanate of Oman, which provides a logistics hub for the US Navy and has hosted negotiations between the Americans and the Iranians. The people of Lebanon are pretty desperate too. Today, for the first time since the putative ceasefire, Israel hit the southern suburbs of Beirut. Iran has said that any deal must include Israel and Hezbollah, which is maybe why the Israelis are hitting hard now, before Trump tells them to stop. The Israeli Prime Minister, visiting troops in the Jordan Valley today, said he was on the phone to the US President every day. He didn't sound like a man pushing for peace.
Now we attacked in Beirut. We attacked in Tyre yesterday. Our forces crossed the Litani. We are hitting them, and we will hit them very hard. We will solve the drone threat. The struggle continues. It has no end.
It's so funny. Like, yeah, good luck restraining these guys. I mean, we have unbelievable power over this country. I just want to fucking point this out one more time. Okay? We have insane power over this country. We could get them to stop all of it. And that's what's so fucked up. Don't say we do question mark. Yes, we do. That's what's so fucked up about it. Because literally tomorrow we could cut off all arms sales. Like, it's that simple. One fucking phone call. Trump could literally be like, dude, enough. What are you doing? I put Hasan in Twitter search and all the tweets. It's just people with no likes and even people having conversation with themselves, just replying to themselves is lunacy. No, man, it's not lunacy. It's bots. It's bots. It's bots. There's a lot of fucking bot activity on Twitter. It's the most botted platform of all time. Like, it genuinely does not make any fucking sense whatsoever that we're just going along with this shit.
Unless you surrender.
An Israeli attack on the port city of Tyre. Israel now says all of southern Lebanon is a combat zone, as Hezbollah continues to launch drones. The Israel Defense Force has flattened entire villages in the south. For those whose homes have been destroyed, there was no ceasefire, and no deal between Iran and the US will bring back what they have lost.
Lindsay Hilson, well, now over to Washington, D.C., where the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has just begun giving an update. Kate Fisher has more.
That's right, Krish. He has just started speaking in the briefing room behind me. He's yet to get to the topic of Iran, but we will stay listening. But even if Donald Trump decides to sign off on this ceasefire agreement, it would be the biggest diplomatic breakthrough since the beginning of this conflict. But he is yet to give any comment on it. And of course, we have been here before several times now. Even just on Saturday, he took to his Truth Social platform to say that a deal was largely negotiated and it would be announced shortly. But since then, the US...
Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what is like the leverage, you know? I don't know what could be the reason. Is it stupidity? Is it the idea that like America feels trapped in this situation and therefore can't get out of it without like escalating? Because I just don't know, man. I don't know. It's just like it feels like it feels strange. Okay? Have you seen the FPV videos? They're absolutely insane. No gore. Yes, of course. We've been looking at them on stream. Mexico should send you their new gear pronto. That jersey is crazy fresh. I have the new one as well. My mom was in Mexico recently and she got it for me. I love the Mexico jerseys. Beyond Zog being a Nazi term, it was created not as an admission that Zionism has hegemony in America. This is obvious to everyone, but to put America off the hook for its actions, this idea to assert America's innocence in the face of Jewish infiltrators is explicitly faulty analysis that doesn't get you anywhere. Yeah, my analysis on this is obviously never to take the responsibility away from America and then like engage in some sort of stabbed in the back myth, because that's how like right wingers deploy this when they talk about it. Like the example that I always use is George W. Bush. George W. Bush is a fucking idiot, right? He's also a war criminal. But I don't just say, oh, George W. Bush is not responsible for all the fucking Iraqis that he killed, all the people in Afghanistan that he killed, the tens of millions displaced, because it was all Dick Cheney doing it. I say he's just as responsible, if not more responsible, because he fucking had final approval on all these actions. He signed the dotted line. So I don't think Zog theory in the, like, regardless of the way that like fucking Nazis use it, like, which, you know, again, as Sammy correctly points out, which is Zionism has hegemony in America, which is true, right? That is literally just objectively true. Christian Zionism and Jewish Zionism together is one of the more powerful ideologies that is guiding a lot of American foreign policy. I don't think that's a strange or insane thing to say. It's so funny because the people that are saying this term right now were calling all of us anti-Semites for talking about the Israel lobby 1 year ago. I know. But now they've lapped us. They're ahead of us, okay? And they're more radical than we are. So we need to shut the fuck up and whatever. Israel's influence in American politics bogs down to one, the fact that the Israel lobby is convinced preternaturally risk-averse politicians that opposing Israel's electoral poison, which until recently it was, and two, the fact that American politicians support the actions of Israel personally. There's no conspiracy, it's just the reality of the Israel-Palestine media bubble. I mean, there are moments where it pushes the boundaries, though, right? Like, we're experiencing one of those moments that's like pushing the boundaries of like the divergence versus the convergence of American and Israeli interests. For the longest time, because of how reliable and valuable Israel was to American foreign policy in this resource-rich region, we allowed them to get away with a bunch of heinous shit. And not only that, but we also looked the other way or even outright encouraged their lobbying initiatives, right? Their pervasive and sophisticated influence peddling operation beyond the lobbying initiatives, right? Like, so many of these groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy organizations are singularly invested in defending Israeli foreign policy and attacking Israel's critics. This is true. I'm one of them. I mean, you see the way that I get ripped apart in fucking mainstream outlets at this point, where there is no question of my anti-Semitism. We've moved beyond it. The conversation is, should I go to prison or should I be deplatformed? And that is insane, because not only am I not anti-Semitic, there's not even a question. I combat anti-Semitism, right? And people still believe that I'm doing this for some kind of like self-defense purpose or whatever. No, it's because I truly fucking don't believe that Jews are monolithic and the international Jewry has this grand design, and that's the reason why America's doing the shit that they're doing. I don't think Jewish hypnosis is a real thing. I don't think, does Israel blackmail people? Certainly. Does Israel assassinate people? Certainly. But that's not the guiding principle that is anchoring American foreign policy in the region. So the point that I'm making here is that it's not a secret. It's not a secret that if you oppose Israel and if you oppose Israel's malign influence on American foreign policy, on American domestic policy, you get slammed with unlimited bad faith smear attacks. Okay? It's not a fucking secret. It's just the truth. And everyone can see it. That's true. And I think for some people, they are afraid of that. They see the way that I get disparaged, or they see the way that other prominent critics of Israel get fucking disparaged. And they're also somewhat friendly with liberal Zionists or ultra Zionists. It depends on what your personal political ideology is, right? The fact that like AOC will still do a meetup with like a liberal Zionist group, the lady Amy Spitalnik that recently called me an anti-Semite for saying Jake Auchincloss was an Israel First Democrat. And she claimed that I was doing dual loyalty tropes because he literally came out and endorsed a fucking Republican majority Senate, which was unbelievable. He was like, Plattner is irredeemable, and no, I will not be endorsing him. So you're endorsing, again, a Republican majority Senate to hope, you're hoping that Susan Collins wins the fucking race then. That the underpinning motivation there is because Graham Plattner is anti-Israel. That's it. It's not because, oh, you're offended by the fucking totem cough, which I'm sure it is offensive to you. I didn't even know Jake Auchincloss was Jewish, by the way. I thought he was just like another jarhead dipshit who's like super fucking pro-Israel and super pro-American empire. But it turns out he's also Jewish. I only found out after everyone was like, this is anti-Semitic. But the point is, the media environment has shifted, and yet there's still a concerted effort to disparage prominent critics of Israel, right? And I think some people are still very much afraid of being on the receiving end of this barrage of hatred, this barrage of misinformation. There is still an ever-present force in a lot of mainstream outlets that will run ridiculous smears that they receive straight up from AIPAC cutouts or the Israeli government's cutouts like Jewish Insider, right? There are still Zionist mega donors who are Jewish and Christian as well, but certainly Jewish Zionist mega donors who will make boss calls to fucking politicians, and they'll say, look, we're gonna fucking no longer give you money if you don't attack these people. It's clear, like Miriam Adelson is a great example of this, right? Miriam Adelson is a major donor to Donald Trump. So all of this stuff is very real. All of this stuff is of course, reality. And I try to do my very best to clear the minefield of any sort of misinformation or any sort of like silly theories or anything like that. And try to do my very best when I cover this kind of thing. But at the end of the day, What is this? I met that Amy Spitalnik at my old job at a conference and was talking about how pro-Pally people claim Israelis are settler colonials in a dismissive way. And I was like, well, yeah. Norm covers this topic in the interview I sent yesterday. Yeah, I'll look into it. Yes, my eye is swollen. I got fucking bit by what I assume is a mosquito, but it could be a spider because it swelled up. I don't know why. In any case, I don't even know where the fuck I was going. I'm just saying that like Israel has a tremendous amount of influence over not only foreign policy but certainly domestic policy as well. Where AIPAC and numerous subsidiaries are very influential in gaming out the system. I mean, look at what happened to fucking Al Green, right?
Has hit Iranian targets on 2 separate days, albeit characterized as defensive strikes. And he said yesterday, President Trump, that he was in no rush to sign anything, even saying that he didn't care about the midterm elections, even as his poll numbers are falling, as petrol prices are rising. And that will be a problem for his Republican colleagues who are up for re-election and election come November in the midterm elections. However, if he does sign this deal, that could be a problem for other Republican colleagues like Senator Lindsey Graham, who is an Iran hawk, and he won't be pleased to see a deal being signed without that thorny issue of Iran's nuclear program being included. And this deal does not focus on that. So even if it's signed, we've still got to sort that out over the next 60 days.
Kay Fisher in Washington. Well, just before we came on air, I spoke to Mohammad Marandi. He's a professor at Tehran University, was part of Iran's nuclear negotiating team for the deal done with Barack Obama, and remains close to the Iranian.
All right, let's see. This is Mohammad Marandi is the equivalent of is the Iranian equivalent of those guys that they normally have. Who are, from Foundation for Defending Democracy, but for Iran, which is why a lot of people get pissed off when they hear from him. You need to have him on. I don't think he's a big fan of mine because he probably thinks Zay Squirrel. He probably thinks I'm too critical of Iran. You know what I mean? Like any recognition of like Iranian domestic affairs that I find to be unbelievably repressive is met with tremendous enmity from that side of Twitter.
Government. I asked him whether he thought we're on the brink of a diplomatic breakthrough.
What is happening, or what has happened, is that we were close to an agreement, and I think its different elements have been more or less made public. But then Trump walked away. We saw his rant yesterday, and the United States also carried out aggression against Iran last night, and that has made the Iranians very suspicious. But the Iranian position is not going to change. Iran is not going to become flexible after Trump's rant.
You got to get Marandi on. He's the best. I mean, I think there's better analysts. I don't mind having someone on that is like straight up a fucking regime enjoyer, because I feel like it's the exact opposite of like someone who's an FDD guy. As I said, FDD is Mohammad Marandi, but for Israel, right? And Israel is on the wrong side of this. Whereas Iran has found itself as the victim in a self-defense posture, and therefore on the correct side of this equation. Let's be fucking real. That doesn't change the other externalities, however. But he is definitely he goes a little too hard in my opinion. Okay.
If it's anything, it's going to be the opposite.
There are two versions of the deal sort of out in the public. One of them says the Strait of Hormuz will be opened with unfettered access and no charges to any of the ships. The other says Iran will be able to keep charging for the traffic through this international water. Which one is Iran's position, as you understand it?
I think it's pretty clear. Iran will remain in control, and Iran believes that there are environmental issues, there are insurance issues that will definitely have to be dealt with. So you can read into that all you like, but I think it's pretty clear what they're saying.
Now, one of the things the Americans obviously want is a guarantee that Iran won't pursue a nuclear weapon. Is that something Iran would say, given it was essentially its position before?
Look, the Americans know that Iran is not pursuing a nuclear weapon. The Americans know that Iran was never pursuing a nuclear weapon. Joe Kent said that in his resignation letter. Tulsi Gabbard said it under oath. The IAEA knows that. The nuclear program, human rights, terrorism, all of these are about Israel. The West supports ethno-supremacism in Palestine. Iran opposes to it. So Iran has been antagonized for decades. That's the real story.
But isn't it because your enriched uranium got to 60%? You know, which is way in excess of what you need for a civilian program and is quite close to weapons grade. Obviously, that was going to raise suspicion.
Oh, no.
The weapons grade stuff is so fucking dumb. I'm sorry. Like, here, he's going to say something that is objectively correct, which is, or he might not even say this, but everybody fucking knows why Iran was enriching nuclear grade uranium. It was not so that they can have nuclear arms. It was so that they can have leverage to delete the fucking sanctions. I don't know why this is a major point of contention all the time. It's like mainstream media. You don't have to always lie at the behest of the organ. You don't have to always operate as an organ of propaganda for the state, okay? You can have independent thoughts. You can look at the situation, for example, like the JCPOA, and realize that Iran was actually playing ball with the United States of America. Why were they doing that if they were so ambitious about developing nuclear arms? It's so fucking stupid. It is so obvious that the arrangement that they had was specifically for leverage. We all know it, but we act like we don't understand that was strategic ambiguity on Iran's part to keep leverage. Yeah, it's just so stupid, though, because like factually accurate information being analyzed by people with 3.5 fucking brain cells proves that this wasn't an ambitious program to fucking engage in nuclear proliferation. If that was the case, they wouldn't have fucking dealt with the JCPOA. They would have just built the nukes. Fuck. It's one of the things that makes me mad the most is like people that know better that play stupid when they have this conversation. And it's even worse when they end up believing the stupidity. It's very frustrating.
Why did Iran produce enriched uranium at 60%? Because we had a nuclear deal and we made significant concessions. The United States under Obama cheated us. And then under Trump, they exited the deal. And then the Europeans and the British, instead of compensating, they obeyed Trump. And then after 2 years, the Iranians resumed their program and they enriched uranium to 60% as leverage to put pressure on them. They know that, we know that, everyone who's been following the case knows that. But this is not about the nuclear program. This is all about supporting this genocidal regime in Palestine.
So do you think we are going to see progress? I mean, you're sounding quite hopeful that there is a lot of agreement.
No, I'm not hopeful and I'm not skeptical. This is Trump. And I don't think anyone has an answer. But whatever happens, the Iranians will make sure that the United States fulfills its obligations, unlike on previous occasions.
And can you just give us an insight into that? I mean, because you were at the talks in Pakistan, weren't you? I mean, give me a sense of sort of how difficult it is to negotiate with the Americans from what you saw.
The Americans are not in charge. The Zionist lobby, the Israeli regime, Netanyahu, these are the ones who are in charge. They're the ones who are controlling the fate of the West.
Professor Morandi, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it's day 90 of President Trump's 4 to 6 week war in Iran. Earlier this week, President Trump and his seniors implied we were just a couple of days away from potentially getting a peace deal on the table. Yet overnight, there was a series of tit-for-tat strikes between Iran.
Stop sending me Instagram links. Stop.
Iran and America, leading to the US claiming that Tehran...
I did see this. Is very funny. Jacob Kornblue posts interview with Josh Shapiro and Jonathan Martin of Politico, where Josh Shapiro says, denying AIPAC money is silencing Jewish voices is so funny. Dude, like when I see stuff like this, it is hard for me not to develop the unconditional anti-IDPOL reactionary position because it's so cynical. What the fuck do you mean an unbelievably powerful propaganda and influence peddling operation of a fucking nuclear armed foreign nation state that has gotten $380 billion from the United States of America is actually the equivalent of Jewish voices? What are you saying? There's no other group that you can do this for. You understand? None. Imagine it's like, you shouldn't get any money from ExxonMobil. Oh, wow. I guess you're silencing WASP voices. What the fuck? Yeah, rejecting money from the Chinese party of the Communist Party of China is rejecting Chinese voices. You're rejecting Asian voices. Wow, you're silencing Muslim voices if you fucking reject Saudi money. What the fuck? It's ridiculous.
Had conducted an egregious ceasefire violation. So where does all this leave the peace process? Well, CENTCOM has announced that there were indeed some US strikes overnight that would actually...
Tim Miller had a shockingly good take on this. No, he's smarter than the rest. I'm sorry, I like Shapiro, but can we just be real? Nobody's being silenced. AIPAC and allied groups are spending more than anyone else besides tech if you lump in AI and crypto in these primaries. If Big Oil put 30 mil into a house race and people said Big Oil was trying to buy races, nobody would complain about that. We can acknowledge that anti-Semitism is a scourge that is on the right. Hold on. Doors open. Oh, Kaya's ready to fucking pounce. Kaya. She's monitoring the situation. I have a guard dog, dude. I have an actual guard dog. She's a literal guard dog, bro. Kaya! Kaya! Come here! Hey. Yeah. Thank you. She's ready to fart on him? Yeah. We can acknowledge that anti-Semitism is a scourge that is on the rise and that some people use AIPAC as a stand-in for Jews while also stating plainly that the pro-Israel lobby is trying to influence these races at a disproportionate level. Both of those things are happening. The former won't be helped by pretending like the latter isn't. Yeah, it is ridiculous. It's so fucking ridiculous. Holy 200, I know. 200 consecutive streams, god damn. Hasan Piker, California Voter Guide when? My California Voter Guide is the same as the fucking DSA LA, baby. DSA Voter Guide. DSA California. Always. I mean, on mayor, go with your heart. Michael Fusco Art. Thank you for the 20 bones. Goddamn. Yeah, California's fucking cooked.
Targeting 5 one-way attack drones.
Worst take. Fuck DSA LA. Okay, dude.
Launched out of Bandar Abbas, just to the north of the Strait of Hormuz, and also attacking a sixth that was actually on its launcher. Now, all of this is a similar location to the strikes that happened on Monday when America said that they targeted missiles, but also fast patrol boats that they claimed were laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. No great surprises that Iran has a very different story around the strikes. They claimed American warships had been making their way towards the Strait of Hormuz, and that had triggered these attack drones getting launched. They also turned around and said that they would take retaliation action against American strikes against the American air base in the region. And we can see from here there are quite a large number of our American air bases. Now, CENTCOM has actually announced that there was indeed a ballistic missile strike around about 10 o'clock local time last night that was intercepted in Kuwaiti airspace. We don't know exactly which of the bases are being targeted, but that's where it was intercepted. Although it looks like a gross ceasefire violation, in reality, both the actions of America and Iran look relatively measured. Why is that important? Because if we had got American casualties, particularly military casualties, then there would be a grave risk of escalation. It does appear as if both sides were trying to avoid that. Meanwhile, the Israeli...
Treasure Train, 35% off, 5 gifted subs and more. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, please. I need it. As always, big prompt. What Kami says, holy shit. 50 bones. Nah, you're shameless? Wait, why am I fucking shameless? Bitch, I'm about to have a fucking long drawn out legal battle. How is that shameless? Or hope not. I hope I don't have to, but... Fuck you mean? I mean, I haven't gotten anything yet, so who knows? Close Presence is back with 100 bones. Are we going to address the Dave Rubin bullshit? What the fuck did Dave Rubin say? Uh-oh. He said you sexually assaulted Anna? What the fuck? Is he out of his fucking mind that you sexually harassed Anna? Oh yeah, I saw that Anna Kasparian Hasan Piker should sue Dave Rubin for defamation immediately. I was never harassed by Haas sexually or otherwise. This huckster is literally making up sexual harassment allegations and pretending to speak on my behalf just to defame Haas is sick. And he literally told me they asked him to work from home because of all the sexual remarks he was making to you and other females there, and you couldn't believe that that was a punishment. Maybe you blocked it out, but that's what happened. That is crazy. He's just straight up fucking lying. What the fuck? Dude. Man, people who are... Dude. Desperate times, I guess. Fucking unbelievably desperate. I can't believe his response was, maybe you fucking blocked it out. None of this is true, and since you're too smooth-brained to debate him on the Zionist genociders you love so much, you have to smear him like the disgusting, soulless little bitch for hire you are. Oh my God. Incredible.
Defense forces are expanding their operations in southern Lebanon. Why is that? They were originally working to this defense zone here, but it appears that the Hezbollah forces are using long-range attack drones more widely, and therefore the Israelis are having to push the Hezbollah forces even further out. Now, initial reports had suggested that they were going up as far as the Litani River, but the reality on the ground appears now that they actually are looking even further north to the Zerani River and potentially even further than that. Why is that important? It's important because...
It's crazy because I don't even think Anna likes me.
Any operation like that is much longer, will take a lot longer to conclude, nowhere close to ending the war. And it's also worth pointing out there's meant to be a ceasefire in place at the moment. No evidence of that at all on the ground. So where does all this leave the peace proposals? Well, the Iranian government announced what it says are details of progress to date with those talks, although it is fair to say America has said this is complete nonsense. Two main themes out of the leaked draft from the Iranians, one of which is the US forces agreed to actually withdraw from the immediate area of Iran, probably to ease the blockade, and several details around the Strait of Hormuz. Why is that important? Because for the international community trying to resolve the global energy crisis, that's a key point of focus. The challenge, of course, there doesn't seem to be any mention here of the nuclear weapons or uranium enrichment, both key areas of interest for President Trump. Now, President Trump evidently now needs some form of off-ramp and actually bring...
It's so insane. That's probably why Dave thought he could get away with it. Assumed Anna would buy into the grift since she doesn't like you. Anyway, I didn't even fucking know this shit was matriculating or percolating. Anyway, let's continue.
Bringing the war to an end. The one ace that President Trump has in negotiations is the U.S. military. It is the dominant military force in the region.
I don't think Dave Rubin is doing that for clicks because he's desperate for clicks. I think he's doing that because he's working as a Hasbara agent. He's very pro-Israel.
Of course, is that the U.S., despite success on the battlefield, that has not translated into strategic success in their war. Secondly, each time the US conducts operations against Iran, it triggers a response from Iran, often with unintended consequences for the region. And thirdly, every time the US threatens action, it actually undermines trust and confidence in the peace process, which of course will be essential in any form of negotiation. The harsh reality, though, in all of this is that President Trump has got very limited options available to him, and he is under pressure to bring this war to an end, particularly domestically with midterm elections due, but also getting the inflation rate down in America and reducing the price of gas. President Trump also knows, though, that any deal done with Iran will be scrutinized heavily, particularly around any nuclear arrangements. And President Trump knows that his legacy will be intrinsically linked to whether he can secure a better deal than that was done in 2015 by President Obama. From where we sit today, that looks an incredibly difficult challenge.
We have breaking news overnight on another critic of President Trump being targeted by his administration. The Justice Department has started a criminal investigation of E. Jean Carroll, the author who sued Trump. She won a pair of multi-million-dollar settlements in connection with an alleged sexual assault in the 90s. Our national correspondent.
This is also crazy. Trump is just basically weaponizing the DOJ. Another one of your ops got arrested. Students for Trump co-founder Ryan Fournier arrested on domestic violence charges allegedly yelled, "Do you want to die today?" MAGA dude. Hilarious story about Donald Trump Buffalo lookalike. What? Ugh. But before we get into that, there's some more stuff that I wanted to cover. New York Times. U.S. is developing workarounds to funnel money to Iran without direct payments. With Trump refusing to authorize any deal that could be framed as direct cash payments to Iran, his team has been quietly developing alternative financing mechanisms, according to the New York Times, which cited 3 anonymous U.S. officials. Decoy 166, thank you for the 10. 8-bit Polar, thank you for the 5. Log a Donut, thank you for the 10. We are at level 10 of the Treasure Train hype train. If you gift subs, you get 35% off. 35% off of gifted subs. Gulf Arab states have been lobbied by Trump and his team to underwrite Iran's post-war reconstruction contingent on acceptable terms. A $300 billion investment fund has been discussed among Gulf countries that, to that end, a separate mechanism under discussion would unfreeze Iranian funds held by Qatar, which would then purchase medicines and feedstock and transfer them directly to Iran. Both steps would require a U.S. sign-off, officials said. Trump's aversion to direct payment stems from years of attacking the Obama administration over pallets of cash delivered to Iran as a part of the financial settlement timed to the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. The most challenging sticking point on any form of deal, the official said, remains the fate of Iran's highly enriched uranium. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is like a real deal. Given how little Israel wants it to happen. Mallory McMorrow, running for U.S. Senate in Michigan, says Democrats have an anti-Semitism problem. Unbelievable. Abdul said we have to fight for a revolution on the debate stage.
It is.
People can't afford to wait for a revolution that may never come.
Well, I'll tell you this. Revolution's definitely not coming if we're not fighting for it. So let's play a game. If you're on the stage and you have never taken a corporate PAC check from Blue Cross Blue Shield, raise your hand. Anyway, all of that is to say, I think we really can fight for a world where everybody can be guaranteed health care. I think we really should fight for that world because too many people in this country are going without the health care that they need and deserve. $225 billion in medical debt. 225, that's bigger than the GDP of half the states in this country.
Thank you, sir. We've got
No, I'm not done yet.
Now, we're running out of time.
Let me just finish. I just want to say one more thing. It is important for us to recognize that all of these issues go back to how we finance campaigns, and it just keeps coming back and coming back. Thank you.
We've heard. Thank you.
People can't afford to wait for a revolution that may.
Damn. Banger. What the fuck? Michael Fusco art. Jesus Christ. 400 bones? I've never seen anything like it, bro. Look at this. Oh my God. All right. Make it fucking rain if you want. If you like the soundboard, make it fucking rain. Okay? If you like the soundboard, you know what you need to do. Okay? We are at level 11 completed, level 12. Hype train. 35% off, 5+ gifted subs. God damn. Yeah, if you still haven't gotten anything, you got to use your Twitch Primes, dude. That's crazy. There's a million fucking gifted subs in the chat. If you still haven't received a gifted sub, then you're out of luck. You got to use your own. You got to make your own luck. If we get the hype train level 14, I'll play it. Holy fuck. I haven't seen this big of a fucking gifted sub train since I had like election night coverage and I would run ads at the top of the hour. God damn. I need to farm subscriptions more, honestly. Oh shit, we're at level 14. Did I say level 14? I'm at level 15. That's what I meant. Did I say level 15? I'm at level 16. Oh, kidding. Uh-oh. Almost there at level 14 at the end. Send a sub my way, please. Up, level 15. You already know what it is.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll
How is Fox News feeling watching this, you think? And then he did a hype train where legions of adoring fans gifted him hundreds of gifted subs. And then he played We Are Charlie Kirk. This is the highest. We've set a new record. Keep going until the clock runs out. This is the newest record I've received in terms of a hype train. God damn. I mean, I'll do this one more time. Actually.
I'm gay.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Lebanese.
People want more. People want to get more Kirky with it. Okay. What about
Blammo.
What about
Blammo. I hate white people. I hate white people.
Whoa, Austin, chill. Austin, why are you saying stuff like that, bro? That's crazy. Calm down, Austin.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
All right, if we hit level, we're at level 16 on the hype train. If we hit level 20, I'll hit the Charlie Kirk again.
I hate white people. I hate white people.
All right, let's continue with the news. This is crazy. What is this? No, not yet. Not yet. 20 brothers milking it? Fuck yeah, I'm milking it. I haven't had a good run with subs in a minute. I haven't farmed subs in a fucking long ass time, dude. Close presents. What the fuck? I don't even know how many that is. What is happening? It didn't even show up on the leaderboard because it's so busted. 1,000? What the fuck? 1,000? God damn. Level 18 hype train.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
This has got to be so hard to comprehend if you're a fucking Fox News journalist that's tasked to watch my stream. You're like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Was it you or Vinny that would rip shirts for subs? It was definitely not me. That sounds like some goated shit that my goat Vinny would do. Level 18 hype train almost over. 3 minutes and 28 seconds left. Oh, you mean Will? Yeah, Will does that. Have you ever done a subathon? No. Would you? No. Brother, my life is a subathon, if you haven't noticed. I stream every single day. The only thing I don't do on camera is fall asleep on camera. So why would I do a subathon where I just basically also fall asleep on camera too and then work out on camera as well? You know? Uh-oh, we're about to be level 19. Kanye is in Turkey? What the fuck? No offense, but why all these gifties now is a random ass Thursday mid-news coverage? I don't know. Oh shit, about to be level 19. Anyway, let's listen to what AIPAC, Michigan Democratic Senate candidates talk about AIPAC on stage. You know this is going to be a banger for our boy Abdul El Sayed.
Haley Stevens.
Fuck a subathon, bro. Where's MGS3 sleepover stream with Will? We're going to do a fuckathon. We're not going to do a subathon. We're going to do a fuckathon. And a Toyota-thon. Level 19! One more level remaining until level 20.
Take money from AIPAC. Walk us through what that money means and what it buys and maybe what it doesn't.
Well, look, my campaign for U.S. Senate for Michigan is a love letter to our state, and I am deeply proud to have grassroots support coming from grocery clerk workers to retired teachers to factory workers and the like. I'm also deeply
and the Israel lobby.
Honored to have the support of former Governor Jennifer Granholm, Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, and Debbie Stabenow standing alongside me, individuals who fight for Michigan and win for Michigan, which is absolutely what I want to do as Michigan's next U.S. Senator. Look, Michiganders are frustrated because we have not done comprehensive campaign finance reform. Mike Rogers will not vote for comprehensive campaign finance reform like I have in the House of Representatives. We squarely need to put people at the front of our agenda. And
So,
look,
but
campaigns
again,
are about movements
how
of
do you-
ideas, Stephen. Campaigns are about movements of ideas. And I articulate positions of freedom and democracy and what Michigan needs to succeed at the global stage and nationally.
And you're also just not answering the question.
Go ahead.
Look, at the end of the day, it also buys $3.5 billion sent to a foreign military that could be used here to give glasses here, to provide healthcare here, to build schools here. That's where our money should be used. And look, people know me. I say the same thing everywhere. I come to Mackinac, tell you all I want to tax billionaires. I go down south, tell people I want to tax billionaires. I say the same thing to everybody. If you want to support my campaign, fantastic. If you don't, if it comes down to having more money from a donor or having a message, I'm going to choose a message every time. And I think that's the difference. That's what we need in our politics.
We're going to go to Mallory McMorrow next.
I appreciate that. And messages are great, and you actually...
Oh my God, bro. Stevens is so bad. The only solution is to shit your pants on stage in hopes that it makes no one remember what you said. Yeah, Haley Stevens is incredible. I mean, this race would be over if it was Haley Stevens versus Abdul El Sayed. Okay? This is not real, chatters. People are getting duped by this. I hate that it's not real. And by people, I mean me. I got duped by it for a second. I was dancing my fucking pants off. Stevens giving the weakest what Michigan means to me answer was a surprise. Thought she nailed in that closing statement. Yeah, this dude, this debate is here. I'm gonna tell you exactly what it was going to be. Okay. Haley Stevens comes up and says, my campaign is a love letter to Michigan. I love Michiganders. Michiganders want me to take billions, or want me to take tens of millions of dollars from Israel. I love Israel. I close my eyes. I think about Israel all the time, which is what Michiganders care about. And then Mallory McMorrow comes up and says, oh, well, you have great ideas, but the reality is I'm actually pragmatic, and I don't think better things are possible. I think modestly, marginally, incrementally better things are possible. Okay? And that's what Mallory McMorrow is going to say. And then Abdul's like, I will literally physically engage fascists if necessary. I put up 3 plates. I've never taken a single fucking dime from a corporate PAC. And we have to start punishing ICE agents, and also billionaires are the enemy. And then everyone else there looks silly in comparison. Everyone else looks fucking silly in comparison on that stage because he's just like, this is it. Level 19 at 10. Oh no, we're not going to make it to 20. It's 9 seconds remaining. We are not going to make it to 20. Michael Fusco hard. Oh my God, he put it at 100. Oh my God. Okay, this is a special. Level 20 hype train. Level 19 complete. We're at level 20 hype train, so of course we have to do this.
A voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn.
Buzzer beater.
He spoke the truth where the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own.
Bro, this song is a banger. This is like soundtrack to a meet cute love story in Hawaii. Okay. Yeah, we got the Chinese version if we get level 22 hype train. Level 22 hype train, we play the Chinese one.
Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains.
Oh my God.
We are Charlie.
Is this AI?
We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
It's kind of good.
Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known.
I kind of understand AI music because not a single soul would make this otherwise. It simply wouldn't exist. Yeah. No. This is literally the only appropriate version of like AI art. Something that no human being would ever come up with and no human being would ever make in any other circumstance.
The cross is our guide, with God as our captain. We march side by side. We are Charlie Kirk. Carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Forever alive. Charlie Kirk. With God we will rise. We Charlie Kirk. With God. Charlie Kirk.
I'm sorry, but this went stupid hard, bro. I mean, straight up. This actually went fucking stupid hard. This is literally 50 First Dates soundtrack music, like straight up. Like this fits in the score of a movie where Adam Sandler is the main character and you got the Paved Paradise, Put Up a Parking Lot, in one of the songs in the rotation. And then this song comes up when you're driving your fucking convertible vehicle. Okay, you're driving your convertible to this girl's, the first date that you're going to go on with this woman, okay? And this is blasting in the background.
But his voice remains.
It's just... Yeah, Rob Schneider is there for some reason. He's getting into some goofs. Please never direct a film. Yeah. Adam Sandler is Charlie Kirk. And Rob Schneider is Erica Kirk in 57 First Dates. Song got my streamer acting like Joe Rogan with AI music, shaking my head. This is a banger. Support a real artist. Okay, we're at 21. If we get to 22, I'm gonna play the Chinese one. Okay. Also, is the Chinese one AI? Because there is a non-AI Chinese one that I used to play all the time from this influencer, or not influencer, but like she's like a music student, I think. You know, there's a real version of this, right? Oh, this is the one, I think. Okay, never mind. This is not even AI. I'm pretty sure this is not. If this is the right one, this is not AI. Oh, never mind. This is AI. Sorry. There is one from a woman. Yeah, this is the one that's not AI. Oh, no, not this, dude. What the fuck? First to Kirk as a Japanese pop star at my local gym. Someone has to have it. It's all AI. No, there's one that's not AI. There's one that's not AI. How have we not? It's like the opera version. It's the Chinese opera version. If we get to level 30, I will record a studio version of We Are Charlie Kirk for you to use and end your broadcast closing music. We're not getting to level 30, bro. You're out of your mind. Not AI one? Yeah, this is the one I was looking for. I wish this was longer. This is why black people don't rock with you. You are embarrassing. What? I'm sorry. But I think black people would also appreciate the Chinese opera version of We Are Charlie Kirk.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame, the fight for the gospel along his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage grown together, broken, or make heaven known.
Okay, enough. What am I doing? We're at level 21. We're not getting to level 22 anyway. This is how I know you don't listen to music anymore. Please start again. Even if it's M83 and the strokes in your cute little millennial glasses, please listen to music again. Wait, are these glasses millennial? Am I fucking wearing millennial glasses? What the hell is millennial about these glasses? Support real artists.
They always said that Charlie Kirk was a Nazi, then they celebrated after they killed him. They tried to tell us that Black Lives Matter and that white people have always been feeling.
Wait. He did not actually say they tried to tell us that Black Lives Matter. As in, the implication is like everybody obviously understands Black lives don't matter. What? I'm sorry. Oh, 30 seconds left on the hype train. Level 21, 20 seconds left. 20, 19 seconds left. If no one salvages this, I'm just playing Tom McDonald for the rest of the fucking stream, dude. Fuck it. And then it's over. Twitch is capping ViewBotters view counts right now. Banks went from 30K to 3K. Mitch Jones, Sear, all capped. Wait, really? Wait, what? No. All right, you know what? Instead of this, I will be playing the USSR version of Charlie Kirk for you guys. Just because we got the fucking level 21 or whatever.
Он стоял непоколебимо, голос среди бури, человек убеждений.
Yeah, everyone dropped but you.
Он говорил правду.
Who else dropped?
Когда цена была высока, он жил для Иисуса, не боясь умереть.
Мы Чарли Кирк, мы несем пламя, мы будем сражаться за Евангелие, мы почтим его имя. Мы Чарли Кирк, его мужество наше, вместе несломленные.
Мы откроем небо миру, муж и отец, семья рядом с ним, дом построенный на Писании, на вере без страха. Мир пытался его заставить замолчать, но голос его остался, он звучит в нас и поддерживает со Христом.
Мы Чарли Кирк, мы несем пламя, мы будем сражаться за Евангелие, мы почтим его имя. Мы Чарли Кирк, его мужество наше, вместе несломленные.
Мы откроем небо миру.
Битва бушует, тьма падет, мы поднимемся и воду.
A whole lake dead because of this song, and buddy, it was worth it. Counting or not counting, chains unbroken.
Мы идем Бог, Бога, мы Чарли Кирк, мы несем пламя.
I just need you to understand there is literally a Fox News correspondent, possibly a Manhattan Institute think tank guy, and maybe federal agents in the chat right now watching this, alongside 33,000 of you. Charlie said counting or not counting Kulak violence.
Несломленные, мы откроем небо миру.
Мы Чарли Кирк, живущий вечно. Мы Чарли Кирк, с Богом мы восстанем.
I see him everywhere, man. I see him everywhere I go. I see his tiny face imposed upon larger skulls. He's the first thing I think of in the morning and the last thing I think of at night. Charlie's light might have been taken out, but his revolutionary spirit lives on. That's right. Charlie said, be undeniable to fight for the gospel and to carry his flame. All right, let's continue. Getting back to the AIPAC conversation at the Michigan policy, the Mackinac Policy Conference, a quest for common ground. I thought 9/11 was the first thing you think of in the morning. No, that's what my haters think. Yeah. McMorrow equals Starmer. I know.
We need to know how to deliver them. On this campaign, I have not taken a dime of corporate PAC donations. I have not taken a dime of AIPAC donations. This campaign is entirely funded by 120,000 individual donors, more grassroots support than my opponents combined, the most amount of money from Michigan, and we are building up a campaign that shows that we can run very differently, that we can win very differently.
Thank you, but we want to focus.
I just want to ask about the last two campaigns, though.
Mr. El-Sayed, we want to focus on the issue and get some more specific.
And we were talking about foreign policy, but yet we're talking about campaign finance reform.
Excuse me, Ms. Stevens. We want to focus on this question. This is a divisive issue. This issue of the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians.
Bro, never in my life would I have thought there would be a motherfucking centrism conference in some random part of Michigan where the debate moderators were holding to account Democratic Senate hopefuls in the primaries for taking AIPAC money. And it's like any kind of association with AIPAC would be perceived as the negative one. I think you guys need to understand something. Random, it's Mackinac Island. Okay, man, it's random to me, okay? I love you, Michigan. I love the Michiganders, but like I've never heard of Mackinac Island. I'm a goddamn bicoastal elite, okay? Calm down. Also, that's not the main point. The main point is not Mackinac Island's like his historic importance, okay? The main point I'm making is that this is a let's establish common ground conference debate. And the moderators are literally asking, like, well, can you address the fact that you got AIPAC money? Like AIPAC is a funding vehicle for your campaign. And what do you get out of that? And what does AIPAC get out of that? Like that is like AIPAC associations being considered a significant negative. Do you not understand how insane that is? For those of us who've been here already for years, and this is what I was talking about with Dara Liza as well. Like if you've been an anti-Zionist for like the last decade plus, okay, or even longer than that, this is not a moment that you thought you would ever see in your lifetime. I promise you, a lot of you learned about Israel after October 7. Maybe you knew a little bit about it, but you weren't as vocal, or maybe you never had the positions that you have now, right? But for people that have had these positions for a decade plus, this point that we have arrived at is unfucking believable. Unbelievable. Now, there's still so much more room to grow, okay? As I always say, sometimes jokingly and sometimes not jokingly, there's still a lot more people out there who don't hate Israel sufficiently, who don't hate Zionism enough, okay? So the idea that the idea that like, oh, we're done, we're good is wrong, okay? We're not done, we're not good. There's a lot more room to grow. I need you to understand that. Having said that, however, given what this conversation used to look like, given what the overarching attitudes used to be, it is unbelievable that we're here.
It has divided obviously the three of you, but also your party. And you have many Democrats, Jewish Democrats, raising concerns about anti-Semitism. Is there an anti-Semitism problem in the Democratic Party? Ms. McMorrow.
There is. At the Democratic Convention, an attendee yelled an anti-Semitic slur at my husband, who is Jewish, who was walking with my 5-year-old daughter. That is terrifying. We need to be able to state very clearly that what the Netanyahu government is doing is wrong, that the violence needs to end, that we need to bring about long-term peace and...
Okay, don't say cap, chatters. Like, that probably did happen. Okay? Don't be ridiculous. The point, however, is, like, the correct way to approach this is like, dude, anti-Semitism exists in the United States of America. And yes, there are going to be Democrats who are anti-Semitic as well. But if you think that, like, there's a significant amount of anti-Semitism on the Democratic Party side, as opposed to the Republicans, you're a delusional person. Okay? Like, anti-Semitism is morally repugnant. It's completely unacceptable. And unfortunately, it happens. So we have to analyze why anti-Semitism grows in this country. But the unfortunate reality is many people don't want to ask that question. Anti-Semitism grows in this country historically during unprecedented levels of violence that Israel commits against the Palestinians, against the Lebanese population, against Arabs as a whole. Because Israel does this unlimited violence with unlimited tax dollars from the United States of America, and it also claims that it is doing this kind of violence for Judaism. This false conflation is a very dangerous one, and it is one that teaches Americans that Israel is an institution, a country that is for the Jews, by the Jews, and is incredibly important for Judaism. It's not true, but that's what we're teaching people anyway. Of course, this generates anti-Semitism. Your appearance on Trevor Noah's show and your take on Joe Rogan is making people like you.
The Joe Rogan of the left. How do you feel about that? I mean, I have my opinions, but I want to know, because you're the person they're speaking about.
Yeah.
You know, what you think about it.
I mean, I think Joe Rogan is a goon, but...
A goon?
Yeah. He's
what a funny word.
He's kind of a dumbass, but...
Not a word my friend would use.
Goon. That's not me. Yeah, I'm not a goon.
Yeah. Trevor would never say Joe Rogan. Goon.
No.
Trevor would say friend.
Yeah.
Confidant. Trusted confidant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ally.
Yeah.
Fellow.
I was leaning into Trevor's homie and cooking Trevor the entire time.
Hunter.
Yeah. Exactly.
Broadheads galore.
Elk eating. Yes.
Yes. I mean, I don't align with Joe Rogan on virtually any issue, especially as of late.
No. But I think what they mean is like
they're saying I'm like reaching out.
They're saying you are.
Yeah.
There's this school of thought that says you are what, ironically, the Democrats said they needed after Trump won. Even.
Yeah.
I forgot that Trevor came up with the nickname Tim Houthi. He didn't. No, we were just cooking him, chatter, because he was being evasive and a little worried because he's like we were. It was jokes. He didn't actually come up with it. Chatter, you're so funny. Oh my God, no jokes allowed. I can't believe I went to the podcast of a comedian and cracked a couple fucking jokes, and now chatters believe everything sincerely. No, it's because Trevor is a lib, a little bit of a lib, and that's why. That's why I was like egging him on. I was like, yeah, he's got Trump on speed dial. He talks to him all the time. They're best friends.
And then going into like Trump's second term.
Trump 2.
Yeah, Trump 2. I like sequels. They went like, oh, you know what's lacking on the left? The left doesn't have a Joe Rogan. The left doesn't have a manosphere. The left doesn't have a space where there's engaging, hard discussion that doesn't have a veneer of CNN on it, doesn't have the lobbyist stench on it. It needs, and then they said, this is the person. Hasan Piker is the Joe Rogan of the left. And that's what I mean, is like, how do you respond to that?
So a couple things. When they were doing that, they kept coming to me and going, you're the Joe Rogan of the left. What do you think is the problem with the party? And I kept telling him, this is an issue that you can't podcast your way out of. Like, this is a problem. This is a crisis within the ranks of the Democratic Party. It's a messaging problem, but more importantly, it's a policy problem.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Having a bunch of sponsored or well-funded liberal content creators is probably good to combat some of the misinformation if they're focusing all their efforts on tackling the growth of right-wing independent media that's still firmly committed to the party apparatus as a part of its like propaganda machine. But you're not necessarily going to win elections off of that alone. What needs to change is not the media ecosystem or the media environment. What needs to change is the party. One of the biggest issues with Kamala Harris was that she was incapable of defining herself with key policy prescriptions that people could identify with, and instead she was defined by her opposition. That's why the Kamala Harris is for they them ad worked, I guess, if you ask the Democratic Party consultants, not because everyone was like viciously transphobic and like primarily invested in like punishing 1% of the American population. Certainly there's some people who wanted that, but it was because of a lack of clear messaging on key policy issues from the Kamala camp that allowed the opposition to define her. We have to fix that, was my argument. And I kept warning over and over again leading up to the election, and certainly after the election, I kept talking about this all the time. They, of course, predictably did not listen. They said, no, you're the Joe Rogan of the left. And then I was like, okay, all right, bet. Sure, I'm going to now also push forward candidates that are bold, that are actually invested in making material changes that will improve people's lives. Zohran Mamdani was one of them, right? And then they went, no, not like that. We don't want that actually at all. You're a terrorist, actually. Hopefully, Trump, he's right here. This guy, get him. That's what it turned into.
Dude, I got messages about where I bought this suit. I love this. This is my favorite suit now. I fucking love this suit. This is a Giorgio Armani vintage suit from the 80s. And I love it. I bought it off the stylist for the photo shoot that I did for the cover. You look like Mersheimer. Oh, thank you. It's very kind of you to say. It's not real, but. Yeah, it's a 80s suit. Hired the stylist to buy you nice clothes? Yes, I already did. I was like, if you pull anything that's my size, that's vintage suiting, similar to the Giorgio Armani one that I got off you, I would be eternally grateful. No suit today. We're going cash. We're going cash today. Sometimes you got to go cash. Read the comments on the video. What, this? Hasan, who's his own main witness due to the recording, everything is being federally investigated, thinks Joe Rogan is stupid. What caused the suit movement? Leaning into the middle-aged vibes? I mean, I am getting older. But I think one of the major reasons is because I was getting a lot of Fox News clippage, and I wanted to look more appealing. One step closer to meeting Dua Lipa. Trevor Noah has now interviewed all the Hassans. There might be a couple left. Commenting from Iran, after 3 months of internet blackout, this was a gift I didn't know I needed until I saw the top of my recommendations. Thank you, y'all. Damn. That's sick. Finally, apolitical legend Hank Pecker on the Noah Show. Suits and leisure wear and natural fibers are also in right now, so vintage suits are very stylish at the moment. Yeah. Your Wikipedia page has more views than Joe Rogan right now. Hasan the Hun's Wikipedia page has now garnered more traffic than Joe Rogan across all of 2026 and has broken over 1 million plus page views. Hasan Piker 2026 page views 1 million. Joe Rogan 2026 page views 819,000. Nice. That's because no one needs to read Joe Rogan's wiki page. They already know who he is. True, but why you got to make me feel bad? Why do you got to throw that in my fucking face, dude? Tom Piker responds to viewers how many subs it would take for him to wear a jean thong. Bro, there's no shot. I got too much heat for that. I got too much meat for that. What are we doing? 1,000 subs. Oh my God. This one had me dying.
What brings you to this point? Like, we meet you at this moment in your life, but like, how does Hasan Piker come to be? Like, where were you born? How were you raised?
I was born in America.
No, I'm not saying it like a border agent. I'm saying it to me. I'm saying like a life story. You're so defensive about it.
I got scared.
This man is like, I'm like, where were you born? I was born here. I'm born in America.
Still lingers.
I don't know if you heard, but the federal government's coming after me currently.
We actually need to talk about that. Yeah. But no.
So I need to say it. I was born here. I'm an American citizen. I could run for president. I would never do that though. So don't get scared.
Oh man. You know what's funny about this is I do find it hilarious that over the years, in a good way, I'm not saying this in a bad way at all, but over the years, the border agents at American airports and ports have become increasingly immigrants.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So it's interesting to be at the border, interviewed by an immigrant who's now, I'm assuming, an American citizen.
It's an amazing experience for an immigrant.
Yeah, but it's also interesting.
They get it.
Yeah, but it's also interesting when it feels like they're more likely to kick you out.
Yeah. No.
Never had that feeling.
You've never had that feeling.
Never.
That's crazy.
No.
In fact, I feel like it's give him hell. I have a 9-hour shift, but you, on the other hand, 30
that's beautiful.
days.
No, I like
good
that.
Time.
I like that.
I've never felt that way.
You have an unbelievably positive outlook.
Yeah, but he's a positive guy.
That I think is borderline naivete and maybe even dangerous.
You know how many times I've gotten through with that attitude?
That's crazy.
My Spanish is great at the border. What are you talking about? I have full control.
What brings...
Yeah, when I heard him say that, I was like, what the fuck is this man talking about? That was one of the first things he told me, too. What's with the Vosh beef? I thought he was chill, genuinely asking. I don't... Where is the Vosh beef? What do you mean? What Vosh beef? What is happening in this chat, dude? Is there a Discord that was lit up or something? There's like a couple people that were like, yo, what about... Why do you have beef with Vosh? What? In the year of our Lord 2026? Yeah, exactly. Nuke Hoscord V2? No, there's no. Yeah, Tacoma Wept is the last and greatest contribution that we got from Vosh. Anyway, let's continue.
Security for Palestinians and for Israelis, and that turning that into not an anti-Netanyahu, but an anti-American Jewish message is dangerous.
But at that convention, you said, you did not support U.S. aid to Israel. Is that your position?
I would have voted in support of 40 of the 47 Democratic senators who would have supported the Sanders resolution blocking arms sales to Israel.
Yeah. Okay.
Michiganders are scared. All right. We have rising.
Yeah, Michiganders are scared. They're scared about what might happen to Israel. Michiganders want to give unlimited arms to Israel. Michiganders like myself go to sleep and think about Israel and wake up also thinking about Israel. Michiganders know am Israel high. Michiganders love Israel. It's the greatest country. It's much smaller than Michigan. I'm scared. You put me next to a brown Muslim man. Michiganders know brown Muslim men are scary.
Political violence and extremism. A temple in my congressional district was blown up by a homegrown terrorist. I serve in the Congress on behalf of an incredibly diverse district, and I am also, leading on combating anti-Semitism in a bipartisan way. That does not have to be a partisan thing. I am, a proud Democrat who has been clear and consistent in a tough time about a horrible, brutal war.
Yeah, Jay Mershon, that's what you get for fucking peddling misinformation. Take a day off.
We need to move along. Mr. El Sayed, can you answer?
So, look, I know what it's like to be discriminated against because of how I pray. And I know that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia tend to go hand in hand. And the real issue when it comes to either of them is the scourge of white supremacy. And I think it's absolutely critical for us to differentiate between love, respect, and admiration for Judaism and the Jewish people, and a continued policy that has us sending our money to a foreign government. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. So for me, when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism, you are not going to find anybody who is not Jewish who has the same focus on taking that on as somebody who understands that these two things go hand in hand together. And so we can do that because we love all people. But it should not mean that we allow our money to subsidize apartheid and genocide against other people because people tell you that that's a...
Yo, let him cook, by the way. I'm noticing that every time he starts cooking, they're like, all right, stop. All right, shut the fuck up. Enough. You're doing too well.
About hatred for anybody. That's about love for everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, Abdul is so good, bro. Bizarre moment at the Michigan Senate debate after Haley Stevens says the filibuster must go. She asked the Democrats should use the filibuster to not allow the big ugly bill to pass that's increased their debt. Pressed on whether she opposed or supposed to filibuster, Stevens says we should remove the filibuster so Democrats could have voted down the legislation, the tax bill. That's not how the filibuster works. Removing it allows all Senate bills to pass at 51 votes. It would not have allowed Democrats to stop Trump's tax bill, which was already exempt from the filibuster.
The filibuster.
Yeah, the other side of this is that, like, a lot of people assume that just because someone is a politician or standing on a fucking podium, that they automatically are intelligent or knowledgeable on everything they speak of. Now, of course, Haley Stevens should be knowledgeable on how the filibuster works. She is, after all, running for the Senate, right? But you'd be shocked at how not knowledgeable the average politician is.
Must go. The filibuster must go so that we can codify health care. And by the way, Nolan, to your other good question about the debt and the deficit, we should use the filibuster to not allow the big ugly bill to pass that increased our debt and at the same time eradicated
So we're not going to filibuster here.
So wait, you said you would get rid of the filibuster, but you also want to use it. Which one is it?
I said I want to remove the filibuster.
Right, but then you just said you should filibuster what's going on with the deficit, right?
I
mean, it's pretty simple. While we have it, we should use it. And when we have the power, we should eradicate it, is what she should be saying. But I don't know if she understands that the bill that she's talking about was not something that you could have filibustered anyway.
I'm saying that I want to change the rules, of which I've been a part of. I voted for rules packages on behalf of the people of Michigan. And I believe, Stephen, what I said is we should remove the filibuster so Democrats could have voted down the legislation, the tax bill. That's what I was saying. Democrats should have been able to vote down the tax bill, Stephen. That's why I said we need to get rid of the filibuster. That tax bill should not have happened.
Okay, let's talk about the rule.
They're cooking her. Setting that aside, notable to all three Michigan Democratic Senate hopefuls call for nixing the legislative filibuster of the debate. I believe we have to abolish the filibuster. We have to get rid of the filibuster. The filibuster must go. Michiganders. Gaslighting the debate moderator about what she said. Yeah. Who's worse, Fetterman or her? I mean, Fetterman is genuinely the worst. Like, I probably think Fetterman is worse than Haley Stevens, but that's not really a metric because Fetterman is not just like any Republican. Fetterman is one of the worst Republicans in Congress, even though he's a Democrat. So it's pretty fucking hard to find a politician, especially one that's currently running in the Democratic primaries, to communicate on issues that is going to be like John Fetterman. Buddy, John Fettermans are in the Republican primaries. Okay? There are Ken Paxton is the John Fetterman. Do you know what I mean? Like, he is, like, John Fetterman is almost entirely aligned with all of Thomas Massey's horrible instincts and horrible policy prescriptions. And then simultaneously, he's worse, far worse than Thomas Massey on the issue of Israel.
Hi, everyone. It's Congresswoman Haley Stevens, proudly representing Michigan's 11th district. On my primary election night, I wanted to thank AIPAC and the pro-Israel community. Our values spoke very loudly. Not hiding anything from voters. I'm not breaking FEC laws. By any stretch of the means. In fact, I'm compliant with the FEC laws and what's gone on.
What the fuck? The camera's breaking. Camera can't handle the hate that Haley Stevens is bringing. Michiganders want me to take money from AIPAC. Don't think bro expected this title to be so hard. Queer leftists supported Palestinians in the 70s too. Back then they hijacked planes. Yeah, what's the problem? Is this pro or anti? I can't tell. Yeah, there's no issue there. Yeah, beast mode. Is there anti-Semitism? Oh, we already watched this. All right. It seems to me like I'll say it cooked. Speaking of Massey, he has started using the word genocide to describe Israel's actions in Gaza. Wait, what do you mean? I think he's been doing that. That's not new. Dave Rubin versus 24 left Democrats this Sunday. Oh my God, he's going to get fucking cooked. Because he's so unbelievably stupid. Why would he fucking agree to this? He is going to get destroyed. This is one of those 20v1s where, like, usually when you do a 20v1, the guy is like a fairly reliable debater. Like Mehdi Hasan cooks, right? Glenn Greenwald, I want to watch that one still. Like, this is the exact opposite. This is where, like, any random Tom, Dick, or Harry could just destroy Dave Rubin because his worldview makes no sense.
Things economically were better under Joe Biden.
At the end of his administration, absolutely.
Yeah, so can you give me an example of how?
Yeah, GDP growth was better off, real median wage growth was better off, inflation was better off at the end of his administration, unemployment was better off at the end of his administration. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration.
Was the Rubin report, did that also accept Russian money?
What show did I do for Russia?
No, I'm not saying you did a show for Russia. I'm saying Russia saw you as a stooge who could easily say the talking points that benefited them.
What law is stopping you from doing anything that another person cannot do?
Laws are not protecting trans people. If they were, trans people would not be disproportionately unemployed, unhoused,
what would you like?
What
would you like the law to do for you? Again, the law can guarantee equality. It can't guarantee protection, right? So
yes, it certainly can.
My first surrounded claim is that wokeism did more damage to America than Trump ever did.
What? Oh my God, Japanese imperial soldier fighting the fucking last battle 20 years after World War II ended, dude. we're here today to talk about wokeism. Like, who the fuck is this for, man? You're either just a straight up Nazi at this point, and even Nazis don't even talk about fucking wokeism. It's like Asmongold's audience is bored of fucking wokeism conversations. Like, you have to make it more entertaining by talking about DEI or some shit in video games. Wokeism destroyed the country. Like, this ain't 2018 no more, okay?
My next surrounded claim is if you still vote for Democrats in 2026, you're voting for broken cities, broken schools, and broken borders. My next surrounded claim is that progressives push normal, moderate Americans to the right. My final surrounded claim is that the modern left cares more about ideology than reality. I'm Dave Rubin of...
Okay, that's terrible. I will probably not be watching that, but I will be looking forward to the dunks that he received. Many of the dunks that he received. Okay, so yeah, Jake LaHood says, I genuinely have no idea what Haley Stevens is actually trying to say in any of her answers. Extreme platitude heavy. Unclear if they are set pieces or off the cuff, which is not a good sign. So far, this is the McMorrin El Sayed show. M.I. Sen. I really don't mean to harp on her, but just to be real, what in the world was her strategy coming into this thing? It's reminding me of Matt Mahan and the California governor debate. All right, let's get to, I was going to do the silencing Jewish voices hit real quick. Stevens is saying her debate won because she said Michigan the most. Haley Stevens sure did seem to say Michigan a lot in the debate, so I crunched the numbers. Abdullah Sayed said Michigan 4 times, Mallory McMorrow 23 times, Haley Stevens 49 times. Oh my God. And then Haley is... Mallory McMorrow to report is on whether Abdullah Sayed should call himself a physician. There's some legal requirements to call herself a physician, and I will let the voters decide. Yeah. Michiganders. I mean, Haley Stevens' debate performance was dog shit, and it's not surprising at all because she is utterly devoid of charisma, which is part of the reason why she's perfect she's a perfect corporate stooge, perfect stooge for AIPAC. And I've told you this already, she's not gonna make it. The real threat in this race is going to be a McMorrow versus Abdullah Sayed matchup. If this was a straight ticket, Abdullah Sayed versus Haley Stevens, it would be over by now. It would look like Pills Mafia versus Graham Plattner. Communist Mujahideen Susan Collins says Plattner serving for imperialist military should be questioned. Yeah, I think she's trying to win the bad empanada constituency. I'm not going to lie. Like, this is unironically and sincerely the bad empanada position, which is that the average military grunt is personally responsible and far more responsible for American militarism than the politicians that actually vote for these endless wars. Okay? So I think she might actually win over the bad empanada vote. I mean, he's in Argentina. He can't vote, obviously. And I don't even think he's allowed to vote in Argentina either. But regardless, all 18 of his fans that are in the replies of every single person spamming bad empanada owned you, which is the peak of praxis, of course. Or bad empanada called you a Zionist, which is, again, the second peak of praxis, will be voting for Susan Collins, it seems.
Says that you sent him to war, but in fact, he enlisted twice. Correct. What is your comment on that?
Well, first of all, he not only enlisted twice after the war was started, but he also went to work for a security company, a controversial one named Blackwater.
Dude, Susan Collins is a fucking Republican. Saying that an American veteran is personally responsible for war crimes and then literally bringing up Blackwater. Like, look, that's cause for concern for me. Okay? That's cause for concern for our community. That's not cause for concern for a motherfucking Republican voter or an independent voter in Maine. What are you saying, lady? I'm so confused about this statement because it is verbatim. It is verbatim something that you would hear from Pat Empanada, right? And it's not even the wrong analysis, or at least it's not even completely ridiculous to be like, yeah, okay, you did fucking join Blackwater in 2016 or was it 2018? It was crazy, right? But for the average American that is receiving this information, not us, the average American that's receiving this information is going to hear this and go, yeah, of course, a fucking Marine Corps guy joined security contracting because they had no other option, or he just didn't know what to do with himself. And he thought he could just like go back to waging war because that's all he knew for fucking a decade, right? It is very funny that Susan Collins is hitting this attack line as a Republican in this race.
After his term in the service was over.
Did Plattner not kill in battle? I find it hard to stomach Plattner from that alone. Fuck Susan Collins too. Guys, this calculation is utterly fucking insane. I don't know how to explain this to you, but the politicians are still far more consequential and far more responsible than the fucking average grunt is. Hello? Like, it's very shocking. It's a shocking point of contention, like that I don't understand. Where people were like, "Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a better leftist than Graham Plattner is," like because Marjorie Taylor Greene never actually took up arms and like killed someone. Okay, but she voted for wars and continued to vote for wars when she was in office. Like, if the politician's vote is blameless and the trigger man holds all the responsibility, why are we even voting for people? If we're talking about like condemnable behavior, I still think the politician is far more consequential and is doing something far more condemnable. And it's in the Constitution, the responsibility for war rests with the individual soldiers and not Congress. Yeah. Like, seriously, who's worse? IDF veteran who's like joined Breaking the Silence or whatever, or Itamar Ben-Gvir now? You know what I mean? It's a serious question. Itamar Ben-Gvir was never allowed to serve in the Israeli occupying forces because he was considered too extreme. Who do you think is fucking worse? Don't say fuck both of them. You got to pick one. Who do you think is worse? Neither. HasanAbi is worse. That's the correct answer. I'm glad that you have arrived at the ultimate left-com position. the ultimate ultra position is trick question. The answer is always Hasan. But yeah, at the end of the day, I look at the impact. I look at where people are now, and I grade politicians on a curve. And in that regard, like, although I have my criticisms or things that I'm skeptical on with respect to, Graham Plattner, I think he's still, I feel like I can't see if I wonder if my eyesight's getting worse as well. What if I just fucking lose eyesight in one eye now? Who beat your ass? A spider or a mosquito. I don't know. I definitely did go to the doctor. It looks fucking terrible. I know. It is terrible. It's huge. Antihistamine. Antihistamine's pronto. Is it itchy? Not really. Do you have kissing bugs in your region? Kind of looks like that. I don't know what a kissing bug is. That swelling is a bit much. It might be an autoimmune response. Sorry for backseating. I think I need to put a cold spoon on it. And no, I'm not losing vision in it. 500 subs to pop that shit on stream. Y'all are fucking crazy. Anyway.
Lines in
Josh Shapiro.
Your party. We saw it play out in this primary here in Philadelphia, in which AIPAC, which historically was a bipartisan group that supported pro-Israel candidates, came in and helped the candidate who wound up coming in third place, I think, and lost. Has AIPAC now become, in a Democratic primary at least, an anchor around some of these candidates, something to be avoided?
Yeah, I don't know. And look, it's never been an issue in any of my races at the state level, but I do think it has cynically been used by some. I'm going to make this a broad statement, not about the race here in Philly, but I think it's been used cynically by some to try and silence certain voices, to try and say that certain people participating in politics shouldn't count or should be viewed in a toxic way. Now, do I agree with every political decision they've made, every endorsement they made? Of course not.
Have they hurt themselves, do you think, AIPAC?
But I think what we have seen is a weaponization of that. And I think that is a danger for our system. When you have people who are advocating for issues that they feel strongly about, and they are having their voices silenced, I think that's a problem in our system.
There's a blurring between being against AIPAC and being against Jewish folks giving money, you're saying?
I think it does get blurred because now what you are seeing is not, quote unquote, AIPAC money or however it was termed, but you're getting the Jews who give to that candidate who also support AIPAC. I think it's very dangerous in our system. If you are trying to silence certain voices based on their race, based on their faith, based on their particular ideology.
Would you want their money and they being, to be clear, AIPAC donors?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm running for governor and they don't play in state races. I'm not trying to be cute about that, but it's just not an issue here in my race for governor.
But this could be a factor down the road if other opportunities do present themselves, right?
Well, I'm not looking down the road. I'm looking at how we can win a re-election.
Why do you have that much Benadryl? You aren't supposed to take it regularly. It increases dementia risk. Dude, are you fucking insane? Are you actually fucking insane? Are you all right? First of all, it's topical. And I just got it. And I just put it on my eye. Are you okay, chatter? Do you think I'm just sucking this down like it's a fucking tube of peanut butter? What are you talking about? Literally just saw me open up a fucking fresh bottle of Benadryl and assume that I'm just sucking it down, dude. How many tubes you eating a day? You're doing the Penelope thing? No, I'm not. You're the one who thinks that I'm like doing something crazy here. I literally just have topical Benadryl and you were like, whoa, 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 why do you have so much Benadryl? You better stop. You better not take all that Benadryl at once. To be clear, what Shapiro is saying is actually way stupider in that he's arguing spending is more speechy than speech criticizing it. But to get there, you have to go past Citizens United. Yeah, this is essentially the reasoning of the majority in Citizens United. Yeah, I think I need ivermectin, dude. Oh, I was going to show you this as well. Jonathan Pollard. U.S.-born Israeli spy Jonathan Pollard admits Israel will have to go to war with Turkey and Egypt once they finish off Iran, Gaza, and Lebanon.
I'm not so sure that we will have as easy a time with the Turks as we've had with the Iranians. I've been following Turkish military doctrine, and
the strongest army in the Middle East.
The storm is coming.
Yes, of course. And they're a member of NATO.
And even worse, they're a member of NATO. So I look at Iran as a problem we absolutely have to finish, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Gaza, same thing, and the Hezbollah. Why? Why am I fixated on this now? Because
NATO,
we have to be prepared.
They are a part of NATO, strongest army in the Middle East. We must defeat them. We must delete them.
For the next war, which will be probably against Turkey and Egypt. I'm not.
Yes, Turkey has the second largest standing military in NATO after the American one. Turkey's military is also trained in counterinsurgencies as well against, Kurdish militias and villages. But the Iranian defense systems are far better than the Turkish ones, let's be real. And yes, Egypt is not even a point of contention here. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's NZEG, right? This is NZEG shit. It's NZEG mindset. Straight up. That's what it is. People who are, there are talking heads in Israel who legitimately are trying to push for this. And that's where we're at. Yeah, Berkeley IGS poll shows top 2 vote getters advanced in November. Karen Bass, 26%. Nithya Raman at 25%. Spencer Pratt at 22%. And Ray Chen Huang at 9%. Spencer Pratt also, Matt Hamilton reports, new last week, Nithya Raman's campaign staff pushed activist Ray Huang to drop out and back Raman with discussions of financial support and possibly a seat at the table, as Huang told me. You can be the savior of the left, Huang said. Her staffer was told. Huang refused. And then Spencer Pratt said, Ray Huang is a real one. I disagree with her on almost everything, but I respect that she actually walks the walk, unlike these corrupt champagne socialists like Nithya. Guys, please don't say based. Oh my God. Oh. I have no say in this. I'm not going to say anything in this. I'm not going to. I just. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. We're getting Bass again, aren't we? Maybe. I think it's the point where it's looking like it's going to be a Pratt-Bass matchup. And Bass, if we're lucky. Oh, this conversation was insane. I saw this last night. Chat knows how to bait like professionals. No. Nithya is the spoiler. I think Ray Huang is a wonderful candidate who did not get, for one reason or another, the appropriate looks to push herself up the ranks. And unfortunately, for many of you, it doesn't matter, and you get lost in the sauce. Like, there is no viability at this point, especially 2 weeks out. There's no viability even a month out, when there were other people who were ahead of her. I don't know what happened with the matching funds and all this other stuff. But it's just like, HasanAbi bump didn't work this time. That's why, I mean, listen, I've already told you guys this, but like, me linking up with a candidate is not going to make it or break it. It's not the end all be all. And I purposely stayed away from the race when there were 2 DSA candidates. I don't even want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. It's unbelievably busted. Address this. It's time. Okay, calm down. It's not happening. The real crazy one is if Tom Steyer straight up said Israel is committing a genocide, I would have fucking pushed for him. And he might still win he might still get in the top 2 without my aid. But he just could not commit to it. I think if Tom Steyer came out and actually, cut above, I mean, he did communicate on the issue of Israel far better than all the other candidates, but like he still would not commit to saying Israel committed a genocide. And it was, I think that would have literally dusted Becerra. Like if he came out and was like, Israel did a genocide, we got to do it like as a governor, I'm going to commit to making sure that we're not, spending our resources on a country that is, doing war crimes, all this stuff. I think that would have genuinely put him far ahead of the pack. Israel would have been an actual point of contention in the conversation, and it would have made everybody else look ridiculous. Okay. He recalculated his position in an interview with Walter Masterson. One time I took 12 Benadryl and forced myself to stay awake, and then I saw you in my room standing over the bed staring at me silently. Please apologize. I'm sorry. Did you see this? I don't get why Nithya entered the race. Ray was polling well before she entered. We didn't need her. Yeah, but she did. So what's the conversation here? You know what I mean? I know. I'm aware. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know what she's doing. She's doing some crazy shit too. This whole like quote retweeting Spencer Pratt and saying it's clear that LA is fed up with the status quo, which is why I'm running for mayor. I trust voters will vote for a change that bends the arc of the moral universe towards justice and good. Like, I want to make it clear that Spencer Pratt does not deserve any voice or soundbite in my campaign or the city hall that I love. His rhetoric, platform, and campaign are the antithesis of who I am. It's Steyer versus Becerra. Steyer needs to lock the fuck in. Yeah. The numbers guy might be in hot water. Has Patrick Bet David apologized yet for promoting a massive Ponzi scheme, Goliath Ventures? Has he addressed if the reported $1 million his company was paid for this for this will be paid back to the victims? I reached out to Patrick Bet David directly about this. No response.
Conference this year is brought to you by Goliath.
Wait, he's a numbers guy. CoffeeZilla. He's a CoffeeZilla. I'm a numbers guy. What do you mean? I'm a numbers guy. Patrick Bet David was recently subpoenaed by Goliath Ventures in the legal case, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's forced to hand back the money one way or another. The alleged $1 million paid to Patrick Bet David Consulting comes from a Channel 9 investigation by Darylene J. into Goliath Ventures. CoffeeZilla, you're not a numbers guy. Have you connected with the SA Long Beach? No. Why are you guys asking me this question over and over again? Is DSA Long Beach in the chat? Why are you guys asking me if I've contacted DSA Long Beach? Why am I supposed to contact DSA Long Beach? What the fuck's going on at DSA Long Beach? What happened? DSA Long Beach is doing great work. But why? Why did they want me to Have you contacted them yet? No, I have not. Why would I have done that? I don't even know what I'm supposed to be. I don't know why I'm supposed to be doing that. New banger alert. Why don't the Democrats run centrists anymore? Did you every time a Democrat runs a centrist?
Was a man-child in a hoodie, pushing Marxist policy, setting violent prisoners free while borders overflow. Soon may the Fetterman come to bring us radical socialism. One day.
Dude, this is a relic now because like this is pre-AI, pre-mass adoption of AI. I remember this ad. I played it a lot. God, it's so embarrassing. Also, Fetterman wasn't a centrist when he was running. Let's be real.
When the nation is done, we'll wish we'd told him no. Soon may the Fetterman come to bring us radical socialism. One day when the nation is done, we'll wish we'd told him no.
And then he went on to, as the victim of a stroke, he went on to become the most reactionary. This video is yet another example of AI stealing humans' jobs. Is true. What if you were DSA Long Beach's Mersheimer? I wish. All right, we're gonna get to DOJ weaponizing, or what is this? Asked to keep in mind suffering of Palestinians, not just Jews. Jake Sullivan responded, "That's smack the whataboutism. They're both equal. That's unacceptable." Incredible how many people in organizations still want to associate with this
I
guy.
get invited to a meeting with Jake Sullivan. I get there, and here we were talking about October 7th and the aftermath. And there were Arab American groups, Palestinian groups, completely not included. He spoke first and talked about the trauma being experienced by the Jewish community. And when he finished, I said, I understand that. And I grew up with a mother who made me very sensitive to the plight of Jews during World War II and the aftermath. I know from Jewish friends how traumatized they were. And it reminded them of the pogroms. It reminded
Dude, I can't this conversation is so so unbelievably frustrating. I hate this shit. It's like the Holocaust was a traumatic memory and a traumatic experience for many Jews. There's a lot of intergenerational trauma. So they get to do a genocide is an insane argument. But you don't say the second part usually, but that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. I hate that. I hate that. If you saw the humanity of the victims that are in Israel's crosshairs, you would never entertain a statement like this. You are placing the emphasis on not just Jewish people, but Jewish feelings in that situation. And even though that's not the case across the board, there is no monolithic Jewry, right? You are literally saying Jewish feelings are more important than Palestinian lives. It's fucking ridiculous. It's doubly ridiculous when you factor in the reality that there are plenty of Jews who don't say that, who don't think that. But regardless, even if all Jews did, it would still be an unbelievably racist thing to advance.
reminded them of the threat of Eastern European Jews. And I said, and let me tell you my experience in the camps and survivors of the Nakba. That is happening now with Palestinians. They're feeling that one more time they're going to be victimized and expelled and they're under threat. And I said, we have to keep both in mind. And he didn't say anything. And then toward the end of the meeting, he started going like this with his hands on his head. And I was like, what is he doing? And he said, I have to say something. I know you're going to get upset, but I have to say something. He said, what you said about, that we have to remember the Palestinians. He said, that smacked of whataboutism, like they're both equal. And he said, that's unacceptable. And I was like, he was so angry that it startled me.
Wow.
And I said, I did not say, this justifies that. I just said, there are two peoples and we have to consider the consequences to both. It was a bad experience. Then I went to Blinken, and the meeting with Blinken was weird because I remember saying to him, or somebody else said to him about the number of civilian casualties. And he said, it's intolerable, absolutely intolerable. And I said, we should push for a ceasefire. He said, no, that would be intolerable. I said, so there are two intolerables, and you've chosen the one that will make more of the other intolerable happen. And he just nodded. He did a lot of nodding. I don't know whether it was ideology, whether it was just being out of touch or in denial or what. I had never dealt with people more detached from the reality of what was taking place than these guys.
Dead air, dead air, dead air. FBI got him. No. That Blade of the Sun Twitter account posted this. Amos Goldberg, professor of genocide studies at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Yes, it is genocide. It is so difficult and painful to admit it, but we can no longer avoid this conclusion. Jewish history will henceforth be stained. Yeah, you're going to start seeing a lot more of that, by the way. That's why, like, Omer Bartov talking about, like, well, Zionism wasn't supposed to be this, but it's turned into this, is actually kind of important. So Omer Bartov is another Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar, right? And he got to the genocide conclusion far before many of these other guys did, even though it was also still very late. But he's still trying to like rewrite or whitewash or launder or maybe come to terms with what Zionism has become now, when in fact that's what Zionism always was. But I'm not going to constantly fucking yell at people like this because it's going to take a while for them to get there. Okay? I know that a lot of people will yell at those people. You can just disagree with them. I know Omar Bartov just came out with a new book. Yes. I'm talking about a Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar who recognized that it was a genocide, wrote about it in the New York Times when it was like a year and a half in, right? Or something like that. Who just came out with a new book. And in the new book, he talks about Zionism and how Zionism is turned into fascism. Okay? The problem is, it always was fascism. But if you have a prominent Holocaust scholar, a prominent Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar, basically even linking Zionism to fascism in this current iteration, he's only one step away from openly recognizing that from the start, from the Nakba, and what Zionism always has been, is fascist. The point is, it takes a long time to get there for a lot of people, especially a lot of people who are older, especially a lot of people who have seen this their whole lives. And by the way, Crystal Ball did a fantastic job here with J Street founder Jeremy Ben Ami, who, once again, as a liberal Zionist, wants to maintain support for Israel, wants to maintain a relationship with Israel in America. That's the job of J Street. But can't square that circle because it makes no sense. Gideon Levy debated Omar on this position recently on Democracy Now! Wait, he did? No way. God, that's so goated. Democracy Now! Is so awesome. I would love to talk to either of these people, by the way. I've tried. I don't know why I can't get Gideon Levy on the broadcast. I don't know why he doesn't fuck with me. Maybe he also thinks I'm anti-Semitic.
Israel has committed or is committing genocide in Gaza is a conclusion that's been reached by many international bodies, including of history, he asked.
Yeah, how is it possible that a state founded in the immediate aftermath of the Holocaust stands today credibly accused of perpetrating large-scale war crimes, forcible displacement of civilian populations, and crimes against humanity? By what bitter cunning of history?
Omer Bartov is the Dean's Professor of Holocaust and
Gideon Levy went on Jackson Hinkle's podcast. Bro, Gideon Levy went on Sex Pestany's podcast, too. Oh, my God, dude. I'm going to fucking link up with Francesca Hong. Wisconsin DSA heads. Please. I know. I saw. Okay? Wisconsin GOP got 16 likes on this idiotic fucking post. Francesca Hong wants to abuse her power as governor and send the National Guard to defend criminal illegals against ICE agents. Oh my God, I know. She's awesome. She's amazing. Stop being fucking annoying, chatters. I'm already linking up with her. Okay? You literally, I don't know if there's a DSA Wisconsin group chat in this community, but we have seen more than 16 times, more than 16 different people from Wisconsin have linked me this fucking tweet. The tweet has less likes than the amount of times it has been spammed in this chat. I've clicked on it like 18 times and I clicked away. Please. Especially because Francesca Hong is amazing and I'm going to do something with her anyway. And I've said this already. I am the DSA co-chair in Northeast Wisconsin. We are mighty. I know. You guys are all mighty in your own way, and you're doing a fantastic job. Please stop spamming shit. They just jealous since you came to Minneapolis. HasanAbi, ignore the noise. If it's 16 people, just drop it, dude. You don't have to have a rant for a full minute about it. No, it's more than 16 people. It only got 16 likes, but more than 16 people posted it, is my point. They told you they'd take your good mood away. I know. Oh, by the way, at 4 p.m., I'm going to have Trita Parsi on to talk about the last version of this ceasefire/no ceasefire, just for the record. Trita Parsi will be in the building. Well, not in the building, but on the broadcast. Okay? Let me tweet that out, actually. Talking to Trita Parsi about the latest updates on the ceasefire / resumption of hostilities over the Strait of Hormuz at 4 p.m. PST. Anyone? HasanAbi heads in Discord, New Hampshire? What? What is this? So are there really over 50K watching you right now? No, there's 30,000 people watching. Do you not see the number? It says 30K, not 50K. Take more Benadryl so we can get the Hat Man on the broadcast later. Who's the Hat Man? Oh, Boots Riley. I was supposed to have him here, but he was not around when I wasn't around when he was in LA, unfortunately.
Let's dig into that a little bit more and what you mean when you say that you support a Jewish homeland, because this really gets to the rub of why, in my view, it's very dissonant to hear the term liberal Zionist. Because liberal would indicate you support equal rights for all. You support, civil rights, equality, human rights, etc. And the expression of, a Jewish homeland or a Jewish state is a sort of ethno-supremacist expression, where the moment that there are too many Palestinians, you have a demographic problem because we can't possibly have.
Dude, I've told you, more people have linked this. More people have linked this link than people have liked it or responded to it. You get hung, though. But Wisconsin, Hasan, how excited do you think Trump will be? Speaking of Gaza, wait, what is this? This is not even the same link. Chud's crashing out over Fran in Wisconsin.
A Palestinian or a Muslim or an Arab majority here, because that will destroy our whole state. And so what I'm wondering how you square the circle of being, a progressive who does support equality on, matters here domestically, but also supports this ethno-supremacist state of Israel.
So the word that I try to push back on would be ethno-supremacist. The concept of Israel when it was founded was to be a place where Jews around the world who had been living stateless for 1,800 years and had suffered through, whether it was the pogroms in Russia or the Inquisition in Spain or the Holocaust in Germany. I mean, just a litany of a history. The idea that there should be one place on the planet where the Jewish people can claim citizenship because of who they are. That is what the state of Israel was founded on. The people who founded the state of Israel, of course, were by and large socialist, right? I mean, it was a very left of center place.
Yeah, they were national socialists. It's literally true. They were, by the way, they were secular and they were socialists. They were self-described socialists. They were also national socialists. It's literally true. And yes, they did do pogroms to the indigenous population. They did the Nakba. And their guiding principle was Zionism, which is an ethno-supremacist ideology that requires the extermination of the outgroup being the non-Jews, the outgroup being the Palestinians. This is a major difference with the way I view events versus... Wait, my uncle says Trita is a Nepo baby or related to the IRGC in some capacity, and info about this is completely unclear, and I personally find it idiotic, but Iranian diasporas never stop excuses. I do love my uncle. He's just really against the regime. I'm for Trita. Glad to hear from him. I know they say that he's not, I think he's not Muslim. He's, isn't he like Sufi or something? And they say he's fake Sufi. He's actually secretly Muslim and he hides it or something. And he's actually a IRGC operative or something. It's very funny. The Iranian diaspora has a litany of different opinions that are all very wild. Or he's Zoroastrian? No. I meant like Shia. He's not Shia Muslim. Sorry. Sufis are Muslim. What the fuck? Guys, you know what I mean. You understand what I'm talking about. I just meant he's not Shia. Okay? But I think he's Zoroastrian. But they were saying that he's fake Zoroastrian. It's crazy.
And the ideals of socialism and the ideals of creating a Jewish home coexisted in the state. And it was, really the dominant ideology. It is not per se that right-wing ethno-nationalists like Bibi Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich, the ambassador here in the U.S.
Naftali Bennett, Yair Lapid. Liberal Zionism is antithetical with like the liberal humanism, right? The ideas of like liberalism, you know, respecting other cultures, all these other things. It's a walking contradiction, which is precisely the reason why when he brings up members of the Knesset that are like far right, he can't bring up Naftali Bennett, even though Naftali Bennett has the same exact opinion on what must be done with the Palestinians as Benjamin Netanyahu does, or Yair Lapid. I mean, the peak of J Street thought is supposed to be, what's his face? Yitzhak Rabin, right? That's the peak of J Street thought. And Yitzhak Rabin was famously the head of national security at a time when the first Intifada was taking place, and he wanted he famously was the guy responsible for breaking the hands of tens of thousands of Palestinian children as a symbolic way to quash the protests. Because Palestinian kids at the time would throw rocks at tanks. And it became the symbol of Palestinian resistance at the time. And even Yitzhak Rabin's two-state solution, in his own words, was a state minus, right? Maybe he was trying to sell it to the Israeli population, or maybe this was a genuine opinion. But even with the Oslo Accords, Yitzhak Rabin told the Israeli Knesset that he wasn't actually trying to develop a full state for the Palestinians in a two-state solution, but instead he called it a reduced state for the Palestinians. And that's their guy. Like, Yitzhak Rabin is the most woke Israeli leader that has ever existed. And guess what? They fucking killed him for it. So even with the peak of liberal Zionism, the two-state, which is also not even something that we can create at this point, it's just virtually impossible, unless Israel somehow commits to taking 750,000 of the most rabid, ultra-nationalist, religious psychopaths and forcibly expel them from the land, right? Which they're not going to do. No, that's just never going to happen, right? There is de facto a singular state there, and it's an ethno-state that is maintaining a fucking apartheid. I'm in favor of a two-state solution. I am. As long as, you know, you offer reparations, restitution, and also forcibly expel 750,000 settlers from the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Almost 1 million Jews illegally occupy Palestinian territory. I think that is less likely to happen than a one-state solution, a secular solitary state. A secular solitary singular state that has equal rights and representation, that offers reparations for all the stolen land and for all the death and destruction to the Palestinians, that offers a right to return to all the Palestinians. That is a more realistic solution than a two-state solution. Hasan is growing more live in 2026. Brother, you are not listening to my words. For some weird reason, whenever I talk about this shit, people lose their fucking minds because they just shut off their brain. Okay? Either of those options are fine by me. Okay? I say I'm a one-stater for that reason, though. That's far less likely than expelling illegal squatters and is also not supported by any rule-based order bullshit. What do you mean? I mean, I just don't think that that's going to happen. I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of it. And then the most maximalist version of this is expelling every single person that is Israeli, like every single Jewish person, to offer the land back to Palestinians and Palestinians only, which is, again, the most maximalist version of that, which many chatters in here will say that's the just thing to do. That's the righteous thing to do. Okay, good luck. That's just, again, the morality in this circumstance is unfortunately destroyed by what is even remotely probable, because both of these other options that I'm mentioning, whether it's a two-state with complete expelling of all Jewish settlers from the occupied territories, including East Jerusalem, is unbelievably unlikely. I personally think the abolition of the apartheid with forcible recognition of the war crimes and the creation of a singular state where everyone has equal rights and representation is more likely. The least likely scenario is that you expel 6 million Jewish people that came after 1948. It's just not a thing. Like, that's not ever happening. And when I say that, people go, oh, fuck you, you're a Zionist. Well, I guess I'm a fucking Zionist then. Jesus Christ. Like, I just live in the real world, you know?
Yahiel Leiter, it is not a given that is the kind of people that will govern the state of Israel. And
when liberals say they want a two-state, by the way, they're fucking huffing on fumes. Like, they're on crack cocaine, just so you understand. Like, when liberals say, oh, I just want a two-state, they just want the current occupation to continue and everyone to shut the fuck up about it. Okay? That's why they say, oh, I'm in favor of a two-state. No, you're not. You're not. You're in favor of a two-state solution. You're in favor of 67 boundaries. Great. 750,000 Jews have to be forcibly removed from all of the areas that they settled in. This is perfectly moral and perfectly just, mind you, but is it pragmatic? Is that going to happen? Are you going to commit to it? No, of course not. Which is why I hate when people have this fucking conversation. "67 borders, two-state." Yeah, you're just saying that. You're literally saying that, and you are not actually invested in that at all. You know it's never going to happen. The two-state has been a rallying cry for liberal Zionists, knowing full well that in the process of the so-called peace process since the 90s, every single Israeli government expanded on the settlement, settlement project, okay? While dangling the two-state as an option. That's the reason why Arafat, by the time he passed away, had fallen out of favor. Yasser Arafat was insanely popular at the beginning of this process. Unbelievably popular. And a decade plus of back and forth negotiation, passed away, assassinated, whatever you want to call it. But a decade plus of back and forth negotiations that led nowhere, as the Israeli government was dangling the peace process like a fucking carrot as they continued to design a non-contiguous Palestinian state that they completely occupied militarily. Palestinians recognized that all they were getting was Bantustans if they're fucking lucky, waiting out their time until they were completely purged from the land. I don't even think it was Arafat's fault necessarily. It's just that it's just what happened. Israel and America did this to the Palestinians. Most Israelis are rabid fascist ethno-supremacists. Do you think you can really have a functional state with these people? I mean, you live in one, for the record. You literally live in one. And we have a lot of problems. But it's infinitely better than what Israel looks like between the Palestinians and the Israelis. You live in one today, right now. In the United States of America, you literally live in that exact reality. What do you think the fucking Jim Crow was? What do you think chattel slavery was? It took 200 years of evolution to get to this point, and this country is still unbelievably white supremacist, but in comparison to the shit that Palestinians have to go through, I think it's a much more positive, a much more improved set of circumstances, don't you think? And we're still working through those issues. Same with the abolition of the apartheid in South Africa. Anyway, let's watch the rest of this.
So I
But doesn't that become a sort of inevitability once the core of your project is we must maintain a Jewish majority? You know, I mean,
nailed it. Crystal's so good.
Israel de facto has control over, you know, from the river to the sea, as you would say, over the West Bank.
I don't think you know what's best for the Palestinian people. We should be advocating for the Palestinian people that have sovereignty over their land. They shouldn't have to live side by side with their Nazis just because their biggest advocates don't think it's possible. As a black American, I think desegregation was a mistake. It's not bait, it's enfant door. Many of our elders say the same thing, hard truth. Oh my God. No, Enfant is not trolling. They sincerely believe this stuff wholeheartedly. You know, you agree with Charlie Kirk on that, right? And I guess your elders too as well.
We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame.
Thank you for carrying Charlie Kirk's flame and having a principled stance on the issue of desegregation. Oh my God. That's not a hot take. A lot of foundational black Americans believe the same thing. I know. And that's why it is a fucking hot take. Because it's an unbelievably reactionary take. Foundational black Americans, or ADOS initially, are like a CIA cutout, dude. And of course, I'm a white guy, so when I say this, I'm you know, what do I know? I'm a fucking child of Yakub and a nasty cracker saying this shit, but it's ridiculous. Anyway, I don't even want to get into this, because then I'm going to be like, I don't care about standpoint epistemology when it comes to identifying and propping up reactionary points of view. You're bringing up foundational black Americans as though they are representative of the broader black American existence. Of course it's a hot take.
I mean, if you're Palestinian living in the West Bank, your day-to-day life is structured by what the Israeli government is going to allow you to do and what it's not. Israel has taken over 60% of the Gaza Strip, and Netanyahu is threatening to take over the rest of it. And once again, if you live in the Gaza Strip, even in that part that hasn't been taken over, your day-to-day life is structured by what the Israeli government says you can do and where you can go and how you can live. So there is de facto control from the river to the sea. But the suppression and the apartheid and the demographic engineering that occurs through mass murder and ethnic cleansing is necessitated by the idea that we must have a Jewish majority. And so doesn't it end up being inevitable
Also, when you say desegregation was a mistake, go experience the South then, I guess. You know, because segregation is still very much alive in the South. You know? So it already fucking exists. Yeah. So I don't know what we're talking about. You can go and experience it still to this day. And given the trajectory of white supremacy in this administration, we might see segregation. You will hardly understand just by visiting. Yeah, I'm just saying, go live there for a little bit and you'll see. And not only that, but also we're moving in the direction, we're rolling back the clock on all of the gains made through the civil rights struggle, regardless with this administration.
That you have this sort of, you know, genocidal, right-wing, ethnic supremacist government, if that's the core ideal at the center of the state.
I don't agree. You know, we probably just won't see eye to eye on that. The problem for Israel is that if it insists on keeping all the land, which the right wing is insisting, right, to be from the river to the sea and to annex and take over all of the land, then you have 15 million people that live in that land. And
it's like saying denazification was a mistake. It never happened. So what's your point? I mean, even in principle, saying that is still ridiculous, right? That's the whole point. Whether it happened or not doesn't matter. What matters is, do you disagree with the theory of it? And that's what's fucking insane. Because in practice, denazification never actually took root in Western Germany. However, it should have. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, denazification was a mistake. And it's the same with desegregation. Desegregation never actually fully happened. But you're not going to catch me being like, well, it was a mistake.
And a little bit less than half of them are Jewish. So you actually cause a bigger problem for those who want to have a national homeland of the Jewish people if you keep all the land. The only way, actually, for there to be a state that is Jewish in nature and democratic and provides rights to all of its citizens, and to have Palestinian people have their rights, is for there to be a division of the land, for there to be some of that land. And, you know, the numbers are 78-22 as the split between.
Yeah, by the way, one of the peak examples, Blasian is 100% right about this, by the way, says famously black people were left alone when we tried to live separately. Are we doing this in 2026? Every person who says it can eat shit, absolute ignorance, hiding behind black identity. Where are all the thriving black communities that separated? Oh yeah, they were fucking killed, bombed, raped, and flooded. I was going to say, one of the best examples of this is obviously is Tulsa. It's the best example. Black Wall Street, like, that is was a thriving black community that was surviving in spite of segregation, and white people hated it. And they fucking destroyed it. They bombed it. They literally used TNT that they dropped off of motherfucking airplanes at a time when there was like 12 airplanes around. White people were so goddamn racist at the time that they were like, one of the 12 planes that we have in existence on U.S. soil, we're going to use to drop bombs on top of black people. Okay? Like, how the fuck do you even find a plane at that point, dude? And you can draw a straight line from that to the fucking move bombing in Philadelphia in 1985, when the American Police Department in Philadelphia literally dropped C4 on a block where black people were living, the Africa family was living, and they burned them alive. And the police chief famously at the time said, let it burn. When the fire department wanted to take out the fires, he said, let it burn. They took out an entire fucking black neighborhood. That's America's history. That's America's recent past. And that's America's current day as well. It doesn't even end there. The depravity doesn't end there. They took the bones of the Africa family's remains, and they were in Princeton University until like 3 years ago. Anyway, it's 4 p.m. I got to talk to Black Excellence. Capitalists can run into the arms of Tucker Carlson and every other Nazi ready to devour you. Let Jay-Z and LeBron save them then. I'll be here fighting the top of this fuck-ass system. Anyway, we're talking to Trita Parsi. Hold up. All right, let me fix my freaking camera. There it is. Hello, can you hear me?
Hey.
What's going
How's it going?
on? Hold on.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Let me do a couple tweaks here just to make sure.
Welcome back from Cuba.
That we have everything ready to go. Has it been that long? Oh, hold on.
Yeah, it's been that long.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, don't even bring up Cuba right now. I don't know if you saw the news.
I did.
I don't know if you're familiar.
How's it
with-
going?
I mean, it's going all right. I've yet to receive a subpoena. According to Fox News, I've received it, but I have not. So I don't know where they got that information from. But 1 second. Why is this? We got to flip some stuff around here.
I assume you lawyered up.
Yeah, I'm gonna be talking to a lawyer soon. Yeah. But so far nothing has taken root, so I don't know. Okay, I think. Hold on, I'm just sizing your thing real quick, and then. Okay. This is again one of the byproducts of just doing real time production in a one-stop shop. You want EVP of Quincy Institute, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And then if you could.
And I'm going to plug your Substack as well.
Awesome. Yeah,
and
that
we
would
should
be
be
awesome.
mods, you should spam Trita's Substack. Wait, oops. Okay. And then we're going to swap cameras real quick. Okay, I did it. I think we're good to go. Boom. All right. The sizing is terrible. I'm going to fix it. All right, Trita Parsi, thank you so much for coming on. It's an interesting day to be talking to you, but there's been many interesting days. It's day 90 of Operation Epic Fury, or as I like to call it, Epstein's Fury. And seemingly these past couple of weeks, there was a real will they, won't they style situation where everyone was wondering if we were finally going to arrive at a reasonable conclusion. Was the Trump administration going to concede on the quite reasonable points of contention that Iran was addressing? Israel obviously did not enjoy that at all. They didn't appreciate it. I like to look at what the Hasbara side is saying and what the Israeli government is saying to figure out like how likely it is to arrive at a ceasefire. Because like when there is any sort of like real momentum in the direction of a ceasefire, if talks are actually going well, usually the Israeli side starts, freaking out on the timeline. And we definitely saw that from the Lindsey Grahams and the Mark Levins of the world, but then also from the Israeli government as well. And lo and behold, Israel is, intensely bombing Tyre in Lebanon, and now is talking about and is bombing Gaza as well, and reasserting its control over additional chunks of land in both of these countries or in both of these regions, places. And Iran has sent some rockets, I believe, to the Strait of Hormuz as well, after America bombed some Iranian sites yesterday. So where are we?
So let me first say something about what you started off with, looking at what the Israeli and the pro-Israeli reactions have been. And I think there is an important distinction. The pro-Israeli reactions have been a complete meltdown publicly, particularly when they thought it was really close. They've calmed down a little bit because clearly there's some problems in the negotiations. We'll deal with that shortly. But I think it's also important to note that initially there were some harsh reactions from the Israeli side, not from Netanyahu himself, however. And Netanyahu has now instructed his cabinet members that they're not allowed to talk to the media about this. I think there's a reason for that. The Israelis are going into their election season. There's going to be election there soon. Netanyahu is not doing particularly well. He's not been able to translate the support for the war that exists in Israel into a political win for him. And simultaneously, Trump is still polling very well in Israel. And I don't know if you saw, but about a week ago, out of nowhere, he started saying that he's polling at 99% in Israel and that he might even run for office in Israel. I think that was a warning to Israeli politicians to say, look, I'm actually very popular in Israel. If you go against me, if you take on this deal directly, criticize it, attack me, I'm going to come after you. And you're going to be quite vulnerable in this election era. And as a result, I think it was fascinating that even Netanyahu, even when people were expecting a memorandum, was like issuing AI-generated pictures of himself standing alongside Trump rather than actually going up against him. Let me be clear. I think the Israelis will do everything they can to sabotage the deal, but it will not be overt. Because overtly, it's too costly for them to directly position themselves against Trump. Now, in the talks, clearly there's a lot of challenges. There's some details that apparently were not entirely clear. I think also to a certain extent, the Iranians are starting to get some cold feet. A lot of questions are being raised as to whether Trump really can deliver on the sanctions relief. Does he really want a deal, or is it just a pause for him to attack again? Why is he suddenly talking about the Abrams Accord? Some of these questions, to be frank with you, I think is just nervousness because this is such a crucial decision that the Iranians will need to make. Some of them they should have answered a long time ago instead of suddenly now at this stage in the negotiations come and suddenly be like, well, hold on, can we trust Trump? Well, clearly you cannot, but at the same time, if that is a hurdle, why did we do this whole negotiation up until this point? So I think there's some divisions within that system. There's nervousness in some of the other regional states because they do believe that most of the issues have been resolved, at least for the memorandum, and they're just waiting for the Iranians to sign on. And hopefully that will happen soon. I think some of this exchange of fire that you're seeing is partly a pressure tactic by the US, probing, seeing how far they can go and testing the Iranians while putting some sort of a pressure on them because the White House expected the response this past Sunday, and it's still not come.
Do you feel like, or what is your analysis on reestablishing military deterrence on the Iranian side? Because we've seen the way that Donald Trump operates. Obviously, he, weirdly enough, perceives any kind of negotiation to be a point of weakness. And he operates off of that understanding. And he does respond to pressure. He does respond to military pressure. And he has backed away when things have become too costly in the past with Ansar Allah. Now, obviously, this is a much more public event. And it's much more embarrassing. It has actually already diminished American force projection capabilities. But do you think that Iran has to reestablish military deterrence beyond taking pot shots or engaging with the American forces in a manner not dissimilar to how they used to under the leadership of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, which was much more restrained? Strategic deterrence or strategic restraint was the name of the game. So do you feel like they're swapping tactics back to where they were before Operation Epic Fury? Do they see the need, by your analysis, to reestablish military deterrence at all?
So I think this is a very important question that you're raising because First of all, they had established deterrence through this war. And they had also established escalation dominance. And now we're seeing these exchanges of fire. The American side has struck the Iranian mainland, not Tehran, but they've struck the mainland. So it's not just a bunch of islands or ships in the Persian Gulf, it's actually the mainland.
Yeah.
And the question, of course, is that if this, that the Iranians are wrestling with, if this is not responded to, then this will be a new normal. It will start again to look like how the Iranians behaved under strategic patience in Syria, in which the Israelis constantly increased their attacks. The Iranians did not respond. By the time they responded, it was seen as underwhelming, which just invited further attacks. And eventually, the Israelis felt that the Iranians were so weak they could just start a full-scale war. Of course, afterwards, we see that that wasn't the case. It was reversed, but there's a lot of strategists in Iran who believe that if the Iranians had responded much more forcefully, much earlier, the war could have been avoided altogether. And now, if they don't respond, there is the risk that they're running that once again, this deterrence that has been established will start to erode. And a new normal will be in place in which apparently it's okay for the US side to attack Iran, Iranian mainland, that's tolerated under the ceasefire. This is part of the reason I think that they struck an American base or tried to strike an American base in Kuwait yesterday. I don't know exactly what they were aiming for. I don't know whether there was perhaps some damage that was caused, because I think we have to be very careful. Remember that in the beginning of the war, we were constantly told that 90% of Iran's navy had been sunk, and that 90% of the missiles had been intercepted. And later on, turn out, of course, that there was far more damage that had been inflicted by the Iranians on US bases and on other assets. So I don't know whether they actually succeed or not. There's an official story that says that it was intercepted, but I think we should withhold judgment. But there's a danger as well that if they do respond very forcefully, this could escalate out of control. And they're back into a direct military confrontation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's some in Tehran who actually think that that may end up in their favor. What is very important, however, is how you get to that end state of a full-scale confrontation. It is much better for the Iranians if the US actually attacks Iran, or if Israel attacks Iran, and Iran can say, we're just defending ourselves. But if it is this murky tit for tat, it's not entirely clear who started it, and then eventually ends up in a military confrontation, the Iranians lose a degree of international advantage in terms of how other countries will be seeing this, and whether there will be some degree of understanding for Iran's position. I don't think the US side, frankly, is trying to escalate matters towards a conflict. I think they're trying to increase a degree of pain on the Iranian side because of deep frustration that the Iranians haven't answered yet. It's still very risky. I'm not saying it's right or that it's wrong or anything like that. I'm just trying to explain how I think that the US side is thinking about this. And I don't think the US side necessarily has targeted the most important sites in Iran either. So there's clearly an effort to make sure that this doesn't escalate completely out of control. But it's a very dangerous game at the end of the day. And there may very well be a situation in which the Iranians feel that unless they strike back really hard, their deterrents have been eroded and they're trying to restore that. And inadvertently, they end up in a confrontation that neither side actually may have been aiming for.
So as far as reestablishing deterrence, though, isn't this somewhat proof that the hardliners are no longer as prominent in the conversation? Because I feel like if there are hardliners, or maybe they're all they're all arriving at the same understanding, and this time they're making the calculation that restraint is the more appropriate way to follow through, and that as long as they hold on to the control that they have over the Strait of Hormuz, that America is inevitably going to cave and concede on their demands. But on the American side, I have some questions for you. So one, there's new reporting that Israeli officials are privately urging the Trump administration to abandon negotiations with Iran, as they have done so publicly as well, but they're privately also urging and demanding that they assassinate Iran's parliament speaker and lead negotiator Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf and launch a new round of strikes on the oil infrastructure. And the claim is that just one more attempt at what America and Israel tried for the last 90 days, and then you won't even need to do a ceasefire deal. Iran will be begging for you to do a ceasefire deal or whatever, right? Like they'll be able to achieve their military objectives. What do you make of that?
I wouldn't be surprised at all if that is what the Israelis are pushing for. I think they're probably going to have to be a little bit careful of how they message this. I do suspect that there isn't enough creativity in the arguments that they're putting forward because all of them are looking the same. You just need to threaten war with Iran. That's what the message was back in January. Later on, it was like, well, just a small war. Later on, it was like, well, if you just take out the supreme leader. And then once all of that was done, it was like, well, now you actually have to bomb their oil facilities and power grid. And now we're hearing that apparently if they just take out the Speaker of the Parliament, that will be a game changer. There's this pathological search for a game changer that gives the United States and Israel the upper hand in a manner that enables them to avoid any negotiations against essentially get the Iranians to surrender. And unfortunately, the U.S. side has fallen for that argument, both because of internal voices favoring it, and of course, because the Israelis have aggressively pushed for it. None of these measures have proven to be a silver bullet or anything that actually turned things around. And I do not think that any serious person in the administration at this point thinks that taking out the lead negotiator at this point, which is the Speaker of the Parliament, does anything but kill whatever little pathway for a diplomatic deal that was in existence. Remember, prior to this, the Israelis also assassinated another person, then Speaker of the Parliament, Ali Larijani, who had been in conversations with the American side, who had been reaching out. And there had been some connection between the two sides in which they saw him as a credible person to deal with. He was more on the conservative side, but seen as a pragmatic conservative, but someone who essentially was emerging not as the final decision maker, but as the consensus builder in chief. Someone that could rally that entire system and make sure that people could come to an agreement on a yes or a no on a proposal. And someone who had some experience in negotiating with the West in the past. And it was clearly deliberately done by the Israelis in order to sabotage diplomacy. And any effort to do so against Ghalibaf would be an even more efficient way, not because he's more important, but because it just absolutely shows that there is no seriousness behind diplomacy if the U.S. greenlights that assassination.
So Israel wants to destabilize Iran. Israel wants to spoil the deal. On the other hand, America, or at least the Trump administration, according to the New York Times, is also developing workarounds to funnel money to Iran without direct payments because Donald Trump is worried about looking embarrassed. The number that they're probably going to unfreeze of Iranian assets is probably going to be upwards of $20 billion, which is far larger than Obama's, I think, what is it, $1.7 billion, and far larger than Joe Biden's $6 billion of unfrozen assets. And he doesn't want that to be a direct cash payment, purely for symbolism, I assume. So they're trying to get the Qatari accounts that this money would be sent to actually purchase things that Iran needs, like medicine and food supplies and things of that nature, and then transit those goods rather than make the cash payments. Do you feel like do you feel like that report is accurate, or is it just information that the State Department is pumping out to the New York Times to lend credence to the idea that a ceasefire is imminent? And if not, if it is legitimate from your assessment, do you feel as though this is a sign that America is much more predisposed with a ceasefire negotiation and much more sober in their assessment than Trump lets on?
Look, a couple of things, Hasan. First of all, my own conversations with the administration have left me with the impression that there are absolutely elements that are very serious about a deal, and that they recognize that unfreezing of assets is an absolute necessity. In fact, major sanctions relief is going to be a necessity to get the final deal. And in that, yes, they do want to avoid the optics that existed during the Obama administration. However, I just want to point out one thing. Obama unfroze assets that were much, much larger than 20, 30, 40 billion. At the time, I think it was up to $100 billion. But there's a difference because those assets, those funds were in foreign banks, and by unfreezing it, the Iranians could get the money back. The 1.7 that you're referencing is money that the US owed Iran because of a lawsuit between the two countries that was clearly going to go towards Iran winning. So the US and Iran settled that. And then there was actually money from the US side that needed to be sent to Iran. And that made all the kinds of more complicated issues. And because the US couldn't send them money electronically because of American sanctions, they ended up having to hand it over in cash. And the optics of the idea of pallets of cash on an airplane in Geneva with a US plane landing, unloading the money and then loading onto an Iranian jet is just something that gave that story such legs. But that was not a minor thing, but compared to the larger number of,
I mean, ultimately, it's cash exchange, right? Like one is a direct cash payment as an award for a trial, but like at the end of the day, $100 billion, and I believe the total number, the total dollar amount of frozen assets is around 200 billion, right? Right now at this point.
There's some question marks. Most people put it somewhere between 120 and 150, but I don't know anyone who actually fully knows. It could be as much as 200 because bottom line is this. The frozen asset is Iran's money.
Yeah.
It's not American money.
Yeah.
The 1.7 was partially Iranian money because it was returning money that the Iranians had paid the United States for weapons that they had ordered under the time of the Shah that were never delivered. Because between the Iranians paying for it and the US supposed to have delivered it, there was a revolution in Iran and the US refused to deliver the weapons.
Yeah.
The Iranians took the US to court, eventually were on the cusp of winning. The US decided to settle, and some of that money was Iran's money that was returned, but then there was interest rate. About 1.3 out of the 1.7 billion was actually interest rate. That was added on it because this was going on for like 40 or so years. So there's an element there you can say, well, that part of that was at least American money, but everything else is Iran's money that is being returned to them because they had been confiscated by the US using the international banking system as if it is an instrument of American statecraft and said these amounts are now frozen in those accounts. Now, going to the detail of that story that says, hey, the US side is much more comfortable if the money is not just sent back to Iran, but essentially it's in a bank in Qatar and some other place, and then the Iranians can use it to buy food, etc. That was the deal that the US struck under Biden with the Iranians. Now, that was built on a deal that the previous Trump administration had been negotiating with Iran, but never got to it. At this point, I am not so sure that that's going to work. It may work with perhaps some of the smaller amounts that is in a Qatari bank, but when it comes to the $120, $150 billion, no, the Iranians are, first of all, that money will most likely not go back to Iran. It's just that the Iranians can start spending it because every country has money in other foreign banks and they use that to pay for the exports or the imports, right? So the Iranians will probably continue to do that. But what was happening under the Biden deal was essentially the US would oversee whatever the Iranians were desiring to purchase, and they had to sign off on it. I don't think that is the way it's going to end up working, given where things are right now between the US and Iran and how this war actually have essentially ended up, which is not in an Iranian defeat.
Yeah.
And as a result, I suspect that the Iranians are going to have much clearer and stronger demands when it comes to the sanctions relief.
Unless there was a full-blown sanctions relief, which included not just European or secondary country sanctions relief, but American sanctions relief as well. And then Iran felt comfortable enough to operate off of the SWIFT system, which, you know, it seems like a totally separate reality than the one that we're engaging in currently, considering that there's bombing going on.
It's a separate reality compared to where we are right now. But if the US wants a final deal in which the Iranians give up all or most of their stockpile, there's going to be sanctions relief, undoubtedly. I understand that the administration may not want to talk too much about it right now because it just riles up the pro-Israeli opposition to it. But there is no deal you can have without massive sanctions relief.
Yeah.
And one thing that is important to keep in mind here is that previous presidents were very ideologically committed to the sanctions and quite unwilling to touch them. And they thought that the political cost of touching them were massive. You were just in Cuba, so you saw the impact of those sanctions. And one thing that's very important to keep in mind in the Cuban context is that Obama only lifted the executive orders. He never touched the embargo. The embargo goes through Congress, and Obama never even tried to lift the embargo because the political cost would be too high. Trump is a very different president. He doesn't like these sanctions. I'm not saying that he's imposing sanctions here and there, but he actually likes to lift the sanctions. He wants to use them for the type of leverage that they theoretically were supposed to be. So the U.S. side has already signaled that there can be significant sanctions relief if the Iranians are willing to give much more on the nuclear front.
Yeah. So you and I have had this conversation already. I think that, and we might even have a difference in opinion on this. I think that the nuclear program is probably like the less consequential aspect of this deal, given the way that Iran has utilized the enrichment of uranium thus far, obviously above civilian usage, but only as a point of leverage so they can demand sanctions relief from the American government, but never to really develop nuclear warheads. Nuclear warheads also obviously require a delivery system that they don't really have. I mean, I guess they can strap it onto the existing munitions that they have, but their targeting capabilities and the limits to how far reaching the Iranian munitions are is fairly limited. It doesn't go to Europe, right? It only extends to like Turkey, maybe a little bit beyond. So it wouldn't make much sense for them to have nuclear warheads regardless, similar to like the Jericho system that Israel has that touches basically every part of the planet with the exception of California, where I am, and some parts of Latin America. That's the reason why I have always assumed that the nuclear grade enriched uranium part of the bargain is a gimme for the Iranian side. But they have actually taken a much stronger opposition towards that. Do you think that opposition is actually just for the optics? Because they have tremendous leverage, more so than ever before in the aftermath of the last 90-day quagmire, or is it or is their opposition symbolic so they can extract more concessions for the other aspects of this deal?
So different when it comes to different variables of the nuclear program. First of all, look, I agree with what you were saying, and also it's important to note that the Israelis have several Dolphin German submarines that are nuclear equipped that were given to the Israelis by the Germans. So Israel has nuclear weapons in almost any water that they would want and can shoot nuclear weapons. So unfortunately, Hasan, you may not be as safe as you think in California.
That's a bummer.
So look, the nuclear program is a serious program. And the Iranians are deeply, deeply committed to the aspects of it that, for a variety of reasons, have become highly emotional. And, there's some strategic elements to it as well. So, for instance, when it comes to enrichment, the Shah of Iran had the same policy. He refused to give up enrichment. In fact, back in the early days, I mean, one of these reactors that is at the center of some of these negotiations is called the Tehran Research. Yeah. The United States gave it to the Iranians in 1968 as part of Atoms for Peace. There were two gentlemen in the Ford administration that ran a campaign to convince the Shah that he needed to have a stronger nuclear program because he could never turn Iran into a modern country without nuclear energy. That was Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney, who wanted the Shah to buy Westinghouse reactors. So, and the Shah was going along with it. He wanted to have enrichment on his own soil. He did. Later on, towards the end of the 1970s, the US's position globally changed and they wanted to restrict the spread of enrichment technology. But the Iranians refused. So this is not something that is just some sort of a fixed idea of this administration, this current theocracy in Iran. It is something that has deeper roots. And it's particularly problematic for them to give up enrichment and be in a situation in which there was something the Shah could have, but they cannot have. Particularly mindful of the fact that one of their points of attacks against the Shah's monarchy was that he was a sellout and that he had sold out to the United States, that he was a servant of the Americans and was not really standing up for Iran's national interests. I personally disagree with that assessment. I think the Shah actually pushed a very hard line against the US, and the American side was very annoyed with a lot of his foreign policy because he was becoming increasingly independent and assertive. But nevertheless, it's difficult for them to accept that. What we're seeing in this negotiation, however, is that while they're very adamant about never giving up enrichment, they seem to be accepting that they will go along with a formulation that does not make it necessary for them to enrich uranium for a period of time that could be up to 10 to 12 years. And this they have never agreed to before. There was a brief period between 2003 and 2005 in which they voluntarily agreed to suspend enrichment. This was as a result of the Europeans negotiating with them, and that was when the E3 was formed. They were very successful. They got a deal. And the voluntary suspension was supposed to last as long as the negotiations continued towards a final agreement. What ended up happening, however, is that once the Europeans got the suspension, they had no incentive to get to a final deal. They had already managed to get the key objective. So they started slow walking the negotiations. The Iranians got more and more frustrated. By August 2005, they announced that they were going to restart enrichment. By January 2006, they did so. By February 2006, they got slapped and their file got sent to the UN Security Council, and they later on were sanctioned. So the Iranian narrative ended up becoming the cost of suspending enrichment was much higher than the cost of just having continued it. And since then, they have refused anything that would sound like a suspension. Until now, they're actually potentially going to agree to 5, 8, 10, perhaps 12 years of a pause. They will probably frame it differently, call it something else. That's a major give. And I think they're doing this partly because they realize Trump will give them far more sanctions relief. Remember, in the Obama deal, there were no sanctions lifted on American companies. No primary sanctions, only secondary sanctions. And if they get primary sanctions, that will be a game changer. So I think they're giving more on that issue.
He wants to build a Trump Tower in Tehran.
Absolutely.
Like
he was very clear in 2015. His critique of the Obama deal was like, oh, it's the worst deal ever, etc. That was oftentimes repeated. What was not repeated is what he usually said afterwards, is that it was unfair. Europe got into the Iranian market, but no American company benefited. So he has that type of an attitude towards this. And we saw that in the earlier negotiations last year before Israel attacked the first time. The Iranians were talking about $1 trillion opportunity for American businesses. So I think the Iranians are willing to give more on the nuclear issue, but not ever give up enrichment because Trump is putting much more on the table. And the same thing goes with the stockpile. That's something that has become very sensitive. But in the last 2 weeks, there's actually been movement and some flexibility on both sides on this issue. So there's a likelihood that they can resolve it. A lot of the problems that exist right now is actually self-inflicted. It is such a mistake to negotiate as publicly as they are right now. I mean, you can go and do a Google search. There's like 25 different versions of the memorandum that is just floating around. No one knows which one is actually accurate, but so much of this is being made public. It is a terrible idea if you actually want to get to a deal fast and without the type of political cost that is now coming, because Trump is already paying a political cost for a deal that he hasn't even struck yet.
I mean, the political cost is mostly coming from Israel, though, I feel like. And obviously Israel's proxies on U.S. soil that operate as though they're independent or have some sort of like ideological interest in pursuing Iran militarily or trying to destroy Iran as opposed to like engaging Iran with diplomacy. But Israel is the spoiling factor, which brings me back to my ultimate question. We've had this conversation already. I said that the largest ask from the Iranian side, and this has been consistent since like the first 10-point plan that they revealed almost 2 weeks in, has been to stop all proxy wars, right? And Israel is America's proxy. Hezbollah would be in this circumstance, or the axis of resistance in this circumstance would be Iran's proxies. Israel knows this, and this requires America to restrain Israel, which America has not really done a lot of restraining of Israel since Trump won, really. And Biden certainly continued that policy as well. So this is probably the biggest ask. Do you feel like that assessment is correct? And you're more, it kind of feels like you're more positive about where this deal is going in the last, since the last time I talked to you, it seems that you think that regardless of the additional military escalation from Israel, you're making it seem like, you know, Trump is actually threatening Israel in a not so subtle way, and therefore is going to inevitably restrain Israel. I don't see that.
I wouldn't go as far as I wouldn't go as far as the last sentence, but up until that point, yes, I do see signs. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that it is enough. If you read my the Substack piece that I had on the implications of this, I think it's a toss-up. I don't know, but what I do believe though is that if there isn't any restraint on Israel, if there isn't an enforcement of Israel abiding by a regional ceasefire, then I don't think there will be a deal at all. So this may end up becoming one of the most important sticking points. And part of the reason why the Iranians are pushing for this is, you know, first of all, there's a spillover risk. If the Israelis continue to bomb Lebanon, etc., eventually that can spill over into direct confrontation between the Israelis and the Iranians, which is something that already has happened twice since October 7th. So obviously it could happen a third time and the US could get dragged into it again. So, you know, obviously you have to make sure that that type of a leakage doesn't occur. And also it's a test for the United States. Can you deliver on your end? Can you restrain Israel? Because if you cannot restrain Israel, or if you don't want to restrain Israel, what's the point of a deal? Because the Israelis will then continue to escalate. Eventually, they'll start another war. You'll probably end up back in that war. So what was the point of all of this agreement? And Iran making concessions on the nuclear front, etc., if ultimately you're incapable or unwilling to hold the Israelis back in all of their efforts that they're constantly doing to sabotage the deal that you yourself negotiated. So I think this is going to be a critical point. And one of the things I point out in the Substack piece is I can see a scenario in which Trump, as he has done before, pressures the Israelis, forces them to abide by a ceasefire, but within days or weeks, the Israelis find a way to wiggle themselves out of it. They claim self-defense. They start bombing Gaza or Lebanon again. And that will then create a problem for the Iranians. At that point, will they walk out of the agreement? Pressure Trump to restrain Israel? What if Trump doesn't restrain the Israelis? And what if they walk out of the agreement and they still don't get any restraint from the United States on Israel? Then they have neither a ceasefire in Gaza, and they've also lost the sanctions relief, etc., because they walked out of the agreement. So one of the things that have been discussed in the Iranian security establishment is, in that scenario, go back to one of the things that they did during the war: escalate horizontally and go for what I would call a Lebanon for UAE formula. Meaning, instead of walking out of the agreement, if the Israelis are attacking Lebanon, the Iranians will start attacking the UAE. The logic is, if the ceasefire tolerates the Israelis attacking an ally of Iran, then it should also tolerate the Iranians attacking an ally of Israel, which at this point, UAE is clearly a strategic ally of the Israelis. And if the US is not happy with it, and it wants to enter into that conflict, well, then the US loses all of the gains of the deal. If it, or alternatively, has to restrain the Israelis. It will put some of the GCC countries also in a tough spot, because they will be very unhappy about it, not because they care that much about the UAE, but because that instability is just bad for them.
Mm-hmm.
But if they complain about what the Iranians are doing, it's going to make them look bad, because what about the Israelis? You're not saying as much about what the Israelis are doing in Lebanon. It will make them look very bad in front of their own Arab audiences, in which they're silently going along with what Israel is doing in Gaza and West Bank and Lebanon. But once the Iranians retaliate for that within this logic, then there's a reaction from the GCC states. So I think it would be a very bad scenario ultimately. And that's part of the reason I really hope that the administration recognizes that it is a necessity to restrain Israel if you want to have any type of a deal, any type of a sustainable stability in the region.
Yeah. So going back to restraining Israel, what What is going on there? Because I feel like at this point, especially in this last iteration, when there's a tit for tat taking place once again, and at least to the untrained eye, myself included, it kind of looks like the ceasefire is not imminent, but is further away than it was maybe even a week ago. And we know that Israel is playing the spoiler here. So, like, what is it from the American calculation, by your estimation, that like they just simply cannot tell Israel to just cut it out? That's one question I have. And the other one I have is obviously, why is Iran not retaliating against Israel directly?
I think that's a very good question. And even during the war, we saw that they struck the UAE harder than they struck the Israelis.
Yeah.
And I think a critical element, I'm sure there's many different factors, but a critical element was the Iranians were trying to end the war. And their calculation was to end the war, you had to go to the most accessible pain point that existed. And their assessment was that the Israelis actually would tolerate a tremendous amount of pain as long as the US was bombing Iran. So if you wanted to inflict so much damage on the other side so that the other side said, you know what, let's stop this, Israel had a pain point that was too distant. Whereas if you struck the GCC, if you closed the Strait of Hormuz, you struck American bases, and in the beginning, they were doing everything they could to inflict significant American casualties. And they were successful in the first couple of days of the war with the attacks that they did in Kuwait, in which a very large number of American soldiers were injured, and some of them were also killed. That was, they went all out trying to get as many as possible either injured or killed in order to make this too costly for the US to continue. So the American pain point was relatively accessible, but the problem was that they didn't have enough targets. They had bases, but the bases had been vacated. So they were looking for where are the hotel rooms in which some of these American soldiers had been housed after having left the bases. The US Navy was keeping itself 3,000 kilometers away from Iranian shorelines to make it as difficult as possible for the Iranians to hit them. So the most accessible pain point and targets were in the GCC states and the global economy. So they went after that to raise oil prices, get these countries to really start pressing for some sort of ceasefire, and eventually making sure that the higher oil prices would translate into very, very bad economic and political situation for Trump at home. Whereas if they had put all of their efforts on striking the Israelis, as long as the US was still in the war, the Israelis were clearly willing to take a lot of hits as long as they saw Iran destroyed. Now, in this current situation, the Israelis have not directly targeted the Iranians. If they did, I'm pretty sure the Iranians would strike back at them. But when the US is attacking, I mean, again, they didn't strike, in their view, Kuwait. They struck an American base in Kuwait. So they were trying to strike American targets. It's just the problem that many of those targets are not that effective any longer because they're empty. And this is an important point for a different question. What's the point of the US having 19 or so bases in the region if every time it wants to go to war, it has to vacate and empty those bases? Yeah. It tells you the lack of utility and, frankly, the targets that they are. And it's very costly for the US because the Iranians have inflicted a tremendous amount of damage, but not a lot of human damage, since the US was essentially clever enough to understand he needed to vacate them.
And the other question I had was, there's very clearly a divergence. There's very clearly disagreement, at least within the American intelligence apparatus and the American military and their assessment, their capabilities, and their risk profile versus what Israel has been telling America over and over again. The idea that you could do something similar to the Maduro operation. I mean, that clearly was wrong. And it became such a spectacular failure that what Trump thought he was going to have was maximum leverage going to China turned into maximum leverage for China. And he's already made tremendous concessions to China, restricting $14 billion worth of weapons transfers that were supposed to go to Taiwan and things of that nature, totally conceding to China's demands. which is, I think, ultimately good. I mean, it cools off the Taiwanese Strait, but certainly not good for the blob and their framework and how they wanted to always advance against China. Now, at what point is Trump going to say, okay, you have, pardon my French, fucked me over too many times to the Israeli side, and you know, tell them to dial it back? And why do you think that hasn't happened yet?
First, I think that's a really important question, because many of us really hope that he would say that on day one when he took office.
Yes.
That he would, because, you know, remember the narrative during the campaign and the speeches at the RNC were focusing. I mean, look at Don Jr.'s speech. You know, he was praising the appointment of J.D. Vance and saying this is a huge blow to the neocons. We're going to really go against the war lobby, things of that nature. So, you know, they pumped up a lot of expectation, perhaps naively, that they would be serious about this. And what we may not have paid as much attention to, although people like Eli Clifton at Quincy, one of my colleagues and co-founders, always was arguing this point, is you got to follow the money. Yes, they're saying a lot of these different things. It resonates with the Republican and the MAGA base, but at the same time, Miriam Adelson is coming in with, what was it, $200 million?
250.
Yeah, 250, you know, and they will ultimately have a tremendous amount of influence. And they surely have. So, you know, there was always that type of a balancing. There was never going to be a clear cut and clean situation in which he would completely go in the direction of the more anti-war elements within his administration. The problem is that the balance that he struck is one that is shocking to a lot of people who were part of his base. You know, seeing what he did in June, seeing what he did in Venezuela, and then going along with not just a war, but a major war that even was, you know, overtly a regime change war. It's just stunning that he went along with that. The question then now again then becomes exactly what you asked. Okay, so he did that too, based on what the Israelis were telling him, and it completely backfired. It's the worst decision he's ever made. He's in a terrible situation as a result of it. Isn't it time for him to just break? And the problem is, are you going to say no to all of that money? That is, you know, the influence that a lot of those different major donors have, not just with him, but with the Republican Party as a whole. And that question constantly has to be part of the equation and part of the reason as to why we end up in these type of scenarios, despite everything that he promised that he would not do.
So, okay, well, I see that, but there's so much moneyed interest, or so much direct money that Donald Trump could be making, from the other Gulf nations. I mean, they're not shy about bribing him. UAE probably has bribed him a lot more than the rest, though, unfortunately. And UAE is basically little Israel at this point in the way that they're operating in the Gulf. But there's a lot of money he could be making from Iran as well. So I don't feel like it's just the $250 million that Miriam Adelson gave him that's like, you know, causing him.
That's not money that he gets in the same way. These are political donations that goes into the political machinery.
Yeah.
Right. And the Iranians cannot give any money to any, given the sanctions and you know, a whole set of different other factors. And frankly, the GCC states, to the best of my knowledge, you should talk to Eli, who's much more of an expert on this, or people like Ben Freeman and Nick Cleveland in my shop, who follow these issues very closely. They've not played the game the same way as the Israelis have, or the pro-Israel crowd has, which is a lot of political donations.
Yeah, but they have a lot more bandwidth to do so, because like,
of course,
there's a lot of Zionist advocacy networks within the United States of America that no other country, not even just the Gulf nations, but like, I don't think there is a British lobby in the same way, or a level of like pervasive British influence in the same way that like Israeli influence exists over American foreign and certainly even domestic policy.
Absolutely. And I think it's important to understand there is, diminishingly so, but there is a population within the United States, whether it is Christian Zionist or others, who view themselves, define themselves as pro-Israel, and are putting both money and constituency pressure in almost every congressional district. Whereas you don't have a lot of people in the United States running around having fuzzy feelings about the UAE or Saudi Arabia, and as a result are both combining political donations and political constituency pressure in favor of those countries. So it's a very, very different scenario.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the influence is definitely there. I wonder like how much pressure is enough for Donald Trump to crack, especially because unlike previous administrations who maintain some degree of like ideological loyalty to NATO Atlanticism, to constant intervention, there's varying degrees of intervention. Like you got the neocons on one side, you got the Obama strategy on the other. Donald Trump is more pragmatic than they are in some ways. And I guess my question is like, when does that pragmatism kick in? Like, do you feel like it's going to happen? Are you positive about the way things are going so far? Because I am not, certainly. I feel like it's going to get worse before it gets better, and I don't even know when it will get better, considering that the Trump administration's assessment so far is like, well, we can manipulate the stock market. People are tapping into their strategic reserves. It doesn't seem to be running out, the oil, regardless of the 20% of the entire energy supply, or almost 100% of the entire energy supply of the Asian markets is completely shut off at this point, or diminished dramatically. And he seems to not care about that at all.
So let me give you a couple of factors as to why I think I wouldn't call myself optimistic. That's almost a dirty word in this context, but perhaps less pessimistic than you are. First, I think it's important to recognize no politician, no president would pick this fight unnecessarily. I saw that during the Obama years as well, in which many of us who were working with the Obama administration back then were a little bit frustrated that he wasn't pushing back harder against AIPAC and the Israelis during the run-up to getting the deal. And the answer essentially was, look, there's no reason to have that fight until there is a deal. Once there is a deal, that's when it's worthwhile having that fight, because you have no other choice. But to have that fight over something that has not yet materialized, you actually don't have a deal, may end up becoming a completely unnecessary fight, because you have the fight, but you may end up not getting the deal. And then, we wasted all your political capital for something that never came about. So I don't think we will know for certain whether he really will push back or not until there is a deal. That's when the moment where truth will come, and we'll say, okay, you got the deal now. Are you going to fight for it? Are you going to be willing to push back against all of these different forces? We're now going to try to sabotage it. Now, when you know what you can get because you have it in your hand, that's one thing. The other, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. The other thing.
Actually, why don't you ask? Because I kind of lost my train of thought.
Oh, damn it.
It will come back to me.
Okay. Well, the question I have is damn it, now I'm losing my train of thought. God damn it.
All right, I regain mine if we want me to
okay,
go back
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. The other factor is simply looking at the situation objectively. Trump needs a deal.
Yeah,
and so do the Iranians. I mean, look, they cannot continue this situation. We're going to see oil prices go up much, much further in a couple of weeks, perhaps even as short as in 2 weeks, because of the accumulated problems that are being created as a result of what the situation is. And we're actually in a period in which the Iranians are not letting in or letting out 25 to 30 ships a day now, which is a significant increase. But nevertheless, it's not enough to be able to compensate for all of the problems that are occurring. And then we're getting closer to the midterms and, inflation, all of these different things. He just needs to get out of this situation, and he can't unless there is a deal. And the same is true for the Iranians. The Iranian, I forgot which institute in Iran just came out with a number saying the Iranian economy is going to shrink 10% this year as a result of the war. And the Iranian situation, economic situation, was terrible even before this war. They need sanctions relief. They absolutely need to have it. And it's not just an economic issue. If they don't have sanctions relief, they cannot rebuild themselves. If they cannot rebuild themselves, they will become weaker. And if they're weaker, they will become an easier target for Israel or anyone else who wants to attack them again. So it's actually from a security standpoint, they need to have the sanctions relief in order to be able to rebuild themselves, to be able to defend themselves. So I know that is rational, that is logical, and unfortunately, we have far too little rationality and logic in decision making, but it is also an objective reality. It will be suicidal for both sides to actively opt against a deal. Now, they may mess it up, they may commit too many mistakes, they may have the situation in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf right now, lead to an escalation that they can't control, but that's different from saying that they will choose away from it because they think they're going to be better off without a deal.
Wouldn't the realist framework here be to lean heavily into China as an alternative market? I mean, they already kind of are doing that. They've increased the amount of oil that they're sending to China. Obviously, that's not going to make up for the Strait of Hormuz being closed from the Chinese perspective, but whatever shrinkage they experience through not being able to participate in the global economy, wouldn't they be able to make up for it by entering into the Chinese market? I mean, I don't know if the Chinese government is even invested in doing that.
So, by and large, no, because years of sanctions have already made them completely dependent on China. It's their biggest trading partner. And they would like to trade more, but the Chinese do not have a need for that. And reality is that beyond oil, there's not a lot that the Iranians can sell the Chinese. Now, oil, of course, is very, very important for them. They're buying a lot from the Chinese, but there's resistance to that also in Iran because it actually destroyed a lot of the local industry. What they need is diversification. They need to make sure that they're not too dependent on any party.
Yeah.
And they have become tremendously non-diverse as a result of US sanctions, chasing away almost every other economic partner that they had or could have had. And they have increasingly become dependent on trade with Russia and China. And again, their economies are not particularly compatible. The Russians have gas and oil, so they're not going to buy that from the Iranians. And there's not much the Russians have except for weapon systems. And you can't build an economy on that. You need much, much more than that. So the Iranians are suffering from the fact that the sanctions have made them too dependent on just a few actors.
So before I let you go, and thank you so much for coming on, let's work through the two sides. You got America on the one side. We're not talking about Israel. What do you think are the biggest hangups from the American side, and what do you think the biggest hangups from the Iranian side are, in terms of like why they're still butting heads and they haven't been able to arrive at a manageable conclusion? And how does Trump get out of this while still trying to save face, even though everyone that's even a little bit knowledgeable about what took place already knows that America's bleeding right now. This is just about stopping the hemorrhaging, right? And so is Iran, but obviously, given the nature of asymmetric warfare, Iran being a middle power that now has more leverage than it did before 90 days ago, it means that it's a victory for Iran nonetheless. It might be a Pyrrhic victory, but it's a victory regardless. And for America, it's going to be a defeat no matter what. But how will America get out of this while saving face? And what are some of the major hangups, in your opinion, between America and Iran?
Look, if you compare this to the scenario before the war was started, it's very difficult to say that the U.S. came out of this a winner.
Yeah.
But if you compare the scenario between continuing the war and striking a deal, there's a lot of wins that can be achieved there, particularly mindful of the fact that if they do strike a deal that has sanctions relief, it actually benefits the American economy. Because if it opens up the Iranian economy for American companies, we're talking about the largest economy that will have opened up since the fall of the Soviet Union. So there's huge opportunities. And the compatibility, by the way, between the Iranian and the American economies are far, far greater. So there's huge potential there. And that would be a win. And with that would probably come a very different relationship with Iran. And Trump will very much probably like to frame this as his legacy is that he ended the enmity. Look, I think Trump was looking for legacy. And if the legacy could be achieved by doing regime change in Iran, and he would be the president that finally got rid of the Islamic Republic, perfect, strong legacy. If that doesn't work and he strikes a deal with Iranians and he's the one who ended the enmity, that's good enough, legacy. But it has to be something big in order for it to be legacy. Whereas a small deal, a partial deal, etc., that's not going to cut it. Now, when it comes to the major hiccups, I don't think at this point the memorandum has a lot of problems on the American side. It's mostly on the Iranian side. And now it's just come back to the issue, can Trump be trusted? Is he really going to be able to deliver on the sanctions relief? Is this not another deception in which they're just going to try to use the next couple of months to prepare themselves for the next war once he is past the midterms and he's a lame duck president, but he's also much freer to do things because he doesn't have to care about polls and things of that nature. All of those issues are now really weighing heavily on the Iran side. And there's also another problem that I think the two sides are just very different. The Iranian experience in the JCPOA is that they under-negotiated the details of the sanctions relief. So for instance, there's a snapback mechanism that in case the Iranians did not live up to the deal, any party could just snap back all of the UN sanctions. There was no mechanism that said if the US doesn't deliver on the sanctions relief or if it walks out of the deal, there's something that would be punishing the US or benefiting the Iranians. So the Iranians were already upset in 2016, thinking that the sanctions relief never really materialized in the way that they expected it. So now they want to negotiate a much more detailed agreement to make sure that they don't get screwed over again. It just so happens to be that President Trump hates details and wants to have a page and a half with a bunch of principles, etc., with very little detail. It's just creating a disconnect between the Iranian and the American side. Even if they may agree on the principles, it's just not enough for the Iranians.
Okay. I mean, I can see that. But I also feel like there's a constant spoiler in this entire process that's in Trump's ear, and it's very clear that they have unprecedented access. I mean, the fact that they okay, I said last question, but this is actually the last question. What do you make of hiring a Foundation for Defending Democracy guy into the negotiation team midway through this process? I believe like 2 weeks ago they did this. I find that insane. I mean, that's an Israeli cutout. No disrespect to the people on the Hill that you sometimes work alongside, but original name Emmett, 2001, directly designed to do Hasbara and to enforce Israel's wishes upon the Hill. And they haven't really shied away from doing that. And they're very clearly, I mean, their talking points are being distributed by the White House. I mean, they are almost singularly responsible. I mean, they're not singularly responsible, but there's one think tank you can point to that has been agitating for this war and goading for this war and got the war that they wanted and are still complaining about it nonstop because it didn't go the way they thought it would. It's FDD.
Well, I mean, they think that the war would have been won if just Trump bombed more.
Yeah, but that wasn't happening.
They're proudly bragging about how they are a major force behind this war. So we're not talking about some of these neocons who were pushing for war, but while making it look as if they actually wanted a different outcome. No, they're absolutely open about the fact that they wanted war. And everything else you said is absolutely true. They were the key authors of maximum pressure sanctions. They were the key authors of the blockade of the blockade. They bear a tremendous amount of responsibility for the absolute disaster that not only this war, but a lot of the sanctions policies have become. I think it's an absolutely terrible look. Now, that specific person was already, may not have formally been a part of the negotiating team, but he was brought in already in the Pakistan round of talks. So he was there already back then. Now, is he in a position to sabotage? I mean, if you ask my preference, yeah, he should absolutely not. Anyone who's from a think tank that proudly brags about how they helped start this war has shown themselves to be dead set enemies of diplomacy. And FDD would be very upset if you accuse them of supporting diplomacy. So to have someone like that in the negotiating team, yeah, to me it does make no sense whatsoever.
Yeah. So that's not. You don't think that's an indication that this is more leverage for the Israeli side?
No, I do.
Yeah.
It's just that it's one data point amongst many, and there's others that may be more problematic, and there's others that point in a slightly different direction. But I think it's no doubt that it's, in my view at least, a very negative data point. But it's not the totality of the picture, of course.
Okay. All right, Trita Parsi, thank you so much for coming on. And
thanks so much for having me.
Find your Substack. It's linked in the top of the chat, substack.com/@TritaParsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute. Thank you so much for coming on. And,
thanks so much for having us. I really appreciate it.
We'll see you again next time.
Awesome.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Bye. All right. That was a great conversation as always. Russia hit Romania. I want Hasan to cover these things, man. Wait, what? What the fuck? Russia hit Romania. Also, is my eye getting worse? Or is it just because there's Benadryl on it, Benadryl cream on it, and that's why it just looks shinier? It certainly isn't getting better. Doesn't feel like it's getting better. It's just the lighting. Maybe. Looks more red. You're getting much better at these interviews. Thank you, chatter. That's why, I got to keep doing it. It's definitely gotten worse, Law. Bro, what the fuck did I miss? Is it a bug bite? Did you get slapped? It's a bug bite. That is not a mosquito bite. You're going to be Peter Piker. Is it painful? No, it's not. Not even a little bit. It's not painful. It's not very itchy. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's just bulbous. Urgent care now. Does it feel hot to touch? Not necessarily. Look up brown recluse spider bite now. I don't think it's a brown recluse spider bite. Brown recluse spider bite can cause severe localized tissue damage. Symptoms often start with intense pain and a bluish purple or red mark that may form a blister. While most bites heal on their own within 3 weeks, severe bites can develop into deep necrotic ulcers that take months to recover. Clean. Gently wash the bite side with mild soap and water. Ice. Apply cool, damp cloth. Yeah, it's not even painful. Elevate. Keep the affected limb elevated. Stay calm and still. Limit movement of the bitten area to help prevent venom from spreading. ID the spider. Also, yeah, I don't think it's brown recluse. Take a Benadryl pill, not just the cream. It can be a mosquito bite. Some mosquitoes cause me to get big like that. Fire and Rescue Services rushed to the site of a Russian drone attack on a residential building in Romania. What the fuck? Okay, you guys wanted me to cover this, but what am I supposed to cover about this issue? Like, you know what I mean? I'm from around the New York area. It's very likely you're just allergic to the venom and whatever bit you. Most likely a mosquito. Wait, what? No, I didn't. This happened here in Los Angeles. Get it treated, bro. When that blister bursts, gonna get infected. Wait, what? You think it's a blister? I don't think it's a blister. It just looks like an inflammation due to a bug bite. God, it's the worst fucking chat to... I hate this shit. I hate this shit so much because chatters, WebMD ass chatters in the fucking chat. You get so annoying. Anyway, listen. Here, we'll talk about New York politics real quick. Gotta do a brief sidestep into this. Antonio Reynoso and Adriano Espaillat. You might recognize both of these names. Antonio Reynoso is up against Claire Valdez, and Adriano Espaillat is going up against Dara Liza, who I recently had on the broadcast, can each expect 7 figures spent independently on their behalf in the coming weeks. A Democratic operative familiar with the matter told me, but did not disclose the source of the funding. There's also some good news. There's also some decent news, at least. And that is that Zoran Mamdani is leaning in. Zoran Mamdani is leaning at potentially an endorsement of Dara Liza as well. Oh my God, I just had a canvasser knock on my door for Adriana Espaillat. Told her I'm on Team Dara Liza. Good. Stop listening to chat. Go to urgent care after stream or set up a doctor's appointment with your normal doctor as soon as possible. Okay, everybody calm down. To me, that nurse here, to me, that looks like a blister. I mean, it's not. Maybe. It feels like it could be a blister, but what fucking causes a blister? It's also massive. I don't know if it's filled with fluid. I feel like a bite, something bit me and I had an allergic reaction. Maybe a spider bite or something. Skeeter syndrome is a large local inflammatory reaction to mosquito bites. It causes redness, warm, swelling, and or itching where the mosquito bit you. The area is sometimes hard and painful. It can sometimes make you wonder if you have a skin infection. Is most common in young kids. Rarely you can cause fever and hives in many of your body or small swollen lymph nodes. What? I don't think it's fucking Skeeter syndrome. Did this thing just pop up this morning? Yes. And in 9 months, I will have a beautiful face, baby. Bro, listen to BDO. Listen to us MDs. It's an abscess. Do you have an erection? It's a kissing bug bite. I've never seen this bug before. And no, I don't think it's that. Therapist here. Chat is just a manifestation of the inner critic and should be almost completely disregarded right now. You're not the most reliable narrator when you're anxious. It's probably a hex. Doctor here. You're looking at a classic case of ligma.
I thought.
What is? It's really refreshing to see.
Difficult.
Oh damn! I'm getting positive feedback from my Trevor Noah conversation on Twitter. That's rare. It's really refreshing to see a smart political take with the current state of the world. You almost forget that you can have popular streamers share cogent, nuanced thoughts. A not insignificant portion of the country sees this and thinks this is the same as Nick Fuentes' insanity.
My opinion on this is I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a harm reduction believer, I guess, to a certain degree. I recognize that class consciousness is the #1 problem in this country. We do not have class consciousness and we do not have political education. And without class consciousness and political education, you can't have organizing on the basis of class. So in order to foment class consciousness and to engage in agitative propaganda, as as is the Marxist tradition, I believe that elections are one of the most viable routes to reach the masses.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of people, no matter how radical they present themselves as, or no matter how critical they are of Bernie Sanders, a lot of people self-identified as socialists in that insurgent campaign in 2016 when Bernie ran against Hillary Rodham Clinton. That juxtaposition of a left populist force, an anti-establishment force who was unbowed and said that they were a socialist and weren't afraid of the moniker, going up against an establishment, like an establishment figurehead like Hillary Rodham Clinton made a lot of people self-identify as socialists. It made a lot of people go, wait a minute, I agree with that guy. Right? I agree with that guy. I didn't know that this designation existed.
Yeah.
Or I was so
grab a
negatively
spoon.
propagandized against what I thought socialism was, but it turns out it's this, old curmudgeon, right? And who is fighting for me, who has been fighting for me for 800 years at this point. So that's why I believe that, and I've seen this in the data as well. Like whenever you got an AOC style figure or Zohran Mamdani, the DSA rises. The DSA's ranks explode. Right? There's so many new paid members, or paying members, that join the organization. And the DSA is very good at instigating class consciousness and also doing political education. It's a massive institution with many different caucuses, and they're constantly fighting one another. You go to the national conference and you're like, I like them all. I have no, I don't have, it's like picking favorite children. You can't do it, right? But they're constantly warring. There's a democratic process. It's complex. It's very diverse. But you have every different tendency from liberals, social democrats, all the way to Marxist-Leninists, Maoist, third worldists, people who do not participate in democracy at all because they think it's ridiculous and counter-revolutionary. You have all of that, right? And that is political education, and that is an absolute necessity to make the changes in this country. And I see electoralism as a route to foment class consciousness through proving that alternative modes of governance are viable. And that's why I look to people like Zohran as movement leaders in that regard, because every day that he's a good mayor of New York is a day where we are able to tackle the stigma associated with socialism. Every day that he's a handsome, charismatic fellow that gets to improve people's lives is a day where more New Yorkers go, you know what, maybe I'm a socialist after all. I'm not, I understand that, you have to organize with the masses that you have, not the masses that you believe should exist. And many people in the United States of America are self-identifying as liberals. That's mass politics. That's what the social base, that's where the social base is at. They self-identify as liberals because they don't really understand what that means. If you were to pick apart their worldview and offer them a little bit of political education, you might find that they're actually not liberals at all. Maybe they're socialists. Maybe they're Marxists. Maybe they're, they have a different ideological tendency than liberalism, which is basically just a monoculture that we've taken for granted. So at a time when liberalism is failing, and the Democratic Party, as the liberal Democratic Party, is failing to keep up with the reactionary forces on the Republican side, I believe that it's important to try to push for as many radical candidates as possible and change the makeup, the political makeup of this unbelievably weak party that is not a real political party in the sense that they exist in Europe and in parliamentary systems. There's no paid membership structure, like paying membership structure, but a party that simply is a holdover for a litany of different corporate interests and maybe some advocacy groups on the side if you want to throw them a bone every now and then because you need door knockers. That's a weak party. That's a party that you can seize. That's a party that you can take advantage of. Because at the end of the day, I have no loyalty to the brand that is the Democratic Party.
Right. Okay.
And I don't think anyone should have any loyalty to any party. I think you should see politicians as an agent for change because that's what they are. Are they making those changes for their corporate benefactors, or are they making those changes for you? Are they promising to you that they are going to change your lives for the better, or are they telling you better things are not possible, which is what a lot of Democrats do, unfortunately. So, even if I know a politician personally, Zohran is a great example of this. AOC is another example of this. If they do things that I don't like, I'll say it. I'll be like, no, this was wrong. I disagree with you on this. And I will hold them to account because at the end of the day, they're public servants. They work for us, for all of us, right? There shouldn't be any loyalty to a party or a brand, especially if that party hasn't done enough to deserve your loyalty. You can have an ideological commitment to a movement. I certainly do. And I have my moral convictions, and I demand that the elected representatives that I push for also have similar shared moral convictions. But outside of that, I don't really care how we get there. You know, another Deng Xiaoping quote I'll use. I don't know why I keep using Deng Xiaoping quotes on this,
cool.
on this conversation, but
also because it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
You know what they say about Tuesday and Deng Xiaoping?
What?
Nothing. Carry on.
I was very excited.
I know. This guy caught us.
He said when market reforms were taking place in China, he said famously, a black cat or a white cat, it doesn't matter as long as it catches the rat. And that's the way I see it as well, where it's like I don't really care about what these brands are or what how people identify
focus too much on the labels and not on the outcome.
Yeah, I care about changes. I care about necessary changes and getting those necessary changes across. Has that gotten better? No. No, stop touching it. Does it hurt? No. It doesn't. I think it did get better. It feels better. Looks like a bee sting, brother. That ain't no mosquito. I got bit while I was sleeping. You looked very handsome in this interview. Thank you. Dude, I have a PhD in bugs and you got bit by one of these. My mom says it looks so much better now that he has a spoon over it and I can't see it. Guys, I don't care about Harambe's 10-year anniversary, okay? 10-year death anniversary. What is this? Want to change that because that's where their bread is buttered. And they get very pissed off.
You say your whole life and your whole career, but take us back. What brings you to this point? Like we meet you at this moment in your life, but like how does Hasan Piker come to be? Like where were you born? How were you raised?
I was born in America.
No, I'm not saying it like a border agent. I'm saying like, to me, I'm saying like a life story. You're so defensive about it.
I got scared.
This man is like, I'm like, where were you born? I was born here. I'm born in America.
Listen,
still lingers.
I don't know if you heard, but the federal government's coming after me.
We actually need to talk about that. Yeah, but no.
So I need to say it. I was born here. I'm an American citizen. I could run for president. I would never do that though. So don't get scared. Don't want to change that because that's where their bread is buttered. And they anyway, mashallah. What the fuck? Bro, that's crazy. He came in all halal is over. It's over. He came in halal style, bro. It's over. He's bringing, oh my God, he has found the light of Allah. He has brought Islam into his life. He pulled his California King bedsheet on and went to work. You and who? What is this? The Aquarium? That's fucking crazy. What utility does this have? Yeah, you know how Wemby says he likes to read books when he's in the locker room before the game? It turns out the book that he likes to read, the Quran.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Straight up, bro. Yeah, the book he was reading, in the name of Allah, read. It's the fucking first thing that Allah told the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Too much reading, and all of a sudden you're reading the Quran. Buddy. Check out our boy Kyrie. I saw the bourgeoisie fears memory because memory teaches resistance. Yeah. It weighs on our consciousness, dude. Dude, is Kyrie moving from like flat earth shit to like actual Marxist literature? Is that what it is, you think? It's very funny that Ben Shapiro thinks he can get an increasingly anti-Semitic online right to look past his clear ethno-chauvinism by going, look, it says Muslim on the ceiling. Yeah, Ben Shapiro, no Jew has ever asked a politician to put on a kippah.
The long robe, marked by an Arsenal jersey. It says on it Emirates. And it says on the sleeve, visit Rwanda. Again, I'm not sure you could possibly signal your various allegiances to foreign interests better than this, but, you know, sort of fascinating. She is clearly wearing a scarf.
By the way, they went to a mosque, right? That's what it is. That's why she did that. But also, Ben, if I'm you, I'm not talking about, I'm never bringing up politicians doing certain, religious shows for different ethnic or religious constituencies, right? Like you're Jewish. That's insane. Like Zohran Mamdani has done this. He visited the fucking the Rebbe's grave, dude. What are you talking about? It's one of the most common images that anti-Semites use, and it's not even just like anti-Semitic at this point. It's like in mass usage is the idea of like going to Israel and kissing the wall and putting on the yarmulke. The fuck do you mean? Like, that's such a funny thing to bring up, because ask the average American which politician, like, or which religious group gets more like shows of admiration and like symbolic shows of respect in the United States of America. Islam or Judaism? Because it's like, majority Christian nation. So out of the non-majority religions in the United States of America, which of the two other Abrahamic religions do politicians heavily show respect to? I don't think people are going to say, oh yeah, it's obviously fucking Islam. Islam gets the same level of recognition of as like Zoroastrianism in the United States of America.
To look like hijab. There's no question that's what she is doing. It is indistinguishable.
Yeah, here is Zohran visiting the Ohel of the Lubavitcher Rebbe this evening. So disappointing from Chabad Lubavitch to invite Mamdani. I mean, what are you talking about? Soda trick worked. It looks less swollen now. Let's go. Well, larger area of coverage. It's cooler. Trick question. It's Baha'i. True. Yeah, the majority of politicians are Islamophobic in this country. It's so stupid for Ben Shapiro to bring this up.
From hijab, millions, hundreds of millions of women all over the world are forced into these.
What do they mean disappointing? Are they calling Chabad anti-Semitic now? Yes, they're saying Zohran Mamdani is an anti-Semite and he shouldn't be visiting the grave of the Rebbe.
Sorts of head coverings. And so it's kind of strange that AOC would don one in the United States. Now, I know the response that's coming here, right? Because I wear a funny head covering, right? I'm an Orthodox Jew. I wear a kippah or a yarmulke. How dare I talk about AOC wearing hijab? Now, you'll notice I'm not talking about Ilhan Omar wearing hijab. She's a Muslim woman. She wants to wear a hijab, her business. But let me start with the dumb and wrong comparison. Politicians who will put on a yarmulke at Jewish events. So first of all, no Jew has...
Wait, what? AOC is a politician putting on a headscarf at a Muslim event. It's literally the same, dumbass. What the fuck are you talking about?
Ever asked a politician to put on a kippah? It is not a thing. As an Orthodox Jew, okay, let me just say this. Don't do this. No one's asking you to do this. It's silly. It's really stupid. You have no religious or moral obligation to wear a kippah or to cover your head in a synagogue if you're a
Oh, Ben's argument is that the scary Muslims forced AOC to do a head covering, whereas our Jewish institutions they don't even ask for it, and the politicians are like, please let me put on a kippah. Yeah, how about it's just respect on both accounts? Have you thought about that? Because I don't think the fucking rabbi is like, you better put this fucking kippah on right now, boy. Right? Like when, Trump is visiting and kissing the wall or whatever, right? But it's just respect, right? I don't think the imam was like, AOC, you better put this fucking turban on.
a non-Jewish man. There's literally no reason to do it. So don't do it. It's stupid. It's dumb and you look dumb.
Bruno, hold till my signal.
I still think it's funny. Curb scene?
All right, finally. There it is.
Okay, dude. Okay, enough. Oh, he threw in the footage of Trump at the campaign trail. I was like, why did Ben put that in there? It's just odd for Ben to bring this up. Yeah, Sammy's is very funny that Ben Shapiro thinks he can get an increasingly anti-Semitic online right to look past their past his clear ethno-chauvinism by going, look, it says Muslim on the ceiling. What happened to your face, broski? I got bit by a bug, and I don't know what fucking happened. Dr. Nick Maynard, a Bruce surgeon who's worked repeatedly in Gaza since 2010, says he remembers all the children he watched die from starvation during Israel's siege on the enclave. Speaking to Tucker Carlson, Maynard described children wasting away in hospital beds because doctors had no food, lacked medicine, and basic supplies to keep patients alive. He said Gaza endured a deliberate engineered starvation campaign so severe that patients were too malnourished to heal from surgery. Yeah, this was a really good interview. I watched different bits and pieces of it. We never got to finish this.
Israel and Palestine that's been on the table since 1967. That's the only way for Israel to be both Jewish and democratic, because if the state of Palestine provides the self-determination and the national rights and the individual rights and the future and the hope for the 5 million Palestinians who live in Gaza and the West Bank, and 2 million Palestinians who are citizens of Israel out of a population of 10 million are given full and equal rights like any minority in a democracy, this actually is a resolvable problem. It is not by definition that having a national homeland of the Jewish people, there are so many countries around the world that have a national identity, a people who feel strongly as a people that gives their country a national identity. Doesn't make them all nationalist states.
Sure. But like what in your view would happen? Let's say we get the two-state solution, right? And there's a division of the land as laid out by the UN. What happens if the Palestinian citizens of Israel start having too many kids, and now they're threatening to become a demographic majority within Israel? What happens then?
Well, I mean, the biggest problem, ironically, the biggest problem that Israel has demographically is that the ultra-Orthodox are having too many kids.
Yeah, that's true. No, that is an issue. But I mean, you see
classic liberal Zionist, by the way. Classic liberal Zionist. Had to throw that in there, okay? Dude, that's why it's so funny when a lot of pro-Israel people will be like, wow, Hasan called Orthodox Jews inbred or whatever. It's like, listen, motherfucker. Okay, I've heard what you call Orthodox Jews in Israel. Okay, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking dude. Ask a liberal Zionist Ashkenazi guy what they think about the Orthodox Jews in Israel, and you will hear shit that is almost as bad as the way they talk about Palestinians. Not as bad. Sometimes they'll compare them directly to Palestinians. They'll be like, what are we, a bunch of fucking Palestinians? That's what Itamar Ben-Gvir is doing. He's behaving like a Palestinian. So obviously that's, still the most, maximum racist you can be. That's why it's so funny when they're like, wow, I can't believe he was, joking about the Haredi population joining the Israeli forces. Oh, really? Oh, really? You thought what I said was unconscionable. What have you said? What have you said, I wonder, about this group of people?
Getting at here, because I suspect, we have a big Christian nationalist movement in this country, led by Pete Hegseth and others who are in government right now. And I suspect you don't support that. So how do you support, a Jewish nationalist ideology when you would oppose that here, domestically, because you understand the way that would infringe on the rights of others who didn't meet the definition here in the U.S.?
Well, if that is the way that it's going to be implemented, I'd oppose it. But what I'm arguing, and we may not agree, but I believe, that the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel and the values on which it was founded and the basic laws that were established, the idea of it was that all 10 million Israeli citizens, whether they are...
The Haredi population is different from the Ben-Gvir settler group. That's why I said Orthodox. The Haredi population mainly live in Jerusalem and the Tel Aviv suburbs. The ultra-Orthodox don't really care about Zionism, but will riot if their yeshivas get one less penny on their subsidies. No, I was talking about not the ultra-Orthodox. I was talking about the Orthodox settler population as well. Not just the Haredi population. Because some of them are not even, some of them are anti-Zionist even. The ones that even live in Jerusalem. That's not who I'm referencing.
Christian, Muslim, Druze, Jewish, Russian immigrants, Circassian, whoever they are, that they all have equal rights. It is the demographic fact that 76% of the citizens of the state of Israel right now are Jewish. And the other 25%, 21% are Arab, 4% are various other ethnic groups. This is the way other countries work too. I mean, you can run through a list of the 193 countries that are member states of the UN, and many of them have a population that has an ethnic identity that is 75, 80%, and at the same time have 20, 25, 30% of other peoples who live within their land. And some states do better than others at providing those people with rights. And I would fight and be at the front line to ensure that the Arab citizens of Israel, the Palestinian citizens of Israel, have the exact same rights and the same opportunities as the Jewish citizens. And so I don't agree that having a state that has an ethnic identity as its identity is by per se going to lead you to Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. In fact,
he seems to be avoiding her question about the Palestinians becoming a majority population. Yes, because J Street, liberal Zionists understand Western attitudes and Western interests. Like that, so they know not to say certain things that Zionists genuinely believe, right? And because either they're stupid enough not to have exhausted these contradictions to its, final point, which is what Crystal is trying to get him to address, which I don't think, this guy is dumb at all. It's just that he knows better than to just be like, yeah, we would have to do some culling, okay? Because the question always is, okay, you're a liberal Zionist, you want a two-state solution. You're saying that. Are you going to, at gunpoint, forcibly remove some of the most rabid Israeli settlers that are currently occupying stolen Palestinian territory to get back to the 67 boundaries? because that's what you have to do. 750,000, not only just from, the West Bank, the occupied West Bank, but also from Jerusalem as well, which is even more difficult, right? From East Jerusalem. Are you going to do that? With what army? What Israeli army is going to forcibly remove? Like, the Israeli army barely was able to remove 6,000 settlers from Gaza. 6,000. Okay? They had a hard time removing people from the Sinai Peninsula, and that was hostile living circumstances, and it was still difficult. And it was a huge crisis to remove 6,000 Israeli settlers from the Gaza Strip. Okay? They had to do that at gunpoint. They had to literally arrest people to remove them. Because these guys are not fucking normal. I'm sorry. They're insane. Okay? They are literally insane. They're the tip of the spear of the ethno-nationalist, religious supremacist, constant expansionist Zionist project. Okay? And that was the Gaza Strip. That's not the fucking West Bank, where these guys have expanded dramatically and have built entire enclaves deliberately to cut through all of the different Palestinian areas. That's a question you have to face. If you're a liberal Zionist and you're like, this is what we got to do. I believe in a two-state. I'm like, okay, what's your plan to forcibly remove 750,000 settlers from the West Bank? They all are Itamar Ben-Gvir, by the way. Or some of them think Bezalel Smotrich is too woke, okay? Like, imagine 750,000 Bezalel Smotriches and Itamar Ben-Gvirs. How do you remove them?
90% of Israeli Jews vehemently oppose Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir. And as I said, 75%
pay them to leave like they paid white slave owners after Enfant Door. I don't know how you keep bringing this analogy back to Black American existence, and you end up taking the most reactionary points. You literally just said, like, offered the fucking West Bank settlers money to leave? What do you mean? No, arrest them. You want to give reparations not to the fucking Palestinians, but the settlers? Are you insane? Are you on fucking crack? What are you saying right now? No, they don't get to live there and then get paid to leave. If they're already living there illegally, I'm saying the appropriate measure in a two-state solution, if you're a real one, is to forcibly remove them from this land. I'm saying that's virtually impossible. Okay? You don't want the Palestinian people to be free if you want them to live alongside these animals. Okay, I know you're also, you earlier said desegregation was a mistake. So I'm not really invested in your point of view on this issue. I'm going to be very honest with you. I know you think that I'm out of touch when it comes to black issues, but I feel like between you and I'm going to go out the bat here and I'm going to gamble here and say I think my perspective is a little bit better than yours on this. Because, no, I do think that while desegregation as an attempt became an abject failure, in theory, it's still the appropriate measure to take. Because, one, segregation still very much exists. And two, the older version of segregation that you are clamoring towards is something that is seemingly going to happen regardless. And it's a devastating reality that we should avoid at all costs. So I'm going to keep fighting against that reality while you, I guess, agitate towards segregation. Yeah, slave owners didn't leave, though. They continue to exploit black labor through sharecropping. Yeah, what do you think is going to happen with the fucking West Bank settlers? They're not going to leave either. They're just going to take the money.
Oppose Netanyahu. And when they tried to take apart Israel's democracy and the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary, millions and millions of Israelis took to the streets in order to ensure that the functioning liberal democracy that they were brought up in would be maintained. So, you know, I'm willing to fight for that. I'm willing to continue to be out there making the case that is a possibility. And I hope that the state of Palestine that's created next to Israel will also set up a structure that provides opportunity for all of its people to have equal rights and protects those.
Oh, interesting. Here's the other setback on a two-state solution. Okay, two-state solution is implemented. It's governed by Hamas. The standing military is now the Al-Qassam brigades. Are you going to be happy with that? Would you be in favor of that? Because that is the other side of this equation as well. Whenever people talk about like a two-state solution, they're like, oh yeah, let's do a two-state solution. Israel will never allow the Palestinian state to be sovereign. Israel will never allow the Palestinian state to have a standing military. You can't have a state without a standing military. That's why I always say, like, this stuff is bullshit. And also, logistically speaking, harder to implement than a forcible one-state solution. Because a one-state already exists. It's a state where, unfortunately, Israel is sovereign. It's a state that is an apartheid state. And it is an ethno-supremacist state. And all of those structures need to be destroyed 100%. And there needs to be an end to the occupation with equal rights and representation for all, and reparations for the Palestinians, and a right to return for Palestinians.
Rights and has the rule of law, independent judiciary, etc.
I know it's so old already, but a picture of Hasan just came up on my Twitter when he first got the bug bite, and I'm comparing it to hours ago now, and it looks worse. I don't think it looks worse. Dude, what are you talking about? It definitely doesn't look worse. My eye was so swollen I could barely open it in the morning. No, you think it looks worse. No, you think it looks worse because of the lighting. You think it looks worse because of the lighting. My eye was literally, like, my eye was not even opening in the morning. Look. Look at the way I'm doing it now. Look. Different lighting as well. But look. Look right now. Make a mental snapshot. And then look there. I'm doing the same exact thing. What happened? Did her ass fart? Okay, dude. Gross. Just try some antihistamines. How do they move to the other side? I don't know. Maybe this is mirrored. Perhaps that's the whole point. Back on Alex Jones's radar. Video. Could investigation of communist terrorist sympathizer Hasan Piker over Cuban contact with Cuban government set dangerous precedent? Oh, wait. Does he defend me? Okay. Okay. What the fuck? Why does this suit look different? Did he change? What? The suit color changes dramatically. You're rich. Why don't you go to a doctor tomorrow morning to get checked? Because I don't have time. I don't have any time. What do you think? I don't have time. That's why. I never have time. You look like you try to hit the blunt and the blunt hit you. Okay. You don't game? Of course you got time. You guys are so stupid. Yeah, that's why. This conversation was fucking nutty too, but I'm not even going to get into it. I don't really care that much about it. What else? We obtained a not yet public FARA filing revealing how Brad Parscale directed $13 million from Israel to Republican digital strategy firms run by some of his longtime allies, along with to a subsidiary of Salem Media itself, where he is an executive. Salem Media also hires the CNN guy that I hate, Scott, the gay one, the in the closet gay guy. What's his name? What the fuck was his name? The one that got Scott Jennings. Thank you. The one that got yelled, or the one that yelled at fucking Adam Mogler. Yeah. TLDR. Israel paid Trump's former campaign manager Brad Parscale $15 million to run a foreign influence operation on American soil. Here's what that bought. $6 million to an AI chatbot company that texts Americans pretending to represent peace organizations. $5 million to a GOP strategist for media placement, consulting, polling, and advertising work. $500,000 in ads in Salem Media, the same conservative media company where Parscale is the chief strategy officer. Parscale's team also created pro-Israel websites specifically designed to be scraped by AI platforms like ChatGPT and Claude. Fucking awesome, dude. Here are the texts. I always answer posters, calls, texts. Dumb bitch decides she wants to play with me today. Stay tuned. Wait, what? That's great. How do you see Israel as one of... Yes. How do you see Israel as one of America's strongest allies? I think they're our enemy. We supply their weapons and give our elected officials unimaginable amounts of money. I strongly disagree. Israel's a vital ally. This short clip explains it. That's not a poster. You're duking it out with a chatbot. This will shock you. It just came out. Breaking. A CIA official has reported been arrested after investigators found 303 gold bars, $2 million in cash, dozens of Rolex watches inside a Virginia home. Not a cartel boss, not an oligarch, not a crypto scammer, CIA official. According to reports, investigators say David Rush received massive amounts of foreign currency and gold tied to work-related expenses before the FBI raided the property. 303 gold bars. This is movie villain level corruption. And now Americans are watching former intelligence officials openly admit on CNN that polygraphs can fail, pathological liars can beat the system. John Kiriakou? Question mark. An internal oversight may have completely collapsed. This story is becoming a nightmare for the intelligence community. Is it? Is it a nightmare for the intelligence community? I feel like it's just another Tuesday, you know? Here was a very interesting poll. New California governor poll, PPP. Steyer at 21 and Hilton at 20 and Becerra at 18. The whole Tom Steyer situation, the California gubernatorial race is so blackpilling, honestly, because Javier Becerra is so ass. And he was getting no motion whatsoever. And then the California Democratic Party machine immediately collapsed on top of him as soon as the top contender, Eric Swalwell, the previous choice of the California Democratic Party machine, decided that, decided that he was no longer viable because of the sexual assault allegations. And overnight, they all single-handedly, universally decided to back Becerra. And just like that, Becerra-mentum began. I don't understand it. I don't understand how fast this shit happened. I always say Republicans are cattle, but honestly, Democrat voters are cattle too. It's crazy. Yeah, this guy's just a bunch of corporations in a trench coat is right. It's unbelievable how much money he's gotten. How much money he has gotten from every fucking major company. And yeah, there's another poll. Becerra 27 plus 7, Hilton 26% plus 4, and Steyer at 20%. I wish Steyer was like, I can't live without Hasan's obsession take. I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard it's incredible, and I'm excited to watch it. I'm a firm believer Weren't people trying to smear you for not supporting Becerra earlier? Wait, smear me for not supporting Becerra? I've never supported Becerra. The problem is, like, Steyer is very solid on a lot of issues. I just wish he would be, like, more aggressive on the Israel stance. It's just a 30-second spot, but striking that Becerra ads are still bio/fighting Trump with no details about his governing plans. Javier Becerra now also attacking Steve Hilton for being a MAGA Republican critical of California's policies, most assuredly not a ploy to elevate Hilton in the runoff to avoid a ruinously expensive face-off with a free-spending billionaire. Yeah. Didn't Becerra vote for Hillary even though his district voted for Bernie? Yes. As a superdelegate, Javier Becerra, I believe, voted for Hillary Rodham Clinton, even though his district overwhelmingly went to Bernie. So California isn't necessarily, a blue dog safe haven. Do you support Porter? No, I do not. I've told you already. Tom Steyer is the closest to my worldview. I mean, still long ways to go there. But out of all of the candidates, why didn't you try to rally for Butch Ware, bro? Buddy, Butch Ware is not even on the fucking ballot. What are we doing, man? I'm sorry. Butch Ware is not even on the ballot. Why are you guys like this? You know who's on the ballot? Barack D. Obama Shaw. Barack Denzel Obama Shaw is on the ballot. If you were to come to me and be like, well, at least, Ramsey Robinson is, I would still give you the same spiel about Ramsey Robinson not being viable, unfortunately. But, like, at least it's on the fucking ballot. Right? I think Ramsey Robinson's on the ballot. I haven't even looked at the ballot yet. Is he not? Yeah, there are... Dude, look at these names, man. Look at the motherfucking governor's race. Look at all the names. And then look at who's not on there as a name. Butch Ware. Why should we not vote for Becerra? Javier Becerra is a corrupt, institutionalist Democrat of the highest magnitude. Javier Becerra is literally everything wrong with the do-nothing Democratic Party. Okay? Javier Becerra is the machine politics pick in this race. Please do not vote for Javier Becerra. It is ridiculous. I mean, every single one of these candidates is pro-Israel. Tom Steyer is the only one out of all of the top candidates with viability that is anti-Israel in some capacity, and even then, it's not. He doesn't go hard enough. Yeah, dude, look at the names that are on this ballot. That's not Butch Ware. Living for God and Country DeMott. Okay. Living for God and Country DeMott is on this ballot. Holy shit. Barack Denzel Obama Shaw is on this ballot. And Butch Ware is not. And you're still coming in here. I like Butch Ware, but he's literally fighting a legal battle to get on the ballot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Tom Steyer's father was a Jewish lawyer in the Nuremberg trials. It makes no sense for him to support Israel. No, I know. It's ridiculous. And he's a billionaire. What are you, afraid of fucking AIPAC? You're a billionaire, dog. You know what I mean? What are you afraid of? Yeah. Are you afraid of the Israel lobby? You've spent $100 million in this race so far. These guys do not understand. These guys do not understand. I don't think Tom Steyer recognizes that if he were to come out, balls to the fucking wall and be like, listen, I'm a billionaire. I'm bought. I'm my own man. Here, I'll prove it to you. Israel can suck my dick. he literally would have the strongest army of door knockers that anyone has ever seen. This race would have been over. The moment that we had that conversation, when I asked him, like, oh, do you think Israel's committing a genocide? If he was like, yes, I swear to God, because the only thing he doesn't have is authenticity. He has good policies. He's a little bit of a goober, obviously, but he has really fucking solid policies, okay? He is the most progressive candidate out of the top, 4 or 5 leading contenders, okay, with viability. The only thing he lacks is legitimacy because he's a billionaire and he's been able to pay for a lot of door knockers, but he doesn't have the passionate advocates. He has paid advocates. And the only way that he could have gotten passionate, real-ass advocates is if he just had a very, like a significant differing factor from everybody else, okay? And that 100% would have been taking a much stronger and bold, I guess, in comparison to the rest of the fucking contenders, but not necessarily bold for the, average voter at all, especially in California, on Israel. If he just took a bolder stance, he would have cooked. Yeah, why the fuck are we still doing lesser evil voting? We should have been rallying for Butch Ware. Dude is literally being blocked because they know he'll make a huge change. What a lame write-off. Wait, what? Okay, but he's not on it. What do you want me to do? I'm not on the ballot. It's like me saying fucking vote for me. Do a write-in candidacy for me. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, again, more sympathetic to Ramsey Robinson here because at least he's on the ballot and he is also a better choice in my opinion. But Ramsey Robinson, unfortunately, is at like 1%, okay? But you guys are also crazy. You think like me as a singular person can make like Ramsey Robinson the next governor of California. You're delusional. It doesn't work that way. Butch Ware is also kind of transphobic. I don't even care about all this other stuff. It just doesn't even matter. It's like... Y'all are not really locked in. No, transphobia does matter, man. No, I'm saying it doesn't matter because he's not on the ballot, dude. You're not understanding. I'm not saying transphobia doesn't matter across the board. I'm saying it doesn't matter in this conversation. It's like when people say, well, Butch Ware is a China hawk. It doesn't matter that he's a China hawk. You want to know why? Because he's not on the ballot. It's the same point over and over again. Like... It might as well be your neighbor at that point that you are writing his name in. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Anyway. About to get people to use that clip to say you're transphobic all over TikTok? Hell yeah, dude. Hasn't happened before. Dude, it's getting better, I think. Maybe I'm coping, but it feels like it's getting better. I don't know. My neighbor is the Vanguard. He will win. How dare you? Yeah, he will win if you vote for her. I'm sorry to spam, but this seems very bad. Aliens.gov. No, I'm good. Javier Becerra is likely to become the next, the California governor. He's dumb, arrogant, incompetent, and tolerates criminal behavior by staff. He'll likely be recalled fairly soon. Becerra outpolls all his rivals when it comes to black and Latino voters. I'm a broken record, but corporate power in the Democratic Party flows through black boomer voters. Becerra got large sums of money from Chevron, Meta, and PG&E, which is even worse than Chevron and Meta somehow for California politics in general. He'll raise costs and harm California residents. At some point, we have to be honest about older black voters choosing these awful leaders to bring around. Okay, Yeah, Matt Stoller does a very bad job of communicating this point. And this, I think, literally turns into a tangent about the black voting bloc. So I don't want to get into a fucking additional argument with chatters in here. But yeah, Becerra's background is terrible. Did you see this? It feels like the establishment is tracking your moves. It's not the establishment, man. Well, it is the establishment, but it's also the Israel lobby. What? You want to lance it? Get a scalpel, lance that shit, squeeze the pus out that eye. You need to suck the poison out of your eye. Okay, calm down. But yeah, a last-minute super PAC development in New Jersey 12, where a Democratic-affiliated PAC, Project 218, is spending nearly $400K to boost Sue Altman. That kind of investment will help even the playing field against Hamawi in the race's final days. Yes, establishment Democrats and the Israel lobby are like this right now, okay? The majority Dem PAC and all of these different subsidiary groups, they are all aggressively going after every single progressive insurgency candidacy. Okay? We got Adam Hamawi, which I will be linking up with in New Jersey this Saturday. I'm flying back out to the fucking East Coast again just so I can be there for Hamawi. Okay? What is this? Adam Hamawi, the first New Jersey candidate to be promoted on Grindr. This is an ad put out by a transgender advocacy group called Christopher Street PAC. There's something about a man in uniform. That's amazing. We'll know this country's on the right track when people are campaigning on imprisoning unregistered Israeli agents. Oh my God. Oh my God, what a life. Oh my God, what a dream. Yeah, but I will be at the I will be attending a rally alongside Hamawi, and then we'll be doing some other stuff throughout the day in New Jersey. I'm going back to the motherland. I'm going on a Hajj. Literally a one-day trip just for Adam Hamawi because he's the man. He's such a stud, dude. I love him. He's so amazing. So yeah, New Jersey Oblast. Yeah, we're going back to the motherland. But yeah, that'll be all for today, folks. I'm tired. Okay, I'm gonna go try to see what the fuck I can do about this goddamn eye. Why are you coming to New Jersey the one weekend I won't be there? Cause I hate you, Chowder. No, I'm kidding. I did it on purpose. The state's. I'm once again asking for your support. We need highly knowledgeable HasanAbi lore masters to contribute to this anti-smear database spearheaded by OS. Can I count on you? Oh, yeah. There's a new PBS site established. The definitive exhibit of malicious bad faith reporting versus the truth. Yeah. MMAX is cooked again. A reported trip becomes an investigation. In May 2026, DOJ and Treasury issue subpoenas tied to Cuba trial by U.S. activists and journalists. Coverage framed Piker, who has openly discussed the trip on stream, as a subject of a foreign influence probe. Fed subpoena Hasan Piker, Medea Benjamin over Cuba trips. Missing context. The subpoena was a part of a broader DOJ Treasury inquiry into U.S. nonprofits and individuals who traveled to Cuba, not a Piker-specific probe. Piker discussed his trip publicly on stream, including the legal framework under which it was conducted. Read full entry. Also, I never got a subpoena. You should probably put that in there. Hasan Piker names pro-CCP tycoon Singham as financier of political moves despite nonprofit veneer. Misleading frame. The on-stream segment was a discussion of how progressive media nonprofits are funded in general. Singham was mentioned as one of the many donors alongside conservative line funders cited for context. The framing implies Piker endorsed CCP line funding. The sources show the opposite. They're after your boy. Hasan Piker reacts to federal subpoena. Selectively edited. The full clip shows Piker explicitly defending civil liberties protections for journalists and activists irrespective of political alignment. The selected pull quote is from a self-deprecating aside immediately preceding that argument. Criticism of Israeli policy labeled as hatred. Coverage from May 2026 uses anti-Semitism frame against Piker's commentary on Gaza. The primary record consistently shows him distinction between Israeli government policy and Jewish people, and explicitly condemning anti-Semitism on stream. UK Jewish groups call for Hamas backer Hasan Piker to be denied entry visa. False. Piker's never expressed support for Hamas's condemned October 7 attacks on stream within the first 90 seconds of his coverage. The article does not cite a primary source for the Hamas backer characterization. Extremist fanboys are glamorizing anti-Semitism and some publishers keep playing along. The opinion piece collapses pro-Palestinian content criticism of the Israeli government and anti-Semitism into a single category. Piker is named alongside actual anti-Semitic figures without distinguishing position or rhetoric. Commentary cropped into endorsement. Far left streamer Hasan Piker mock shooting near White House, pokes fun at Trump's ballroom. I mean, I did do that. I did poke fun at Trump's ballroom. Segment question: criticize the political response to the shooting and renovation costs in the same breath. Two separate news items in the day's coverage. No, I'm not. Did you address or what? No, I'm not doing this. Okay. I never. It's crazy. It's from April 28th, and I'm not doing it anyway. Bro, what if it was Vance who leaked the subpoena and that's why Trump's all big mad because it was supposed to be a surprise? Oh, yeah, there was a. I get my news from this man, and every hour he shows us a worsening swollen eye injury. Says, should I go to urgent care and then continue streaming? It's on beta. That's why we need lore masters. All the content in it is placeholder. Okay. It's a great user interface for sure. You can't boo me. I'm the vice president.
Watched a few highlights of graduation speeches where this or that corporate leader will discuss artificial intelligence, AI, and be met with literal boos. Now, you can't boo me. I'm the Vice President of the United States. So I've watched a few highlights of graduation speeches where this or...
Nick Fuentes on the Trump administration. Why can't it just be fighting our actual enemies? Women, Hasan Piker, illegal immigrants, African migrants, the Jews. Dog. What? What is this? What do I say to this, man? Why can't it just be fighting our actual enemies? Women. Hasan Piker, illegal immigrants, African migrants, the Jews. Oh, God. Okay, I'm done. All right. Good night, guys. Good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow, all right? Peace.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Grenin's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.